Theories of Resistance. Anarchism, Geography, and the Spirit of Revolt. Edited by Marcelo Lopes de Souza, Richard J. White, and Simon Springer. For the rebels of the earth, may you use the power of words, and may those words help change the world. Introduction, Subverting the Meaning of Theory 1, Richard J. White, and Simon Springer. 1. Libertarian, Libertaire, Libertario. Conceptual Construction and Cultural Diversity 19. 2. Non-Domination, Governmentality, and the Care of the Self 27. 3. Post-statist Epistemology and the Future of Geographical Knowledge Production 51. 4. What do we resist when we resist the state? 79. Aaron Araujo. 5. Towards a Theory of Commonization 101. 6. Feuding Brothers, Left Libertarians, Marxists, and Socio-Spatial Research at the Beginning of the 21st Century 123. 7. The Citizen and the Nomad, Bookchin and Bay on Space and Tempe Erlity 155. Benjamin J. Pauli. 8. Swimming Against the Current, Towards an Anti-Colonial Anarchism in British Columbia, Canada 177. Vanessa Sloan Morgan. Contents 8. 9. Anarchy, Space, and Indigenous Resistance, Developing Anti-Colonial and Decolonizing Commitments in Anarchist Theory and Practice 207. 10. Celebrating the Invasive, the Hidden Pleasures and Political Promise of the Unwanted 237. Nick Garside. Index 253. About the Contributors 257. 1. Introduction. Subverting the Meaning of Theory, Richard J. White, and Simon Springer. Anarchists have often been accused of voluntarism and hostility towards theory. If we consider some apparently concrete aspects, it seems that there is real evidence to support this kind of thesis. However, upon closer examination things seem much more complex. The original meaning of theory is related to observation and to an outsider perspective. More precisely, theoria is the Greek word for contemplation, the theoros being a spectator, or someone who contemplates something. These characteristics define a speculative activity, at first glance precisely the opposite of Marxism. Again, at first glance. Ironically, this supposed philosophy of praxis, once synthesized by Marx in the famous 11 Thesis on Feuerbach, has been strongly committed to objectivity in a sense that is prone not only to a hierarchical and authoritarian approach to history and knowledge but also to rationalism and theoreticism. It is not necessary to be a postmodern relativist to see the limits of this kind of approach, typical of both orthodox Marxism and Marxism in general. At this juncture, it is very useful to present more or less at length some key aspects of Cornelius Castoriadis's reflection on theory in the context of his radical critique of Marxism. His is probably the most original and profound critique of this sort ever made, and it offers the philosophical soil on 2. which we have tried to ground some of our own contributions to the literature. For Castoriadis, Marx's dialectic is a closed dialectic, like the Hegelian one that was its source of inspiration. Therefore, it is necessarily rationalist. It at once presupposes and demonstrates that the whole of experience is exhaustively reducible to rational determinations. For him, however, dialectical thought can be different from this, namely, it can be open in the sense of a non-rationalistic, non-rigid, and non-teleological way of thinking. But such a transformation of the dialectic is possible only if the traditional and secular idea of theory as a closed system and as contemplation is superseded. And this was indeed, as Castoriadis, one of the most radical and inclement critics of Marxism during the second half of the 20th century, conceded himself, one of the essential intuitions of the young Marx. Apart from several other problems identified by Castoriadis, this essential intuition unfortunately largely vanished within the framework of Marx's later work. This disappearance was for good reasons. It corresponds to the approach that predominates in Marx's oeuvre, especially in those works regarded by Marx himself as his most important ones. The political implications of such a view are summarized by Castoriadis as follows. There is a true theory of history, If there is a rationality at work in things, it is clear that the direction this development takes should be left to the specialists of this theory, to the technicians of this rationality. The party's absolute power, and within the party, the coryphée of Marxist-Leninist science, in the remarkable expression coined by Stalin for his own use, has a philosophical status. It is based in actual fact more genuinely on the materialist conception of history than on Koskai's ideas, taken up again by Lenin, concerning the introduction of socialist consciousness in the proletariat by middle-class intellectuals. If this conception is true, this power must be absolute. Democracy is then only a concession to the human fallibility of the leaders, or a pedagogical method of which they alone can administer the correct dosage. The choice indeed is absolute. Either this conception is true, hence defines what is to be done, and what the workers do is valid only inasmuch as they conform to it. The theory itself cannot be confirmed or infirmed by their action, for the criterion lies within it, and it is the workers who show whether or not they have been lifted to the consciousness of their historical interests by acting in accordance with the watchwords which concretize the theory in given circumstances. Or the activity of the masses is an autonomous and creative historical factor, in which case any theoretical conception can be no more than a link in the long process of realizing the revolutionary project. It can, and it even must be overturned by this process. The theory, then, no longer takes for itself history as given in advance, and no longer posits itself as the standard of reality, but accepts entering truly into history and being jostled and judged by it. All historical privilege, all primogeniture is then denied to the organization based on the theory. The ultimate consequences are lucidly stressed a few lines later. Thus history was found, once again, to have produced something quite different than what it seemed to be preparing, under the cover of revolutionary theory, the ideology of a force and a social form that was yet to be born. The ideology of bureaucracy was constituted and began to develop. Fortunately for us, however, the point is not a matter of choice between this kind of theory and no theory at all. The task of binding together reflection and action in a way that those who practice reflection are not separated from all the others, this union, as Castoriadis underlined, is still our task, and it remains to be accomplished. The intention of this union was present at the origin of Marxism. It has remained a mere intention, but, in a new context, it continues, a century later, to define our task. While apologizing for quoting at length, we nevertheless think it is surely worthwhile to reproduce all three of the following paragraphs. Since the beginning of the recorded history of human thought, innumerable philosophical doctrines have succeeded one another. For as long as we can trace the evolution of societies, political ideas and movements have been present. And all historical societies can be said to have been dominated by the open or latent conflict between social strata or groups, by class struggle. However, in each case, the worldview, the ideas on the organization of society and of power, and the actual antagonisms between the classes have been tied together only in an underground, implicit, and unconscious manner. And in each case a new philosophy has appeared, one that was going to reply to the problems that the preceding ones had left unresolved. A new political movement established its claims, in a society torn by a new social conflict, and yet always the same one. In its beginnings, Marxism presented an entirely new demand. The union of philosophy, politics, and the real movement of the exploited class in society was not going to be a mere addition but a genuine synthesis, a superior union in which each of the elements would be transformed. Philosophy could be something different and something more than philosophy, more than a refuge from impotence and a solution to human problems in the realm of ideas, to the extent that it would translate its demands into a new politics. Politics could be something other and more than politics, technique, manipulation, the use of power for particular ends, to the extent that it would become the conscious expression of the aspirations and interests of the great majority of people. The struggle of the exploited class could be something other than a defense of particular interests, to the extent that this class would aim at the suppression of all exploitation through the suppression of its own exploitation, at the liberation of all through its own liberation and the establishment of a human community, the highest of abstract ideas to which traditional philosophy had been capable of aspiring. 4. In this way, Marxism posed the project of a union of reflection and action, of the highest sort of reflection and the most everyday action. It set out the project of uniting those who practice this reflection and this action and the others, eliminating the separation between an elite or an avant-garde and the mass of society. In the divided and contradictory world of the present, it wanted to see something other than a new version of the eternal incoherence of human societies. It especially wanted to make something else of it. It asked that, in the challenges put to society by the people who live in it, we see more than a raw fact or the workings of fate, the first babblings of the language of a society to come. It aimed at the conscious transformation of society by the autonomous activity of men, whose real situation leads them to struggle against it. And it saw this transformation neither as a blind explosion, nor as an empirical practice, but as a revolutionary praxis, as a conscious activity that remains lucid about itself and is not alienated from itself in a new ideology. Undoubtedly, as some heterodox Marxists would surely protest, there have always been Marxists who were and have been sensitive and wise enough to largely avoid most of these problems. It suffices perhaps to remember cases such as that of a Marxist as lucid and honest as historian Edward P. Thompson to avoid the temptation of absolute demonizing of all those who regard themselves as Marxists in some way. However, if Thompson and some others only correspond to that type of exception that proves the rule, the essence of Castoriadis's point is totally valid. Now, let us pose the question, what is to be done? How could we understand theory from a radically different perspective? Again, Castoriadis can help us, and again in his characteristically provocative manner. Theory in itself is a doing, the always uncertain attempt to realize the project of clarifying the world. And this is also true for that supreme or extreme form of theory philosophy, the attempt to conceive of the world without knowing, either before or after the fact, whether the world is actually conceivable, or even just what conceiving of something exactly means. It is for this reason, moreover, that there is no question of going beyond philosophy by realizing it. We go beyond philosophy, that is to say, we do not forget it, even less despise it, but set it in place when we understand that it is simply a project, one which is necessary yet uncertain as to its origin, its import, and its fate, not exactly an adventure, perhaps, but also not a chess game, and certainly not the realization of the total transparence of the world for a subject and of the subject for itself. And if philosophy were to set down for a politics that aspired to be both lucid and radical the prior condition of total rigorousness, demanding that this politics be wholly founded on reason, politics would be within its rights to answer, have you then no mirrors at home? Or does your activity consist in setting up standards for others which you are incapable of applying to yourself? 5. A further question is, then, the following one: how well have anarchists and other left libertarians performed when measured by these standards? As far as anarchists are concerned, we are convinced that they have been by and large at least intuitively aware of the flaws, shortcomings, bottlenecks and risks typically embodied in Marxists' use of theory. We are also convinced that this has been one of the reasons why they have been very often partly misunderstood by Marxists, as they seem to be anti-theoretically minded. There are other reasons, however, and these belong to the reasons why we are equally convinced that left libertarians should be self-critical in some respects in the face of the legacy of classical anarchism, as well as convinced that in order to grasp the radical alternative to Marxism we must go beyond anarchism. Indeed, this is precisely what Castoriadis did, and many more have done since the second half of the 20th century, by being radically critical of both Marxism and capitalism at the same time, but not endorsing the classical anarchist legacy uncritically. 1. As mentioned, anarchists and other left libertarians have been at least intuitively aware of the problematics typically embodied in Marxists' use of theory. However, even if it is true, this is no excuse for a problem whose existence we should admit, and which Castoriadis criticized as early as the end of the 1940s, Theory has often been regarded with suspicion or as something pejorative by many anarchists. This refusal of theory is based on a prejudice, and a particularly damaging one, as it narrows our vision and diminishes our ability to put things into context, to make comparisons and to think forward. Voluntarism and empiricism cannot be but miserable alternatives to Marxist rationalism. It is fair to concede that anarchists and other left libertarians have had their motives for thinking this way, as theory has often served as intellectualized justification for heteronymous power, very often expressed in a hermetic language. Be that as it may, it is high time to depart from this theory as nothing but blah 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 bias. This condemnation of theory has very often presented itself as an anti-academic bias, as if science/philosophy could be reduced to products produced by universities and the academic industry. An important aspect lies in the fact that Marxists, unlike anarchists, massively entered the academic world during the second half of the 20th century and, self-identified with the class of bureaucracy, they have been easily co-opted by the state apparatus under real socialism both in the West and, more recently, in Latin America. But have left libertarians been pure or imax 6-8, as somehow implicitly suggested by many? Admittedly, this lack of interest in systematic, deep engagement in conceptual, theoretical, and philosophical discussion does not necessarily have anything to do with pureness in the sense of intellectual honesty and political integrity. In many cases, ignorance is just that, ignorance. Yet Marxists have used the empiricism of many anarchists as an alibi to denigrate them as a whole, and that is simply unfair. The problem here is not only that Marxism's theory is, as we have seen, objectionable. The problem is also that left libertarians have always produced knowledge, and often a sophisticated one, sometimes even in form of high-level theoretical contributions. Failing to acknowledge it is ridiculous. Let us consider first the work of Proudhon. Despite all its problems and shortcomings, his several contributions, from the discussion of the federative principle to the theories of surplus value, cannot be denied. Let us now consider those two figures who count among the most consistent authors of the classical period of anarchism, geographers Elisee Reclus and Pyotr Kropotkin. As far as Reclus is concerned, it suffices to give as an example his posthumous major work, L'Homme et la Terre, where we can find several important theoretical insights, to see the extent of his intellectual achievements. Reclus was, among other things, a forerunner of what could be termed critical and dialectical conservationism, that is, neither an environmental conservationist prone to make concessions to capitalism nor a preservationist in deep ecology style, a pioneer of critical urban studies, a sophisticated thinker about the relationships between evolution and revolution. The case of Kropotkin is no less important, as he offered, for example, a deep refinement of the federative principle by means of his seminal discussion about territorial decentralization and economic spatial deconcentration, not to mention his other theoretical achievements, such as the theory of mutual aid, whose merits were still acknowledged 100 years later by nothing less than one of the most famous paleontologists of the 20th century, Stephen Jay Gould. More recently, the works of Murray Bookchin demonstrate the possibility of prolonging the tradition without becoming intellectually fossilized. From his discussions of social ecology to his analyses of urbanization without cities to his proposal about a libertarian municipalism, Bookchin made many politically important theoretical contributions. Interestingly, in spite of a remarkable record of intellectual achievements, knowledge developed by anarchists and other left libertarians has commonly been neglected and not seldom attacked and dismissed as irrelevant. Is it not possible to see in this kind of devaluation a kind of elitarianism? Theory is something politically crucial, provided it is intimately connected with practice in the context of praxis. Certainly, left libertarians have presented some important weaknesses, and they can and should be addressed not only by political agitation and organizing but also by reflection and study. For instance, the domain of political economy is a veritable Achilles heel of left libertarian thought, as it has not been developed with the same richness as Marxian versions, even if such latent potential exists. However, their weaknesses and strengths are curiously connected with each other, though there is an evident lack of deep knowledge in terms of economic processes and factors on the part of many left libertarian authors, left libertarians' usual refusal of economism has often been narrowly interpreted as a weakness when it is actually a strength. Considered from this point of view, left libertarians are not behind Marxists, at least to a large extent, they are actually ahead. Such an impression, obviously, should not lead to any arrogance. Self-criticism is absolutely necessary if left libertarians want to play an increasingly relevant role in the future. But they have demonstrated a path that is an alternative to econocentrism, and existing society more generally, since the 19th century in terms of both theoretical and philosophical reflection, even if very often only in an embryonic or rudimentary way, and this advantage cannot be underestimated. Beyond making libertarian theorizing deeper, wider, and infused with greater density, it is also necessary to achieve it without entering theoreticism, utilitarianism, and scientism. It is possible, though not easy. Reclus and Kropotkin represent fascinating examples, and their works are filled with plenty of ideas and insights that are still useful for us. But we do not share their time, and so their approaches to subjects such as the idea of progress, the role of science and technology, and the importance of Kantian positivism are similarly not shared by us. Castoriadis and Bookchin. 8. Correspond to more contemporary examples and sources of inspiration. In fact, the left libertarian family includes anarchism, as well as streams that are significantly different from classical anarchism, such as Bookchin's neo-anarchism and Castoriadis's radically anti-Marxist project of autonomy. The reasons for distinguishing between anarchists in a strict sense and some heterodox representatives of the left libertarian family are above all conceptual and theoretical in nature, despite some practical implications. Nevertheless, and this is a crucial point on which Marcelo Lopes de Souza has insisted for many years, the libertarian alternative includes a wide range of perspectives, all of them belonging to the same ethical and political universe. It is for this exact reason that Simon Springer writes, "You can call this anarchism, critical anti-hegemonic iconoclasm, paradigm destabilizing recalcitrant analysis, nonconformist insurgent praxis, or don't tell me what to do theory for all I care. The point is, we are talking about a mindset of breaking archetypes, tearing up blueprints, and scribbling over leitmotifs. In terms of commitment to self-management, horizontally and decentralism, and above all in terms of an anti-authoritarian/anti-statist ethos, it could be said that classical anarchists, neo-anarchists, and libertarian autonomists all speak the same language regardless of their specific divergences or dialects. 2. Even if there are and there must be strong connections between our concepts/theories, on the one hand, and our practices, on the other, there are not necessarily fundamental disagreements between, say, anarchists and neo-anarchists in terms of practice, and by no means automatic ones. Convergences have been much more important than divergences between all kinds of left libertarians. This is already clear when we consider the old anarchists of the 19th century and the early 20th century, and it is still evident within the broader framework of the left libertarian thought of the second half of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century. After all, what differentiates left libertarians from each other is not a matter of aim/end, but rather a matter of emphasis or, in some cases, even just of aesthetic end. 9. Stylistic preferences and idiosyncrasies, sometimes maybe also of tactics. Nonetheless, from a non-dogmatic perspective, a few controversies are unavoidable, and they should be regarded as highly positive, as they show the vitality of the left libertarian thought. The idea of a society without power, for instance, as central as it can be for many in terms of identity, was consistently criticized by Castoriadis, who objected that it represented too narrow an understanding of the concept of power. 3. On this basis, considering that a society entirely without power would be no more than an incoherent fiction, he proposed instead of anarchy the concept of autonomy. Nowadays, autonomy is a key concept even among anarchists, whether aware of Castoriadis's work or not. Incidentally, the narrowness of the typical classical anarchist understanding of concepts such as power, law, government, and authority were criticized not only by Castoriadis but also by neo-anarchist Murray Bookchin. 4. A further flaw is related to the epistemological and methodological value of positivism for understanding society. While praised by Pyotr Kropotkin as detrimental to dialectical thought, positivism has been refuted by many authors. Additionally, the belief according to which science and modern technology are essentially good, shared by classical anarchists such as Kropotkin and Elisee Reclus, has been largely discredited. In short, anarchism, as we have received it from the classics, cannot be treated unhistorically. Nevertheless, beyond all possible and necessary updating and rectifications, a core of principles, values, and traditions of ethical and practical political importance remains as a powerful bond between all those who share the left libertarian field. And one thing is certain. Anarchism was the first representative of the left libertarian family, and it still is its most well-known representative. All these discussions show that the torch that has been carried since the mid-19th century by thinkers like Proudhon and Bakunin continues to illuminate our discourses and actions. The flame that has been kept alive for many generations and in many countries is very strong today, not only politically but also intellectually. At this right moment, history is being written by social movements, protests, and resistances that are largely or basically speared by a left libertarian ethos, a praxis that is directly or indirectly, deeply or superficially animated by theoretical ideas debated by many people at many times and many places. The scholars whose contributions are contained in this volume work in and/or come from different countries, where they are conducting research and contribute to conceptual and theoretical advances about the spatial dimension of resistance against heteronomy. Owing to this geography of our authors, they bring to the subject different sets of experiences and approaches. That is what we envisaged from the very beginning when we first conceived of this project. We wanted it to be geographical in the double sense of being about geography, but also written from a broad dispersion of authors. Though Anglophone authors are overrepresented here, a problem difficult to solve especially for practical reasons, although all three editors of Transgressing Frontiers have been committed at least to mitigating it, dealing with problems such as the unexpected withdrawal of the contributions of three non-Anglophone colleagues, it would be unfair to say that an Anglophone approach clearly dominates this volume. In a very consequent way, our authors are usually far away from Eurocentrism, and they sometimes even try to question the very pillars of Eurocentrism in an explicit and systematic way, as the chapters by Adam Lewis and Vanessa Sloan Morgan so eloquently demonstrate. The first chapter is by Marcelo Lopes de Souza. It is a contribution to more conceptual clarity regarding the term libertarian, in order to avoid a too narrow interpretation of the libertarian family, as well as to help in overcoming a specific U.S. American bias regarding that term. Who are the libertarians? Is their message reducible to anarchism? How have different political cultures perceived the contents and meanings of this contested word? Who has contested it, and what is actually at stake? The author has tried to offer a discussion around these issues that helps in expanding our horizons beyond the usual clichés. The next chapter on non-domination, governmentality, and the care of the self is by Nathan Eisenstadt, whose analysis is based on a 4-year autoethnographic engagement with 2 anarchist social centers and associated projects in Bristol. As the terms governmentality and care of the self already suggest, Michel Foucault's thought is one of the pillars of his arguments. However, he develops a rich and complex dialogue with several other authors and looks for inspiration in contemporary anarchist anti-11 oppressive practices such as social centers. Refreshing in comparison to the narrow understanding of government that has been held by most anarchists in the past, Nathan acknowledges that counter-governmentalities are still governmentalities. As he concisely puts it, anarchists are concerned with the taking and remaking of space and territory, from squats, social centers and community gardens to factories and farms. They are concerned with the cultivation of self-governing subjects, from consensus decision-making at occupied encampments and self-organization in the workplace, to the ethics of everyday life including dietary choices, conduct in relation to others and in the cultivation of a liberating relationship to oneself. These practices require a certain bridling of the passions, work on or care for the self in order to attain a particular state of being to which anarchists aspire, non-dominating and non-dominated. Freedom requires self-discipline. Moreover, as an assemblage of discourses and practices that aspires to universality, anarchism urges others to discipline themselves, to participate, to take control, to resist, to drop out, to rage, to organize, to get empowered. Thus, according to Nathan, Anarchism is a mode of governing through freedom. The chapter by Geronimo Barrera de la Torre and Anthony Ince is a dense, yet beautifully inspired, contribution that deals both with theory/epistemology and with pedagogy, as it explores the possibilities of a post-statist epistemology in geography and its possible contributions to a radical pedagogical and methodological agenda within the discipline and social sciences more generally. As a continuation of the themes explored in Volume 1 of the series, it is clearly a relevant contribution both to a pedagogical debate and to the advancement of theoretical and epistemological reflections about the links between geography and libertarian political thought. This framework draws mainly from anarchist thinkers, but also from other writers such as Boaventura de Sousa Santos and Bolívar Echeverría. Agreeing with Myram Nath, Geronimo and Anthony contend that in spite of being contrary to colonialism, as a project that appeared within European modernity, anarchism has specific historical and geographical roots, hence being necessary to decolonize our concept of anarchism. Again quoting Myram Nath, and in line with Souza's insistence of libertarian plurality, the authors then suggest that anarchism should be conceived as just one manifestation of a large family of egalitarian and emancipatory principles and projects. In a decolonial approach to anarchism's Occidental roots, considers that we could locate the Western anarchist tradition as one contextually specific manifestation among a larger, indeed global tradition of anti-authoritarian, egalitarian thought/praxis, of a universal human urge toward emancipation. 12. Which also occurs in many other forms in many other contexts. Something else is then the reference point for us, instead of us being the reference point of everything else. This is a deeply decolonizing move. Aaron Araujo's main source of inspiration, the Mexican Zapatistas who can by no means be reduced to the label anarchists, while nonetheless clearly being libertarian and anti-authoritarian at the same time, demonstrates this point very nicely. In her chapter, Aaron asks the question, what do we resist when we resist the state? Basing her approach on a distinction between strong theory and weak theory, she says that strong theory is recognized as the use of powerful discourse based in evidence sought through simplified, clear, non-messy descriptions of events that fall easily into clean categories and explanations, while weak theory embraces nuance, thick description, and emergent spaces that may not necessarily be clear, clean discourses, but rather a mixture of openness and exploration in the research process. She also claims that weak theory is particularly useful and promising regarding the task of embracing horizontal forms of research. In a fashion similar to that of, she also engages in a dialogue with post-colonial thinkers from the global south such as Walter Mignolo and Boaventura de Sousa Santos in order to better understand the possibilities of surpassing a colonial and strict Western/Eurocentric way of thinking. The spatial practices of Mexican Zapatistas finally serve here as vivid illustrations and sources of inspiration. For their chapter, Nick Clare and Victoria Habermel deal with a peculiar and particularly difficult task, to bring communization theory and anarchist geography together within the framework of an attempt at nurturing a dialogue between anarchism and so-called autonomous Marxism. What potentially makes this task difficult, and perhaps even a little risky, especially from a left libertarian point of view, is indirectly answered by the following chapter. Be that as it may, to the extent that they recognize that communization theory fails to properly engage with any form of space, let alone an anarchist/anti-capitalist approach, their engagement with the commons and their wish to develop a theory that engages with these spatialities in producing communization, commonization surely deserve attention on the part of left libertarians. Although the kind of dialogue envisaged by Clare and Habermas can be at least partly fruitful, the difficulties that are historically implicated in a largely hypothetical dialogue between Marxists and libertarians are precisely the subject of the chapter titled Feuding Brothers. 13. Written by Marcelo Lopes de Souza. The author examines the various aspects of the challenge Marxism represents for left libertarians today, focusing especially on the difficult relationship between libertarian and Marxist socio-spatial researchers and activists. In terms of the respective intellectual heritages, ideally, the author states, Marxists would give libertarians due credit for ideas such as horizontally, self-management and radical decentralization. In turn, libertarians should show more interest in political economy. Furthermore, libertarians of all sorts would do well to recognize classical anarchism's shortcomings. Unfortunately, as the author stresses, we do not live in a perfect world. Therefore, this kind of expectation is unrealistic, and such a delusion can do libertarians a big harm in this moment of history, when they are potentially strong as never before since the 1930s. This is not to deny the importance of dialogue, but just a plea for non-naivete on the part of libertarians. The next chapter also deals with a difficult dialogue, but this time within the boundaries of left libertarian thought itself. In The Citizen and the Nomad, Ben Pauly focuses on and discusses the differences but also complementarity of the ideas developed by two anarchists, Murray Bookchin and Hakim Bey. From our own viewpoint, the conflict between Bookchin and Bey should be understood in the context of a conflict between generations, although Ben's contribution is less explicit in this regard. Bookchin, who was born in 1921, grew up in the 1920s and 1930s, a time when classical anarchism was still very much alive. Bey, in contrast, was born in 1945 and was politically socialized in a very different world, being a teenager and a young man during the decisive years of the raising of the rebels without a cause generation and Western counterculture. Every piece of knowledge is deeply rooted in culture, geography, and history, and so it is also situated. Bookchin's concerns and attacks can be seen as a manifestation of discomfort on the part of an activist forged within the framework of a working-class milieu in the face of more fragmentary manifestations of anarchism that are themselves the expression of an age characterized by disillusion and, especially in comparison with the 19th century and the early 20th century, also by pessimism and conformism. Bookchin misses revolution, though not in a Leninist sense, and is very suspicious about the glorification of fragmentary insurrections. Bey, on the other side, instinctively understands some aspects of our age better than Bookchin and 14. Adapts himself with fewer difficulties. That is not to suggest that Bookchin was a sort of anachronistic classical anarchist lost in the second half of the 20th century. On the contrary, Bookchin's contributions to the critical reflection on ecology and technology, his very positive valuation of social movements other than the workers' movement, and his sensitivity towards the potentials and limits of our big cities in terms of reinvigorating/recreating direct democracy practices show very well the essentially contemporaneous character of his major contributions. However, Bookchin could not easily accept what he understood, perhaps even correctly, as a rather defensive or individualistic and aestheticizing posture. If Murray Bookchin can be criticized for a certain lack of sensitivity in terms of some limits of our time, Hakim Bey can be criticized for being largely an adaptive expression of this same time, in spite of all the radical elements and intentions present in his thought. But beyond these criticisms, the question about prospects and possibilities for resistance remains open, and surely both Bookchin and Bey can contribute to our efforts in this direction. Perhaps some concrete examples of contemporary emancipatory praxis, such as the Zapatist territory in Chiapas, can help in building some bridges between Bookchin's and Bey's approaches to socio-spatial transformation. At the end of the day, we can confirm again and again that good radical theory is illuminated all the time by radical praxis. We must bear in mind this intellectual and political principle particularly when dealing with the two next contributions, Vanessa Sloan Morgan's and Adam Lewis's accounts of indigenous resistance and the need for anarchism not only to be radically anti-colonialist but also to purge itself from colonial residues. In fact, the two following chapters deal with the same subject, colonialism and its long-lasting effects, and show a remarkable mutual complementarity. Both are a mixture of theoretical discussion and empirical evidence from North America. Vanessa Sloan Morgan goes first, where she discusses the importance of making it clear from an anarchist perspective that colonialism, and therefore capitalism, remains at the center of socio-spatial state institutions. More specifically, she wants to investigate the entrapment involved in a certain logic of violence and silence, and with this purpose she explores the culturally hegemonic, relationally ontological form of settler colonialism that is at the core of indigenous settler relations. She wants to highlight the strong relationship that must exist between anarchist and anti-colonial thought and praxis, insisting that only on the basis of a clear anti-colonial commitment can anarchism be truly coherent. For his part, Adam Lewis develops a delaceratingly critical reflection that is even more viscerally opposed to granting any privileges to settlers. In a chapter of broad significance, he offers readers what can be understood as a deeply 15. Critical reflection on settler colonialism, having the United States and Canada as sources of inspiration. Interacting with the indigenous resurgence movements across Canada and the United States and the attempts to formulate indigenous futures outside the state and capitalism, Adam shows that there is no possible emancipatory project that can be committed to decolonization while sparing capitalism and statecraft. In a nutshell, the very pillars or our heteronymous world. Adam Lewis wisely and acutely warns that without attention to the histories of settler colonialism, and enduring indigenous resistance, anarchism is overlooking a foundational structure of oppression and domination while also pushing aside engagement with some of the people who know most about living outside and confronting the state and capital. In light of this, he then goes on to conclude that anarchism needs to develop a critique of settler colonialism, so we can more effectively fight where we are, but also so our methods of resistance and hopes for the future don't come at the expense of others who were resisting long before us. The final chapter, this time dealing with the presence of invasive beings, is by Nick Garside. As he says, in nearly all cases referring to feral or invasive animals that I examined, there was a common theme that meant feral animals, aliens, and non-natives were judged as unnatural outsiders and, as such, a disturbance to be dealt with by whatever means necessary. However, the discourse autochthonous versus exotic is a power discourse full of consequences. The reason most often given for eradication of the individual species is preservation of the integrity of the collective environment, while much of the language associated with conservation projects has rightly been challenged and shown to have xenophobic or even racist connotations. However, as Nick asks, how could anyone not want to save the integrity of the ecological/social/cultural community? As we see, this question embodies an ideological trap. Nick's viewpoint is against this logic, where he looks to a disruptive promise that can emerge from claiming the language of the invasive as a kind of political metaphor for envisioning one's political agency. The disruptive promise of being feral can become a radically democratic way of participating in modern democracy. I consider feral a border or boundary term that describes a creature that is neither wild nor domestic, and at times both wild and domestic, never conforming to either simplistic classification. As such, one who is feral is invasive. In a world full of tensions in the wake of civil wars and their many refugees, not to mention immigrants driven by famine or natural disasters, Nick argues that feral citizens know they do not have the answer to democracy's many paradoxes and tensions, so, along with being interested in expanding the 16. public sphere and revitalizing democratic culture, they are perpetual learners who perform as observers and active listeners as well as storytellers and actors. This is a perspective that promotes a highly stimulating intellectual and political enterprise. Undoubtedly, many challenges lie ahead and numerous gaps remain within the landscapes of left libertarian geography that wait to be filled. but it is hoped that this volume will be of assistance for all left libertarian scholars and scholars activists who want to meet those challenges with the purpose of helping advance radical theory and praxis in the spirit of revolt. Chapter 1. Conceptual Construction and Cultural Diversity. This short chapter was originally intended as a section, Who Are the Libertarians?, of my chapter Feuding Brothers. Left libertarians, Marxists, and socio-spatial research at the beginning of the 21st century. Following a suggestion made by our publishers, however, I decided to make that other chapter more concise by means of transforming this conceptual discussion into an autonomous piece. Considering the importance of this terminological/conceptual debate beyond the borders of the specific problem analyzed in that text on the complex and difficult relationship between libertarians and Marxists, an autonomous existence of this piece can be of advantage by means of shedding light upon a crucial challenge in terms of intercultural communication inside the libertarian field. Maybe it is a surprise for some, but libertarian is an astonishingly polysemous word. For several reasons, this is not a minor question, and several misunderstandings have arisen from this polysemia phenomenon largely connected with cultural diversity. Although it is certainly not the case of simply advocating some culturally embedded discursive context detrimental to others, it is surely important to clarify what different authors and people/cultures understand and have understood as libertarian. This task is necessary not only because the meaning of this word has been very often reduced to anarchism, especially to what I have called classical anarchism, an oversimplified interpretation that must be challenged, but also because this term has gotten a peculiar meaning among Anglophone 20 people, particularly in the United States. This U.S. specific meaning strongly contrasts with the one that has shaped the continental European and Latin American traditions. The French word libertaire was coined by writer and poet Joseph de Jacques in a letter to Pierre-Joseph Proudhon written in 1857, in which he criticizes the latter for the scandalously misogynist aspects of his thought. Since then, anarchist and libertarian are terms which have inextricably connected with each other to the point of being regarded practically as synonymous in almost all countries. A broader, more plastic view, however, is possible and indeed convenient or even necessary. In my works, the adjective libertarian covers a wider spectrum of political philosophical streams and types of political and spatial practice than that set of authors, movements, and experiences directly related to anarchism in a strict sense. In fact, it covers the set of approaches to society which historically evolved within the framework of what can be called a two-front war, in the context of which libertarians have theoretically and politically fought simultaneously against capitalism and against authoritarian approaches to socialism. In spite of the essential convergence of all left libertarian positions within the framework of this two-front war, the aforementioned set of approaches has become increasingly heterogeneous since the middle of the 20th century, as several conceptual and theoretical aspects and premises shared by 19th century and early 20th century anarchists have begun to be criticized or strongly relativized from new libertarian perspectives. In other words, left libertarian thought and praxis should not be taken as synonymous with anarchism in a strict sense, which I have proposed calling classical anarchism. We must also include in the left libertarian galaxy the approaches that have been developed since the second half of the 20th century and which tacitly or explicitly challenge the classical heritage in various degrees, mainly encompassing the several forms of neo-anarchism 2 and autonomism 3, as I already pointed out in Souza. Classical anarchism, regardless of its enduring importance as a source of inspiration in some respects, has also presented several limitations, which were stressed for instance by both U.S. American neo-anarchist Murray Bookchin and Greco-French Autono. 21. Missed Cornelius Castoriadis many years ago. One of their objections is that one related to the understanding of concepts such as power, law, and government. In contrast to classical anarchists, who typically used the term power as synonymous with something necessarily bad, Bookchin refused to reduce power to heteronymous power. Symptomatically, among his criticisms against Foucault was precisely the fact that the latter assigned in a way more or less similar to classical anarchist style a pejorative connotation to the word which corresponds, in Bookchin's opinion, to a pernicious narrow-mindedness. Castoriadis expressed a similar disapproval of this kind of conceptualization typical of classical anarchism, and in a number of works he showed the reasons why concepts like power and law deserve to be understood in a non-reductionist way, a position that, far from being detrimental to a radically anti-capitalist approach, in fact enhances a deeper grasping of the circumstances under which human emancipation is realistically possible. For Bookchin also pleaded for a broader, more flexible understanding, admonishing orthodox anarchists for making the mistake of reducing the meaning of concepts such as government and law to the state apparatus. 5. Besides all that, there is a further, broader problem that Bookchin apparently did not become aware of: the exaggerated attachment of classical anarchism to physis, in other words, its naturalism, and its underestimation or even its relative neglect of nomos. It is not difficult to see that this problem conditioned several of classical anarchism's limitations. Convinced that the laws of nature decisively influence human behavior and condition human possibilities from the very beginning, classical anarchists typically believed harmony and progress could be achieved through learning and respecting these laws. Society should, hence, adjust to them, and the main problem of state power, laws, and authority would lie in the supposed fact that they were not natural enough. This kind of naturalizing of society, which actually goes far beyond vulgar environmental determinism, can be clearly illustrated by Pyotr Kropotkin's case. For him, mutual aid among human beings is as much a fact of human nature as it is a component of nature as a whole. 6. Considering this, it is not a surprise that Kropotkin explicitly rejected dialectics, advocating instead positivism and championing the inductive method of experimental sciences within the framework of an 22. approach to nature and society, according to which science and natural science are ultimately synonymous. This naturalizing way of thinking, systematically defended by Kropotkin but strongly present in most of classical anarchism altogether, is also a factor behind beliefs such as those related to the teleology of progress, the optimistic view of an immutable and essentially good human nature, and the belief according to which power and law are always to be seen as something negative, the alternative being a society supposedly based on spontaneity. And it is clear that this naturalistic ideology prevented classical anarchists from seeing that rules are unavoidable, and that explicit, easily and regularly changeable rules are preferable than the insistence on a metaphysical, unrealistic state of pure spontaneity. It is interesting to notice that even Elisee Reclus, a very sophisticated author in several respects, had his creativity restricted by the chains of a largely physis-oriented approach. Murray Bookchin had shown reservations towards the nostalgic traditionalism of many anarchists. In a very symptomatic way, at the beginning of a lecture in 1980, he announced his intention with that speech: "My remarks are intended to emphasize the extreme importance today of viewing anarchism in terms of the changing social contexts of our era, not as an ossified doctrine that belongs to one or another set of European thinkers, valuable as their views may have been in their various times and places." As far as Castoriadis is concerned, his criticisms against anarchism date back to the late 1940s and comprise objections against anarchism's individualism and against the typically reductionist understanding of concepts such as power and law. Bookchin and Castoriadis, on the one hand, and also many social movements such as Mexican Zapatistas, on the other, illustrate the necessity of widening the scope of the term libertarian in order to do justice to contemporary reflections and forms of emancipatory praxis. Last but not least, a further clarification is very much needed, envisaging U.S. American readers. While libertarian is a word inextricably connected with leftist traditions in all Latin languages, 7. It has often a different meaning in English, particularly in the United States. The English adjective libertarian was apparently coined at the end of the 18th century by late Enlightenment freethinkers, initially meaning just an anti-deterministic belief in free will. However, while in France libertaire eventually became strongly associated with anarchism, in the course of time. 23. A quite different meaning has developed on the other side of the Atlantic. In the United States, where political cultural ideas and values have been inextricably conditioned by a long tradition of individualism and privatism, The term libertarian often designates a kind of ultra-liberal ideology and the defense of a minimum state, commonly in the absence of any trace of criticism against possessive individualism and capitalism, as exemplified by bizarre phenomena such as anarcho-capitalism and the Libertarian Party 8. As a consequence, it is usually necessary in the United States to differentiate between right libertarian and left libertarian, a precaution that is virtually superfluous or even confusing in most other countries. In fact, the historical role of individualism and privatism in U.S. American political culture has been so overwhelming that even anarchism in a strict sense has been often represented in that country by individualist anarchists like Benjamin Tucker and, to a large extent, even Emma Goldman. 9. Be that as it may, it is important to notice that there have been outstanding Anglophone thinkers and activists who have always used the term in its original, left libertarian meaning, such as George Woodcock, Murray Bookchin, and Noam Chomsky. In light of all the above considerations, from a Latin American perspective, the struggle over the meaning of the term libertarian is worthwhile. Chapter 2. Non-domination, governmentality, and the care of the self. Non-domination has been a powerful concept for contemporary anarchist scholarship. It is attentive to multiple and intersecting modes of oppression that delimit possibilities for human becoming. It refuses a hierarchy of oppressions, and thus avoids privileging a particular mode, revolutionary subjectivity, as primary. And it links the freedom of one to the freedom of all. Domination, May argues, is but one deleterious effect of power, one that arises in situations of inequality. Thus, non-domination requires a maximal equality of power relations. It renders freedom and equality inseparable while avoiding defining freedom through recourse to an essentialized human subject. The contemporary preoccupation with non-domination has its roots in the thought of fin de siècle and early 20th century anarchists like Bakunin, Kropotkin, Reclus, Goldman, Landauer, and others, who were famously attentive to the inseparability of freedom from equality and to the diffuse and situated character of power, whether manifested in state, religion, class relations, the family unit, gender norms, or any other hierarchically organized social form. In this chapter I take issue with what is arguably the dominant conceptualization of non-domination within contemporary anarchist movements: non-domination as empowerment as advanced by Gordon. I argue that while this concept is useful in attentiveness to intersectionality and its linking of freedom with equality, it lacks an account of the disciplinarity of the call to empower others and thus of the constitutive character of power. In so doing, non-domination as empowerment re-establishes the idea of a sovereign subject, and thus, the humanist essentialism that contemporary Scholl 28 Rs, in particular, have been at pains to avoid. In the second part of the chapter I draw on governmentality scholarship to account for the disciplinary character of anarchism's will to empower others. However, while governmentality scholarship is useful, I argue that it lacks the tools to differentiate between liberal and illiberal forms of empowerment and thus to articulate a more liberating mode of governing through freedom, despite its crypto-normative claim that the freedom we are invited to embrace under liberalism is insufficiently liberating. In order to articulate a more liberating mode of governing through freedom without recourse to the liberal subject, I draw together Foucault's later work on the care of the self, late 20th century black feminist critique, and contemporary anarchist anti-oppressive practices. The claims I make are based on a 4-year auto-ethnographic engagement of 2 anarchist social centers and associated projects in Bristol, England. Non-domination and the constitutive character of power. The idea of non-domination as form of empowerment is rooted in eco-feminist activist writer Starhawk's proposal for a threefold schematic for understanding power. This differentiates between power from within as personal capacity and inner strength, power over as power wielded so as to dominate the will of another, and power with as power wielded non-coercively amongst people who see themselves as equals. Holloway uses this schematic, recasting it through Marx's theory of alienation and simplifying power from within to power to as the capacity to affect reality. In capitalism, Holloway argues, the worker's power to is sold as labor power, transforming it into an owner's power over, thereby alienating human beings from their capacity to do. However, as Gordon points out, this fails to account for inequalities of power in non-capitalist relations, such as within anarchist groups. In a brilliant and influential book based on extensive empirical research, Gordon articulates and reconfirms what is arguably the dominant understanding of power in contemporary anarchist praxis. This draws on Starhawk's threefold framework to analyze the sources of inequalities of power within anarchist groups and expose the tension between overt and covert forms of power. Through signaling the possibility of productive power, this framing seems to avoid an account of power as a constitutive outside from a benign human subject and is attentive to the multiple and intersecting forms that oppression can take. The non-domination as empowerment argument is compelling and useful. It is attentive to intersectionality and neatly brings together the egalitar. 29. Ian and libertarian currents of anarchist praxis. If anarchists are for freedom with equality, then the practice of freedom must be self-directed. Hierarchies must be abolished out there in the world and in movement organizing practices in order to empower all to lead their own process of emancipation. Despite its extensive uptake, the Gordon/Starhawk approach to non-domination has four main flaws. Firstly, it fails to account for the ways in which self-discipline, as power over the self, might have a liberatory character. This is not encapsulated by the concept of power to which refers, instead, to an individual's ability to act on the world. This is problematic since self-discipline is a key part of subject formation in the absence of authority. The ethical practices in which anarchists engage, from dietary choices, long meetings, and rainy day actions to everyday anti-oppressive practices, require immense self-discipline. But non-domination does not provide us with a tool to account for this as liberating. Without tools to think self-discipline in liberating terms, anti-oppression work and other ethical practices necessary to creating equality can be seen as an imposition, duty or obligation on an otherwise free self. Experienced as a burden, activism can become both paternalistic and personally unsustainable. Secondly, non-domination as empowerment sees authority as always already illegitimate. Authority is a form of power over. While anarchists have been represented, and some represent themselves as against all authority, there are certain forms of authority that anarchists accept. I willingly, if not uncritically, submit to the authority of my friend teaching me how to use a chainsaw. I privilege the authority of the survivor of sexual abuse, and if my affinity group buddy says run, I run. There are also situations in which authority is deployed collectively in the interests of justice. For example, the facilitator who privileges the voices of historically marginalized subjects by jumping them up the queue of those waiting to speak. Autonomous spaces are bounded territories within which certain modes of conduct are unacceptable, and certain subjects like police, journalists, and fascists are barred from entry. In community accountability cases, certain interventions, though enacted with reluctance and as an ultimate last resort, are nonetheless instances of power over as authority that are crucial to prefiguring egalitarian spaces. Such spaces are often understood as non-normative or as the antithesis of hegemonic norms, but as Cooper argues, they are neither straightforwardly counter-hegemonic nor simply reproductive of hegemonic norms. Non-domination as empowerment veils this complexity through its rejection of legitimate authority. Thirdly, the concept of freedom embedded in idea of non-domination as empowerment is defined by the absence of power over freedom/non. 30. Domination is attained by accessing one's power within and joining with others to create power with. While this allows a space for the productive character of power, it nonetheless rests on the idea of a sovereign subject waiting to be uncovered beneath layers of power over. The assumption here is that the subject is essentially benign. As May has argued, if human essence is already benign, then there is no need to articulate which kinds of human activity are good and which kinds are bad. All we need to do is remove the obstacles to the subject's natural fulfillment. The idea of a benign human subject can thus be understood as responsible for a peculiar kind of moral universalism, but one which is beyond deliberation, since which traits constitute the natural and good is not open to question. Lastly, the freedom as empowerment model sees power as a commodity to be redistributed. Being in possession of power in this sense enables person A to force, coerce, or manipulate person B to do something person B does want to do, and as such, to dominate them. If person B is empowered such that A and B possess equal power, domination would not be possible. This power as commodity understanding is useful in allowing us to uncover and analyze varied forms of domination that are operative in social groups. It is useful also in forcing a reflection on the distribution of material and psychological resources that imbue particular subjects with the capacity to dominate others. However, it fails to account for the extent to which person B may be constituted as a subject such that he wants to comply with person A. Likewise, it fails to account for the co-emergence of wills and desires, while power with allows for co-emergence of power by linking sovereign agents. Any interference with the rational will of another like seduction would count as domination. It fails to account for the constitutive character of power. As Kinna and Pritchard note, freedom in Gordon's account boils down to the minimal liberal formulation, freedom as non-interference. Kinna and Pritchard's issue with this understanding of freedom is that it would be possible to exercise one's will yet remain dominated. Kinna and Pritchard's response is to see non-domination as freedom from arbitrary interference. The problem with this approach is that there is no realm that is free from interference. To lay claim to such a realm re-establishes an outside from power. If we are constituted as subjects through practices of power, then we are always already interfered with. This interference should not imply that we are always already dominated. Governmentality and the constitutive character of power. Accounting for the constitutive character of power is important for those interested in liberation, since the modes of subjectivity we are called upon to 31. Fulfill impose limits on what we can be. They define freedom, usually in ways that are beneficial to those writing the definitions. It has been following this line of argument that post-colonial theorists called out the category of man as rooted in a particular patriarchal ethnophilosophy serving the colonial powers, that feminists of color called out the category of woman as reflective of and serving the particular white, middle-class social movement that claimed woman to be a universal category, and that queer activists and theorists have called out the categories of lesbian, gay and bisexual as limiting possibilities for becoming. Governmentality scholarship has been similarly attuned to the ways in which subjects are constituted through discourses and practices of freedom, participation, and empowerment. However, unlike more avowedly radical currents of feminist, post-colonial and queer thinking, rather than speaking in terms of limitation, work on governmentality identifies the production of subjects as a mode of governing, and one that is particular to, and constitutive of, advanced liberalism. Advanced liberalism, in this view, is less reliant on disciplinary power and more on the cultivation self-governing autonomous subjects. The cultivation of self-governing subjects is attained through a range of discourses and practices that encourage individuals to care for or work on themselves in order to attain a particular state of being, happiness or truth. Individuals are called upon to empower themselves, to create themselves within specific moral and socio-economic frameworks, as autonomous, rational decision-makers, responsible tenants, community partners and development participants. Through doing so, they become active participants in their own governance. Governmentality analyses usefully show freedom to be a historically contingent mode of governing rather than an immanent and universal characteristic of the subject. But they do more than signal the contingency of freedom. Though governmentality scholars are reticent to articulate their critique in such terms, they imply that a more liberating freedom is possible, or at least that the freedom we are offered is unsatisfactory. Thus, Dean highlights the fact that while the thinking involved in practices of government is explicit and embedded in language and other technical instruments, it is also relatively taken for granted, i.e., it is not usually open to questioning by its practitioners. There is a coded or crypto-normative claim here: it is better when we are more aware of the parameters of the modes of liberated. 32. Subjectivity we are invited to fulfill. Similarly, critiques of state and NGO-led empowerment programs tend to stress that while subjects are empowered, economic inequalities remain unaffected. The implication here is that subjects are not really being liberated. Rimke's normative critique is much more explicit. Be a responsible citizen means to be responsible for oneself, not others. Concerned citizens are thus urged to develop a new form of social responsibility, one that is not socially oriented at all but, rather, is one that produces a hyper-individuality for which an inherent, responsible relationality with others is actively discouraged and pathologized. Whether for their mental health or employment status, governmentality scholarship depicts external agents urging and educating others to bridle their passions through the inculcation of variant technologies of the self. Self-governance is participatory, but not self-initiated, nor is there the possibility of the empowered to reflect on the rationality driving their empowerment. Modern power in liberal forms is shown to operate through cultivating particular individualized subjects while constraining alternative forms of human becoming. Thus, in line with anarchist and feminist movement autocritique, governmentality scholars call attention to the individualizing character of advanced liberal practices of freedom and their concomitant disavowal of social equality. However, while governmentality scholarship calls out freedom on its emancipatory claim, it simultaneously disavows calls for a more empowering empowerment. Thus, while anarchist empowerment is inattentive to its disciplinary character which governmentality scholarship is poised to identify, governmentality scholarship does not provide the tools to think a more liberating mode of becoming. Anarchism as mode of governing. The anarchist invocation empowerment is rather different to that rolled out under and constitutive of advanced liberalism. It is not directed, provisioned, or protected by a state, NGO or private company, and the rationale for the autonomy of the subject is not only explicit but also profoundly at odds with the government of one by another. Moreover, unlike advanced liberal empowerment, anarchist empowerment is radically linked to equality to the extent that the aspiration to non-domination is universalist. It is desired for all and its attainment by all is a requisite for any individual to be truly empowered. However, while anarchism and neoliberal governmentalities must be differentiated, auth counter-hegemonic and hegemonic uses of 33. Empowerment are, following Foucault, governmental, in that they aim to produce aware and active citizen subjects who participate in the project of governance to mold their behavior towards certain ends. Counter-governmentalities are still governmentalities. Anarchists are concerned with the taking and remaking of space and territory, from squats, social centers and community gardens to factories and farms. They are concerned with the cultivation of self-governing subjects, from consensus decision-making at occupied encampments and self-organization in the workplace to the ethics of everyday life including dietary choices, conduct in relation to others and in the cultivation of a liberating relationship to oneself. These practices require a certain bridling of the passions, work on or care for the self in order to attain a particular state of being to which anarchists aspire, non-dominating and non-dominated. Freedom requires self-discipline. Moreover, as an assemblage of discourses and practices that aspires to universality, anarchism urges others to discipline themselves, to participate, to take control, to resist, to drop out, to rage, to organize, to get empowered. Anarchism is a mode of governing through freedom. That anarchism is a mode of governing is not a problem in itself. It only is problematic to the extent that the mode of subjectivity elicited and cultivated is the autonomous subject of liberalism and that this particular form of freedom is presented as freedom as such. If freedom is understood as empowerment, then we remain limited to liberal subjectivity even when this is positioned within the radically egalitarian framework of non-domination. Through such a commitment, we position a Western patriarchal form of freedom rational autonomous man as universally embedded in all subjects. Not only does this close off other possibilities for becoming, but it also creates a perverse relationship to the practices of self-discipline in which we engage in order to create more egalitarian relationships. If the subject is autonomous and yet, to be free, must live in equality with others, the ethical practices that cultivate equality become duty. While this provides a useful imperative to act ethically, as an imperative it is also an imposition that contravenes the very sovereignty on which it rests. Like Kant's rational autonomous subject who, in virtue of the rationality of moral law, will act morally, the subject is free, but only to make the right choice. If anarchism is to exceed the authoritarianism of liberal subjectivity, we need to think and practice freedom, and crucially, self-discipline, without recourse to the autonomous subject and with an attentiveness to the constitutive character of power. Unless we understand anarchist practices of freedom as governmental, then we will be unable to think and practice more emancipatory modes of governing. The question for anarchists, and for anyone desiring freedom with social equality, is how we differentiate between governmental techniques that foster individuality at the expense of equality. 34. And those practices of care that might help the freedom with equality to flourish. In order to answer this we need, firstly, to think of freedom and discipline as mutually constituted, to look to the ways in which practices of self-discipline that are required to cultivate egalitarian relations with others might be liberating for the subject of ethics. Secondly, we need to see subjects as mutually constituted to discard the sovereign subject as the fulcrum of human liberation and instead imagine liberation in a context in which subjects and selves overlap and agency is never pure. Neither contemporary anarchist thought nor governmentality scholarship are equipped for this task. As I have argued, dominant anarchist thinking tends to position liberation as coextensive with the attainment of autonomous subjectivity and lacks an attentiveness to the constitutive character of power. While governmentality approaches are useful in attending to the disciplinarity of practices of freedom, including anarchism's will to empower, they are profoundly reticent to articulate more liberating routes for being and relating. This reticence to adopt a normative stance is understandable, rooted as it is in a well-founded critique of the authoritarianism of moral universalism. However, there is already a coded normative character to the practice of critique in which governmentality scholarship is engaged. By failing to acknowledge this work is unable to distinguish between more and less liberating modes of governing through freedom. Critique and the critical ontology of ourselves. In Foucault's later work, he expands on the idea of critique and, in so doing, pushes beyond governmentality to tentatively propose a more liberating mode of becoming. In the following section I use this work to think through anarchist anti-oppression praxis, which, I argue, offers a route towards freedom/non-domination in absence of the sovereign agency. For Foucault, critique is not only a matter of pointing out on what kinds of assumptions, what kinds of familiar, unchallenged, unconsidered modes of thought, the practices that we accept rest. Criticism is a matter of flushing out that thought and trying to change it, to show that things are not as self-evident as we believed, to see that what is accepted as self-evident will no longer be accepted as such. While governmentality scholarship is adept at flushing out that thought, it does not answer why we should try to change it, why we should refuse to accept the self-evident. Writing much later, Foucault argued that an uncritical acceptance of the self-evident norms, discourses, and practices through which we come to understand ourselves as subjects commits a certain ontological 35. Foreclosure. It delimits what we can be and therefore constitutes a form of subordination. Critique, as provisionally elaborated in his later work, is the practice of exposing the ontological limits of ourselves in order to open the way for other modes of becoming. This art of voluntary insubordination, as Foucault described it, is clearly opposed to domination, but it does not constitute a foundational critique linked to a prescription for how others should live. It does not tell us how we should practice our freedom. Rather, it seeks to give new impetus, as far and wide as possible, to the undefined work of freedom. Critique in this sense avoids the authoritarianism of moral prescriptiveness yet simultaneously carries a normative claim. It suggests that experimentation with other modes of being is not only possible but also desirable. This idea that alternative practices should be allowed to flourish can be understood as one of post-structuralism's ethical principles. Drawing on his studies tracing practices of self-cultivation from late antiquity through to early Christianity, Foucault tentatively and incompletely proposes a form of care of the self that is oriented to precisely this kind of critique. He calls this the critical ontology of ourselves. Like in governmentality, the care of the self in here is understood as the attentive cultivation of a relationship to oneself so as to transform the individual to attain a particular state of being, happiness or truth. However, whereas his work on governmentality and subsequent neo-governmentality scholarship has been focused on the ways in which individuals are encouraged to care for themselves in particular ways, and are duly governed, Foucault is interested, in this later work, in how technologies of the self might render suspect the very norms through which we come to enact them. To the extent that such a practice might open other possibilities for becoming, it can be understood as more liberating than a practice of freedom that assumes its form to be singular and universal. Of course, rendering suspect still requires agency. Practices of the self remain guided by an aspiration for self-transformation that is very much the subject's own. Thus, it might be countered that by calling for a critical ontology of ourselves, Foucault reinscribes the primacy of the reflexive autonomous subject. Crucially, technologies of the self are not something invented by the individual himself. They are models that he finds in his culture and are proposed, suggested, imposed upon him by his culture, his society, and his social group. Critique encourages experimentation with and the cultivation of an attentiveness to the given so as to question and exceed it, but the subject is always formed within the limits of a set of historically specific formative practices and moral injunctions. The subject is always already interfered with. This existing repertoire of norms does not 36. Duce the subject as its necessary effect, nor is the subject fully free to disregard the norm that inaugurates reflexivity. One invariably struggles with the conditions of one's own life that one could not have chosen. Moreover, drawing on Aristotelian ethics, practices here including those technologies of the self that render norms suspect are not seen as the expression of the innate desires of a preformed subject. Rather, they are a practical activity through which the subject is formed. This radically changes how we think about ethical conduct. Unlike the empowered liberal subject, full and transparent self-knowledge is not a prerequisite for acting ethically. Rather, ethical conduct is the set of practices through which the subject transforms herself in relation to particular desire for being, happiness or truth. Since practices are understood as productive of subjects, the care of the self precedes self-knowledge. As Mahmoud argues, it is only from the standpoint of the dispositions formed through these practices that the Kantian question of moral deliberation can be posed. In this reversal of autonomous subjectivity, performative acts are understood as cultivating or training desires, including the desire for self-transformation that guides them. From this perspective, anarchist practices like consensus decision-making or anti-oppression work can be rethought, not as an expression of a sovereign subject, but as practical activities through which anarchist subjectivity is constituted. This radicalizes the notion of prefiguration as understood by anarchists. Whereas prefigurative practices have traditionally been seen in rather instrumentalist terms as issuing forth from the autonomous subject as a consequence of their own free will so as to enact a particular change in the world, we might better understand them as processes through which subjects emerge. They are both practice and performance, a trial run or training and, simultaneously, the main event. Agency, in this framework, is thus understood as always already impure and distributed across the social field. Selves are assembled through the enactment of normative practices not entirely of the subject's choosing, yet at the same time, it is possible, through specific practices, to cultivate an awareness of disciplinary norms and to create oneself differently. The emancipatory character of the critical ontology of ourselves is not in the attainment of a sovereign agency free from the arbitrary interference of the norms, discourses, and practices through which we emerge, but in the cultivation of a critical relationship to existing norms that opens the way to alternative possibilities for becoming. This praxis of transgression, of disobedience to the authority of the given, and of continual experimentation and self-transformation, is understood as an aesthetic practice, as a crafting of oneself through practices of care and attentiveness, as a practice of freedom opening other possibilities for 37. Becoming, and as a form of virtue. As a form of virtue, it is a prefigurative practice. Its value lies not within the promise of a new order soon to be established but in the undoing and creative experimentation it performs in the present. In the final part of this chapter I argue that contemporary anti-oppression praxis can be rethought as critical ontology of the self that offers a route to thinking and practicing freedom with equality in absence of the liberal subject. Anti-oppression praxis as a critical ontology of the self. Anti-oppression praxis is rooted in the critical interventions of late 20th century black feminists who called attention to the ways in which their experiences of oppression as women intersected with race, class, and sexuality among other axes of difference. Analogous to the way in which anarchists had argued against collapsing multiple forms of domination articulated through church, state, gender, and the family beneath economic exploitation, intersectional analyses refused collapsing radicalized and class-based modes of oppression beneath gender. For anti-oppression activists, a key way of speaking to the ways in which categories of difference intersect without positing one category as primary has been through the concept of privilege. The term privilege is rooted in Du Bois' concept of white skin privilege, which he used to refer to the invisible benefits paid to the white working class among them, to be first hired and last fired, to be less severely disciplined in the workplace and penal system, and to have preferential access to schools, credit and health care. While all members of the working class were understood as oppressed, some were privileged in relation to others. Crucially, it was not a requirement to be actively racist to benefit from a coalescence of practices that produce and institutionalize racist power effects. Linked to this work, yet with its own specific trajectory, feminist analyses of gendered violence similarly positioned practices as constitutive of systemic effects. Thus, rape was seen not as an aberration but as a constitutive feature of patriarchy, sustained in part by other less extreme practices of gendered oppression and their continual representation in popular culture. From this perspective, rape and sexual assault were to be challenged not only by bringing perpetrators to justice through increased conviction rates but also through micro-changes in interpersonal relations and a focus on altering the images and discourses that promote or legitimize gendered oppression in popular culture. 38. Drawing on the Freirine notion of the colonizer/colonized relationship, early anti-racist critique called for an attentiveness to the ways in which oppression can be internalized. Going beyond Freire, this referred both to the modes of self-policing taken up by members of marginalized groups and to the ways in which the form of freedom dominant in feminisms called forth, presupposed a particular subject and, in so doing, foreclosed diverse avenues of liberation. The discourses of consciousness raising and empowerment that co-constituted these critical interventions have subsequently been criticized, especially by governmentality scholars. As I have argued, empowerment as freedom presupposes a conception of power as a commodity to be redistributed and is therefore inattentive to the extent to which power is constitutive of subjects. Yet there are currents running through black feminist critique that cannot be so neatly collapsed into the problematic politics of empowerment that followed from them. Books called for fashioning new selves, practices of liberated self-formation without reliance on already existing subject positions offered by liberal feminism or its other, an essentialized black experience. Contemporary anti-oppression praxis emerges from this analysis of oppression that draws a structuralist critique of political economic systems together with a sensitivity to the ways in which systems or systemic effects and modes of subjectivity are performed through everyday practices. The privilege concept has been useful in these intersecting struggles to the extent that it gets at the systemic character of oppression without refeeing systems as things or, in contrast, suggesting that social change is solely down to a change of mindset. It has since been expanded to refer to an ever-growing set of differences. The effect of privilege, be it on account of race, education, class, gender, ability, sexuality or other axes of difference, is systematically to the disadvantage of certain subjects over others in particular contexts. Following this logic, we can understand oppression what anarchists might understand as domination as referring not to the suppression of an essentialized subject but to an inequality of the availability of possible forms of life, an ordering fixed in place by multiple, intersectional, and contextually specific power effects. Oppression is a closing off of possibilities for becoming that is challenged by micro-practices alongside the transformation of political and economic institutions. Anarchism and AOP. As a critical praxis oriented towards exposing and challenging multiple and intersecting forms of oppression in the present, AOP and anarchism share a deep affinity. Though its rise has not been uncontested, one with the cross-poly. 39. Nation and co-constituted character of contemporary anarchist movements with anti-racist, queer, anti-colonial, and radical feminist organizing, anti-oppression work has arguably become one of the mainstream, if necessarily incompletely enacted, organizing practices within the contemporary anarchism of the last decade. Central to the analytical and practical shift that has placed it center stage, has been the practice of reflexive critique and its varied reverberations in practice. In the tradition of 1980s black feminism, movement critics have tirelessly turned movement aspirations back on existing practices, on account of their racism or implicit white supremacy, sexism, classism, hetero and queer normativities, and often through a framing that positions the subcultural character of anarchist spaces and organizing practices against their self-proclaimed universality. These critiques attain grip precisely in exposing the gap between the aspiration to universalize equality and the claim that already existing inequalities radically circumscribe participation in allegedly radical spaces. It is in this context of unending critique towards a freer, more equal world that anti-oppression praxis takes hold within the anarchist milieu. AOP here is oriented to the cultivation of awareness of, and a commitment to challenge, the ways in which differences in social privilege work to systematically and asymmetrically foreclose diverse avenues for becoming. Challenging these complex effects involves a combination of commitment to engage in forms of collective action to counter the systemic effects of constellations of practices in which one might not be actively engaged alongside a nuanced set of embodied practices that seek to interrupt conformity with norms, discourses, and practices that sustain existing patterns of oppression/domination. One practice commonly positioned as central to the cultivation of anti-oppressive subjectivity is checking yourself or checking your privilege, referring to the practice of looking inwards, thinking about one's own positionality in relation to others in a particular social context and about the ways in which thought processes, forms of speech, body language, and other behaviors may produce oppressive relationships. Of course, simply reflecting on and naming privilege is not sufficient for challenging its power effects. Thus, varied practices of self-restraint are elicited and trained. For example, an individual may withhold from speech in the context of a meeting if they have already spoken, tend to informally lead the group, or inhabit a subject position that often occupies leadership roles. Conversely, it may entail speaking more loudly or 40. More clearly, or else consciously avoiding jargon so as to facilitate greater equality of participation in a group context. Cultivating an awareness of who gets listened to and who gets credited for ideas and challenging these dynamics if they seem to reinforce existing hierarchies or create new oppressive relationships are key aspects of AOP in anarchist and activist groups. Similarly, attentiveness to the reproduction of stereotypical roles is valued in anarchist spaces, and varied attempts to challenge them are commonly practiced. Formalized workshops are often aimed at training individuals in skills they may have had reduced opportunities to learn due to existing patterns of prejudice and exclusion, for example, a women's welding workshop or a men's child care group. Skill sharing is also enacted informally through everyday practices. As we break buildings, change locks, make repairs, cook food, organize and make decisions, anarchists are almost always attempting to share the knowledge and skills they possess. The aim here is to minimize the possibility that hierarchies can emerge or persist, since it is through hierarchies that domination is understood to be articulated. Doing this well requires the cultivation of particular virtues and further skills. For example, the ability to build capacities in others through positive reinforcement and sensitive criticism is crucial to skill sharing, as is the ability to take the critique of others with gratitude. Patience is also required, since output is slower when explaining and offering space for others to experiment. This, in turn, requires the cultivation of a different disposition towards the relationship between time, space, value, output. The prefiguration of anti-oppressive spaces requires a privileging of process over output such that they become inseparable. AOP is also taught, albeit in differing ways, through workshops and trainings that encourage self-reflection and, when done well, can elicit more egalitarian conduct in everyday life. Such formalized pedagogical practices range in subtlety. A common workshop technique calls upon participants to stand in a line with their eyes closed and take a step forward or back when a statement is read aloud that describes a privilege the participant has or has not experienced. While such techniques can elicit profound realizations that lead to changed practices, they can also be unsafe spaces for less privileged subjects. As Smith argues, such ritualized practices of confession can also serve to refy and fix an innate self and give the impression that AOP is something that can be done or achieved in a single workshop. This is especially the case with the uptake of AOP within the nonprofit and public sectors, where freedom as a state of being non-oppressed, like the contemporary anarchist conception of non-domination, treads very close to the minimal liberal conception of non-interference, privileging the personal at the expense of challenging broader systemic power effects. These problematic practices, however, should not discount the validity of skillfully enacted AOP, which aspires, on the contrary, to a continual 41. Undoing of fixed selfhood. It is rare that this can be achieved in a workshop context. Thus, more significant in training AOP is simply its reflective practice with others and the quotidian interventions that elicit and remind participants of their own commitment to it in everyday life. Collectively written group agreements that foreground consensus decision-making processes are a key tool of returning mindfulness to anti-oppressive aspirations. Some explicitly call on participants to check in with themselves or to actively listen to the previous points, rather than formulating a contribution while others talk. Others request that we attempt to interpret the speech of others with benevolence, that we start from an assumption of good intent in order to minimize aggressive reactions to the speech of others. One linguistic technique rooted in person-centered psychotherapeutic practices asks participants to be conscious of who you are referring to when you say we in a group context, and try to avoid using you to describe to others what is in fact your own experience. Beyond self-reflection, group agreements can also establish consent for normative practices, for example, privileging the voices of historically marginalized subjects in the queue of participants waiting to speak or in leadership roles within the organization. Alongside codified reminders of commitment is the positive example of others, and especially of socially respected participants. With the conversations and critique that accompany them, these performances constitute a more subtle, yet pervasive, everyday training in reflective self-limitation and the cultivation of particular modes of being that are central to the formation of anti-oppressive selves within anarchist spaces. If AOP is premised forms of self-limitation, how does it avoid adherence to precisely the duty-bound rational subjectivity I have set out to contest? How might the necessary curtailment of the self be thought of and, indeed, experienced as liberatory? The answer here is in the manner or in the intent with which these practices are enacted. Holding oneself back need not be, nor should be, practiced as sacrifice. To think and practice it in this way presumes a preformed and repressed subject. Thinking freedom through the late Foucauldian lens I set up in the previous section, the emancipatory character of AOP is not in the reduction of constraints in order to better fulfill one's human essence. Rather, it consists of contesting the limits that the imposition of an essence entails in order to live differently. Greber argues that as a result of post-structuralist critique of the essentialism of alienation, post-anarchists have centered on oppression as the locus of resistance and in so doing risk an individualized politics that the privileged have no incentive of their own to engage in. Against this, he argues that the idea of alienation should be retained so as to provide a rationale for the privileged to be involved in social struggle. However, the lost authentic 42. Relationship to the self that the term alienation is positioned to recover simply imposes a new ideal of humanness that we should live up to. As Foucault argued in his earlier work, the man described for us whom we are invited to free, is already in himself the effect of a subjection much more profound than himself. It is freedom from the constraints of an idealized human subject rather than commitment to such an ideal that provides a self-interested reason for participation in radical social change. Failing to fulfill normative modes of conduct from a position of privilege is one way of contesting the limits imposed by the man I am invited to live up to. It is through such failures to perform and by actively creating ourselves in accordance with a positive desire for an alternative mode of being that we may be freer and live in greater relations of equality with others. While this provides a self-interested rationale for egalitarian practices, AOP as a practice of care of the self remains deeply tied to the subject's capacity for self-reflection. If we reject the idea of the sovereignty of the subject, we also discard the possibility of fully transparent self-reflection. If we cannot fully know ourselves, how can we avoid self-deception around our own anti-oppressive conduct? What happens when reflexivity fails? Failing to take account, allies, friends, and ancient masters. In an interview in 1984, Foucault is asked whether care of the self can become a way of dominating others. No, he replies, because the risk of dominating others and exercising a tyrannical power over them arises precisely when one has not taken care of oneself and has become the slave of one's desires. But how do we know which desires we are enslaved to, and which we liberate ourselves through their cultivation? It became apparent relatively early on in Foucault's investigation of Greco-Roman monastic and pedagogical practices that if the care of the self was to avoid egoism, the subject needed to be called to account by another. Here entered the figure of the ancient master as an indispensable mediator in an individual's relationship to his/her constitution as an ethical subject. The master's role, at least from the Hellenistic period onwards, was not to attend to the student's lack of knowledge, but rather to the fact that he/she may be gripped by bad habits. Becoming an ethical subject was not a matter of attaining the right knowledge but one of right practices and changing practices understood as formative of the subject. 43. So what is the significance of this for an anarchist anti-oppressive practice of the self? Mastery would not go down well with most anarchists. It is useful to equip ourselves with one more concept here. Foucault draws our attention to work of Philodermus, an Epicurean philosopher who argued that the guidance of the master had to obey two principles. Firstly, that there should be an intense effective relationship of friendship between the two partners, the guide and the person being guided. Secondly, that this guidance should have a certain quality, a certain ethics of speech or way of speaking. This he refers to as per-esia. Per-esia is a form of open communication, a mode of speaking truth to the other involving opening the heart, the need for the two partners to conceal nothing of what they think from each other and to speak to each other frankly. While much of Philodermus's text refers to the relationship between teacher and student, a relationship that would be problematic for anarchist ethics, Foucault calls our attention to the sign of a transition of the master's per-esia to the per-esia of the students themselves. The practice of free speech on behalf of the master must be such that it serves as encouragement, support, and opportunity for the students who will themselves also have the possibility, right and obligation to speak freely. Mastery encourages students to become masters to speak freely to one another. Moreover, the students' free speech will increase the euonia or friendship between them. If ancient mastery highlights the centrality of the other in the practice of self-formation, this anti-hierarchical practice of per-esia, as one of its necessary qualities, opens the possibility for much more egalitarian pedagogy of the self. Unlike the spiritual director, whose authority to guide is based on a special relationship with God, or the psychiatrist in modern culture, whose legitimacy is based on a claim to expert knowledge, the other as partner and guide is authorized by the quality of their speech, its free-spokenness, or per-esia. In the context of AOP there is a similar and radically decentralized dynamic in the role of the ally through the practice of calling out oppression. Allyship refers to the practice by which those with privilege in a particular context align themselves to work with individuals and groups experiencing oppression. Central to this practice is that those most affected should lead the struggle for their own liberation, and those with the privilege of not directly experiencing that particular form of oppression should work in support, as allies. For anti-oppression allies, entering into this work involves stepping out of one's comfort zone and committing to self-examination. However, it is recognized that no self-examination can ever be complete. Allies accept that they will be called out where their conduct fails to live up to their aspiration. 44. To enact anti-oppressive relationships. As Winfrey Harris argues, this is one way that good allies gain our trust. They unite with us, knowing that doing so means laying their imperfect selves bare. The idea that self-deception is easy, and that fully transparent self-knowledge is impossible, is thus built into collective practices. Allies also commit to call out others on their perceived oppressive conduct on the basis that the responsibility for challenging oppression should be collectively held. While there is no guarantee that an individual will transform their practices on the basis of being called out, a particular ethics of relationships makes a transformative response more likely. The manner of speech, like the père of Foucault's Epicurean students, should offer truth with compassion, as if spoken from the heart rather than a desire to expose an enemy or prove one's own purity. The practice of calling out another thus requires not only rational reflection but also the cultivation of virtues, like a generosity of spirit, and skills, like benevolent, timely and clear communication, and an ability to hear and listen without taking offense. Of course, there are situations where those who feel hurt need to express their rage in whatever form it comes. Legitimate rage should not be forced to fit a rational expressive frame, even as we valorize the cultivation of compassionate forms of calling one another out. Friendship in such cases is crucial. Having someone with whom to have ideas and feelings heard and reflected back can facilitate greater self-reflection as well as provide the solidaristic affective sustenance necessary to continue through difficult processes. For the friend in the support role, such interactions can provide an opportunity to reflect on their own relationships and commitments, and serve to renew them. In a context where adherence is voluntary and forms of enforcement are rare, these kinds of mutually supportive relationships are absolutely crucial. Drawing on Foucault's later work, White and Hunt argue that the practice of truth-telling about oneself is a form of ethical conduct through which an individual is exposed to the judgment of others. While they are correct to understand such practices as ethical, the form of confession they refer to is that of modern ethics described in Foucault's earlier work. Whereas in modern ethics the judgment of an external authority is required to direct proper conduct, within the positive Aristotelian ethics Foucault outlines, self-examination takes place within voluntary relationships of mutual guidance. In line with this positive ethics, anti-oppression allies, when acting skillfully, relate to one another not as police castigating improper conduct, but rather as catalysts for self-transformation in relation to the ethical precept they collectively aspire to embody, non-oppressive and non-oppressed. 45. Finally, the relationship to the self is a critical component in anti-oppressive allyship. Day writes of the relationship to the other in anti-oppression work that it is one of infinite responsibility, which means always being open to the invitation and challenge of another other, always being ready to hear a voice that points out how one is not adequately in solidarity, despite one's best efforts. Day's infinite responsibility is in the spirit of the practices I have highlighted. However, as an obligation to the other, it is too self-sacrificial. AOP as a practice of care for the self is enacted out of a positive desire to be a certain way, albeit a desire that itself is cultivated through those very practices. Having said that, this desire does entail an infinitely demanding relationship to the self. Given the impossibility of final arrival, reflective practice is always open to the possibility of concealed forms of domination. The cultivation of virtues like compassion, patience, empathy, and good listening, and the delimitation of seemingly natural oppressive patterns of thought and behavior from racism and sexism to jealousy and defensiveness is always unfinished. Yet living by an impossible demand is simultaneously a repetitive failing. Does it then lead to the self-sacrifice it strives to avoid? Just as the practice of calling out another should be practiced with benevolence, so should the practice of self-critique. The difficult balance here is in cultivating a relationship of benevolence to oneself without offering incompleteness as an excuse for lack of effort. This is a relationship that balances benevolence with accountability or, rather, refuses to see them in opposition. Where there is benevolent treatment of the self in relation to the impossible demand, yet an acceptance and openness to accountability, we get closer to a form of self-formation that is emancipatory for the subject of ethics, yet egalitarian in its orientation to minimizing domination in every aspect of social life. Conclusion: the freedom to place. Freedom in doubt. The care of the self in Foucault's later work places the givenness of the self, its supposedly innate desires and sovereign will, in doubt. Coextensive with the practice of critique, it is concerned with cultivating an attentiveness to the normative discourses and practices that shape our possibilities for becoming or our ontological limits. In calling attention to the limits and historical specificity of the desires and subject positions we are invited to fulfill, the care of the self opens the way for other practices of becoming. While such practices are always modified from an existing repertoire, engaging in that practice of modification to create oneself as a subject can be understood as more liberating than the practices of freedom through which liberal government is attained. 46. Anarchist anti-oppression praxis can be understood as practice of freedom in this late Foucauldian sense, that is, as an aesthetic practice of care for the self. Through formal workshops and skill shares and an array of informal interventions from skill sharing and the performance and repetition of proper conduct in everyday life to the ethos of anti-oppressive allyship, these practices perform and cultivate habits of critique, constantly bringing the subject back to reflect on positionality, learned bad habits and ways of being and relating that do not live up to the form of life to which the subject aspires. Built into this ethos is the recognition that self-reflection will always fail, and thus, we rely on allies and friends, not to police us, but to assist us in cultivating the forms of freedom and constellations of desire to which we aspire. Paradoxically, while the cultivation of oneself is taken up out of a desire to be a certain way, that desire is never fully the subject's own. Desires co-emerge and are co-created through the enactment of practices. What the anti-oppressive practice of care for the self offers that is different from other daily practices in which we are engaged is an attentiveness to the ways in which our desires are cultivated. This offers a way of intervening in the production of desire. Though it is impossible to separate oneself completely from the social practices through which we become desiring subjects, anarchist AOP permits a greater degree of agency in the creation of ourselves, and can, therefore, be understood as a practice of freedom. Liberating as this may be, anarchist AOP remains an intentioned normative practice of cultivating subjects. Though it is maximally self-directed, maximally voluntary, and oriented to the creation of equality, to the extent that it seeks to cultivate particular modes of subjectivity and replicate itself, it remains a mode of governing through freedom. It is simply a more emancipatory and egalitarian mode of governing than that elicited by and constitutive of advanced liberalism. Chapter 3. Post-statist epistemology and the future of geographical knowledge production. In this chapter, we explore the possibilities of a post-statist epistemology in geography and its possible contributions to a radical pedagogical and methodological agenda within the discipline and social sciences more generally. Beginning with a critique of the naturalization of statist logics of social organization as indicative of a series of problematic epistemological assumptions within geography, we construct an anarchist framework for practicing geographical scholarship. This framework draws from anarchist thinkers and geographers, alongside other left libertarian authors such as Pierre Clastres, whose La Société contre l'État offers insights into how foregrounding stateless and non-capitalist social relations can help to construct new, anarchistic epistemological, methodological, and pedagogical frameworks. We also consider aspects of decolonial thought, such as epistemologies of the South, and feminist perspectives which seek to overcome the idea of the superiority of certain viewpoints, worldviews, or epistemologies, and see the construction of knowledge as a cooperative and horizontal process. Since epistemology is too wide and analyzes multiple aspects of the fundamentals and methods by which knowledge is acquired, constructed, justified, and so on, we will particularly focus on how we know and the limits of knowledge. We maintain that the state has a significant role in shaping the epistemic contours of geography and that colonialism in thought and subjectivities, culture, and epistemological frameworks prevails. Hierarchical power relations, typified by the state, need to be recast not as the endpoint of a linear process towards efficient and just social organization but as merely the outcome of spatio-temporally situated processes. Through 52. Out the chapter we emphasize the relevance, actuality, and expediency of anarchist thought, alongside other perspectives that can help to critically interrogate statism. In making this epistemological shift, one can find ways of transforming the processes and relations embedded in knowledge production and dissemination and, in addition, indicate research approaches that can help overcome privileged viewpoints, employing methods and valorizing knowledges that do not perpetuate subjugation. We therefore offer a number of methodological and pedagogical approaches that transgress statist and other authoritarian epistemologies, and outline some possibilities for geographers to prefigure collaborative, non-hierarchical ways of knowing and understanding the world. The chapter begins with an overview of how statist perspectives have become dominant in geographical knowledge production, before considering anarchist and other critiques of the modern state. Finally, after outlining several key principles for a post-statist epistemology, we consider a number of ways in which these principles could be implemented in pedagogical practice. Statism, anarchism, and epistemology. We first turn to discuss the ways in which statism shapes and delimits the epistemological foundations of geography. In proposing the notion of statism, we refer particularly to it as a pervasive yet historically contingent organizing logic that naturalizes and valorizes forms of organizational and social relations that, in diverse ways, replicate the state form as the dominant mode of governing society. Statist logic or, rather, multiple interconnected logics foregrounds verticalist, coercive, sovereign and legalistic qualities as central institutional principles for the management and governance of society, both within and beyond the spaces of the state itself. For example, the neoliberalizing transition from government to governance has been a state-driven process of restructuring not only the state itself but also the range of formalized organizations across society. Thus, whereas the state and other institutions can change form, statism remains a consistent logic throughout, nurturing and reinforcing structures that reflect or imitate its own. This pervasiveness of statist logics, however, is not necessarily adopted consciously, but its dominance in the vast majority of formalized structures means that it is reproduced and strengthened through practice. Geographers have increasingly emphasized the ways in which the state is a contested and complex outcome of everyday practice and interaction, yet our conception of statism stretches far beyond the realms of the state itself, envisioning statism as a set of logics that institutionalize. 53. Certain statist social relations in general. Statism and knowledge production in geography. In this section, we consider how statist epistemologies have shaped geographical knowledge production throughout the discipline's history. Early geography was heavily dominated by scholarship oriented explicitly towards the valorization and strengthening of the state. Thus, geography as a distinct discipline emerged at the same time as the European state form was being transplanted across the world through colonialist expansion. In this context, geographical knowledge was required not only to provide the technical and cartographic knowledges necessary for efficient resource extraction but also to strengthen and popularize the idea of the nation-state in the eyes of colonial subjects, citizens, and Creoles alike. Moreover, within schools, a key role for geography was to conceal the state's role in the organization of space and justify colonial enterprise. Thus, aside from the anarchist geographers notably Elisee Reclus, Peter Kropotkin, Lev Myasnikov and Charles Perron, geographical knowledge was intimately connected to colonial statism. The shaping of scholarship by the state in early geography has been critiqued in contemporary geographies, yet the state's role in shaping the epistemic contours of geography has endured. This has not gone unnoticed, but critiques have not been articulated unproblematically. For example, Sally Marston, in an otherwise excellent exposé of the state's role in shaping cultural meanings, argues that what we imagine ourselves and others to be in relation to the world is absorbed into, refracted through, and reproduced by state practices, practices that reflect hegemonic notions and beliefs that end up sustaining racism, sexism, homophobia, and other forms of oppression. Marston notes that state practices end up sustaining oppressive relations, rather than positioning the state as an active, politicized social relation. Marston represents it as passively, or accidentally, end up shoring up other oppressians, implying that the state is somehow politically neutral. Moreover, in noting that state practices reflect hegemonic notions rather than statism being a hegemonic notion itself, Marston's comment implies that it is not only beyond politics but also beyond time and historical change. Hegemonic beliefs come and go, but the state remains throughout. Marston is not the only critical geographer to inadvertently reproduce what we, below, term myths of the state. Moiggio and Pazzi, in their critique 54 of state-centric understandings of territory, argue that the state is characterized by the contextual forms of territoriality which are manifestations of power relations. Like Marston, their argument is underpinned by an understanding of the state that is politically neutral, passively characterized by the real politics that take place within and between states. Elsewhere, Brenner criticizes the centrality of the state within geography, positioning it as historically contingent, yet, in doing so, he remains fixed on the idea that the state is only contingent in the sense that it is a politically neutral infrastructure for capital's developmental dynamic. Similar examples of problematic epistemologies abound, especially among scholars who do not study the state so intently. However, we wish to emphasize that the way geographers talk and think about the state is shaped by a problematic set of epistemological assumptions that reflect the continuation of a pervasive statism within the discipline. This can be summarized by a core set of myths. 1. The state is the outcome of a natural tendency towards hierarchical organization. 2. The state is the only medium through which societies can function efficiently and justly. 3. The state is an irreversible, ahistorical, and unchangeable fact of life. 4. The state is a neutral, apolitical container of good or bad governments. 5. The state in its regulatory capacity is the only alternative or counterbalance to free market neoliberal capitalism. We do not presume that all geographers will reproduce all of these myths throughout their work, but that they produce a broad and largely unconscious framework of silent statism across a range of geographical imaginations and perspectives. Following Hockley, while a given analysis may not be state-centered in the sense of openly supporting state governmental policies, it nevertheless may be statist in the sense that it adopts the state's perspective on the social world. It is therefore possible to inadvertently reproduce a certain epistemology without consciously ascribing to it. Statism thus shapes not only our everyday experiences of the world but also the mechanisms and modalities of knowing. This is embedded in the state's tendency towards monopoly, in which it claims total control over the governing institutions and regulations of a particular territory. This transposes into a statist epistemology, which claims total control over the definition of what are in/appropriate or un/acceptable modes of knowing and relat 55. To the world. Conversely, by outlining a post-statist epistemology, below, we seek to explore not only a much wider range of epistemologies but also much more horizontal, collaborative, and decolonized techniques for acquiring and sharing knowledge in practice. Other frameworks, other perspectives. In this section we outline proposals and critical views from anarchism and other disciplines which give us elements for an alternative epistemological framework to geography's silent statism. We begin by discussing some ways in which anarchist perspectives can help us to understand some of the problematic ways in which statism functions through, and acts upon, knowledge structures. Then we go on to explain some of the contributions that contemporary authors have made in relation to decolonial thought and radical anthropology. Critiques on relations of domination. Anarchists have long noted that the state is only one of a multitude of oppressions and inequalities, yet it remains arguably the clearest example of how authority and hierarchy are manifested formally and institutionally in society. Much like geographical analyses of the everyday state effect, in which the state is the actualization of complex networks of prosaic practices of making, unmaking and remaking by actors within and outside state institutions, an anarchist perspective foregrounds the ways in which state is a social relationship, a certain way of people relating to one another. It can be destroyed by creating new social relationships, i.e., by people relating to one another differently. We, who have imprisoned ourselves in the absolute state, must realize the truth: we are the state. And we will be the state as long as we are nothing different. Anarchists move beyond geographical work in two ways. First, like Landauer, they emphasize that if the state is a contingent outcome of social relations, then it is possible to abolish it altogether. Second, the anarchist perspective integrates a critique of the state with a much broader critique of authority. On this second point, anarchist writers have often differentiated between authority based on expertise and knowledge, and authority that formalizes, promotes, and buttresses hierarchical and oppressive relations. Generally, when anarchists critique authority, they refer to the latter, which Kropotkin called Roman authority, representing centralized, managerialist and expansionist ways of knowing, organizing, and governing space, typified by the state. Power is therefore not 56. Necessarily oppressive, rather, its oppressiveness is linked to whether it is used to reinforce unequal power relations or develop horizontal ones. Key to the statist epistemology that is interlinked with Roman authority is Thomas Hobbes's dystopian state of nature, in which Hobbes claimed that, without a strong centralized state, life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. In his text Leviathan, Hobbes uses the state of nature as a rhetorical device to explain what he perceived as the necessity of the state. In exchange for sacrificing freedoms to a sovereign ruling body, security and well-being could be achieved. This perspective has endured to the present day, and anarchists have routinely criticized Hobbesian liberal statism for its simplistic and factually incorrect assumptions about human nature. Anarchists invert this view that understands humans as atomized, selfish citizens that require coercive authority to prevent conflicts. Instead, they view freedom as something necessarily social, augmented by immanent connection with others. Instead of seeking to curtail, we should see in them the real condition and the effective cause of our liberty, that liberty of each man that does not find another man's freedom a boundary but a confirmation and vast extension of his own. Consequently, the state is, by its very nature, a breach of this solidarity. The solidarity that statism breaches is, for Kropotkin, not a conscious sense of love or care, but a deeper, evolutionary unconscious recognition of the force that is borrowed by each man from the practice of mutual aid. In many respects, mutual aid continues within statist capitalist society specifically, in spite of statist capitalist society, and it is here where anarchists see possibility for alternative futures. Key to this possibility is another central concept. The notion of prefiguration connects anarchists' philosophical analyses of statist authority, and the glimmers of mutual aid that endure within it, with its political strategy. Rather than seeking to establish a free and equal society through unfree or unequal means, anarchism seeks to implement and valorize anarchist principles through political praxis and everyday life. As early as the mid-1800s, anarchists were already warning about the risks of the vanguardist, centralized methods that their orthodox Marxist contemporaries advocated, arguing that a revolution led hierarchically would inevitably lead to tyranny. Instead, anarchists have always sought to act in such a way that is consistent with the future society they wish to create. Prefigurative politics refers, in philosophy, to a belief in the unity of means and ends. Every act contains the seeds of a future world. In acting, a decision is explicitly or implicitly made to act in a way 57. That prefigures a certain future. A course of action is usually made according to circumscribed parameters, and this tends to reproduce the same social relations that already exist. For anarchists, in making a conscious decision to act otherwise, there is power to create the foundations of alternative social relations. This is not necessarily a rejection of the revolutionary moment, but one way anarchists seek to minimize the chances of such moments producing new systems of oppression. Crucially, prefiguration is a necessarily collective endeavor that seeks not simply personal moral choices but the proliferation of new, liberatory relationships and structures. In practice, it is also a means of collectively self-educating and sharing knowledges that may develop greater resourcefulness and refine political strategies in the future. Thus, for anarchists, alternatives to the state do not arise from the order that they refuse, but from forces that are alien to that order. Hence, prefiguring genuine alternatives requires a wholly different philosophical and epistemological basis. The notion of prefiguration, however, also suggests that unchallenged statism may continue and deepen over time as relationships, interactions, and spaces solidify along statist logics. This Roman logic cuts through society as a whole, since, within a state system, even non-state structures and relations are overwhelmingly shaped in a statist image. Yet the structures of society are not merely organizational, and the relations produced also reflect certain epistemologies, since societal structures are co-produced alongside and articulate with structures and processes of knowledge-making. Why else would people create a space in a particular arrangement unless they at least tacitly accept a certain set of knowledges that claim this course of action and mode of relating to be correct or effective? People act according to a complex meshwork of beliefs and knowledges about the world, and much of this is inherited through situated practices, experiences, and encounters, as feminist scholars have long argued. In turn, the prefigurative element within anarchist thought and practice suggests that the state's dominance through discursive, material, coercive, and other techniques is a self-reproducing phenomenon linked closely to statist epistemology. Anarchist thought also indicates that non-statist modes of acting in the world are conducive of alternative epistemologies and pedagogies. In essence, then, statism is partly a claim to knowledge about the world, not only what is true or false but also how we go about acquiring or discovering knowledge, and what the limits of knowledge may be. In order to understand how statism shapes the epistemological foundations of scholarship, as mentioned above, feminist analyses are helpful. The feminist philosopher Miranda Fricker has identified two forms of what she terms epistemic injustice. First, testimonial injustice refers to the 58. Disregard of certain knowledges due to the knower's positionality, for example, as a woman in a patriarchal society. Second, hermeneutic injustice refuses knowledges that are not fully explainable in contemporary language, but which nonetheless are true and valid. Examples include transphobia or age discrimination. Though these are relatively recent ideas, people experienced these injustices before the terms were invented. Hence, there was no way of articulating them, offering little opportunity to challenge them. Fricker's idea of epistemic injustice is useful since it both explains how other knowledges are marginalized and hints at forms of anarchistic pedagogical and methodological practice with which to dissentate dominant epistemologies and forge a geography which has its center everywhere, and its circumference nowhere. Critiques of the colonial way of generating knowledge and conceiving the world. In recent years, new tendencies in social sciences have tried to transcend the colonial legacy. Especially from the Global South, authors like Aníbal Quijano and Boaventura de Sousa Santos have contributed to the search for other ways of thinking that consider so-called Eurocentric thought as one in a diversity of forms of thinking and seeing the world. While this perspective assumes some questionable aspects, this approach looks to make an epistemological deconstruction of coloniality which is highly useful to our post-statist project. From this perspective we consider the idea of epistemological pluriversality, which transcends the universalist idea of the world. The aforementioned authors consider, on the one hand, that the comprehension of the world goes far beyond the Occidental conception, meaning that the diversity of the world is huge. On the other hand, coloniality continues to define criteria and points of reference as science. Thus, it should be recognized that the latter is manifested in distinct social spheres, which Quijano has identified as the coloniality of power, knowledge, and being, which together with the coloniality of nature, impact on daily forms of acting. This has also established, among other things, the idea of state organization as inherent to human nature. We follow Jara Cifuentes, arguing that it is necessary to decolonize knowledge by means of an intercultural dialogue between different cultures, considering them in this process as equals, both the invisibilized and the dominant, thereby allowing us to learn from each other from different epistemologies. These ideas have made important developments in recent decades, however, they are not external to libertarian thought, which was characterized by 59. Anti-colonialism, although not without polemic inside the movement. In the work of the anarchist geographer Elisee Reclus, we find that his conception of progress is complex, nonlinear, and considered of great importance what we call now cultural diversity and local or vernacular knowledges. This approach does not advocate a social standardization with Occidental civilization as the reference point. In fact, the geography of Reclus can be considered as one of the first attempts to remodel European hegemony in global dynamics. This remodeling foregrounds colonial pretensions and imperialist forms of seeing and exploring the world. In his writings, Reclus never accepts the existence of inferior races, even when he recognizes phases of material progress. He rejects the notion that this gives cultural superiority to a certain society. Thus, he is interested in the different forms of adaptation/relation of peoples to their environments to understand the diversity of social organization and cultures. Nevertheless, Ramnath suggests that despite libertarian thought being contrary to colonialism, as a project that appeared within modernity, it is necessary to decolonize our concept of anarchism. Therefore, anarchism should be conceived as just one manifestation of a large family of egalitarian and emancipatory principles and projects. In a decolonial approach to anarchism's Occidental roots, the author considers that we could locate the Western anarchist tradition as one contextually specific manifestation among a larger, indeed global tradition of anti-authoritarian, egalitarian thought/praxis, of a universal human urge toward emancipation, which also occurs in many other forms in many other contexts. Something else is then the reference point for us, instead of us being the reference point of everything else. This is a deeply decolonizing move. Critique of the state as an ontological structure and ways of thinking about power. The knowledge generated by anthropology could be of great help in recognizing the contingency of hierarchical and statist structures as well as in the analysis of power. For anarchist geographers Elisee Reclus and Pyotr Kropotkin, ethnographic studies were fundamental to develop their ideas and works, considering the other and their perspectives as sources of possibilities in the searching for an egalitarian society. Also, as we mentioned, their studies allow us to decenter the reference point, which was generally Occidental civilization, expressed from the diffusionism imaginary from the 19th century onwards. We consider that anthropological studies are relevant for geographical analysis and particularly in the critique of silent statism, since it allows us, on one hand, to know other relations between humans and their 60 environments and, on the other, to recognize from a self-critical standpoint the form of knowledge that the discipline generates. One study we recognize as especially fundamental for the construction of other epistemic frames is Pierre Claster's A Society Against the State. We wish to highlight three aspects of this work that, from our perspective, have not been appreciated or developed extensively in geography: the verification that the state is not an ontological structure, his critique of the idea of a one-way history related to evolutionism which defines advanced and backward societies in relation to the presence of the state and the power relations within society, and his critique of the idea that the economic realm is primordial to hierarchical power relations. Thus, next we expose these points in relation to one another. This does not imply that we do not recognize other authors whose work has foregrounded other visions, but Claster's study seems to us especially engaged with the aspects with which we are concerned. The state as an ontological structure. Clasters's analysis demonstrates that modern discourse considers the state as one of the main aspects of progress, development, and as a phase of society through which the character of advanced civilization is proved. As CLAS Trace comments, all modern education, liberal or anti-liberal, tends to suppose the idea of state as a necessary and perfect form of society. The state is presented as an ontology category. Consequently, all human societies are destined to develop and improve their institutions until achieve a society of the state. The state, together with the technical progress, the economy of accumulation, the writing, the class division, etc., are the achievements that evolution gives to human society and are those to whom society is directed. Thus, as CLAS Trace notes, the need for a state only reveals the ethnocentric background of this vision. For CLAS Trace, non-state societies are not pre-state or backward, so-called primitive societies are those that tend to reject inequalities, and for that, they are of their own decision against the state. Therefore, the state is a contingent structure that develops in particular social, geographical and historical contexts but does not correspond to any intrinsic necessity in human society. In his distinction between societies against or with the state, CLAS Trace asserts that coercive power is what differentiates the forms of power between leaders and chiefs of the first and the authorities of the latter. Thereby only one structural, cataclysmic upheaval is capable of transforming primitive society, destroying it in the process, the mutation that causes to rise up within that society, or form outside it, the thing whose very absence defines primitive society, hierarchical authority, the power relation, the subjugation of men, in a word, the state. 61. Linear history and evolutionism. CLAS Trace rejects the idea of a linear history in which gradual change leads a society without a state to become a civilized society with a state. He demonstrates that since the two types of society are fundamentally distinct, a change from one to the other cannot signify a step ahead or above. Thus, history is not linear in the sense that Occidental civilization has tried to impose, as part of its discourse to justify its expansion, hegemony, and atrocities across the world. This linear view suggests that societies without a state are incomplete, but this only represents the short-sightedness of classic modern thought, which sees in primitive societies delayed species of universal history. Moreover, the axiom which guides civilization is attributing to it the category of a true society when it develops under the aegis of the state. Finally, CLAS Trace declares that the history of peoples who have a history is the history of class struggle. It might be said, with at least as much truthfulness, that the history of peoples without history is the history of their struggle against the state. Between power and the economic. One of the aspects emphasized by CLAS Trace is that power does not have to be coercive in the organization of society since, as we mentioned, while power is inherent to society, this does not necessarily lead to authority. We face, again, an ethnocentrism prejudice. The political coercive power cannot be considered as the model or archetype of real power. It is just a particular case, a concrete realization of political power in certain cultures, as the Occidental. There is consequently no reason to take this modality of power as the point of reference and principle. The societies that CLAS Trace studied invented means to neutralize political authority, rendering their chiefs at the service of a socially defined project in which the people have no duty of obedience. In this regard, coercive power becomes a limitation on the multitude of the societies, which never sacrifice political equality, that do not recognize governed division, to the pseudo-security that the hierarchical coercive apparatus of the state provides. Conclusively, CLAS Trace established that the power relations exist prior to economic relations, the political relation of power precedes and founds economic relation of exploitation. Alienation is political before it is economic, power precedes labor, the economic derives from the political, the emergence of the state determines the advent of classes. Therefore, he does not consider that the political is a reflection of economic relations and characteristics, and for that, political oppression determines, begets, allows exploitation. 62. All the above mentioned do not have the intention to idealize the worldview of indigenous peoples or consider primitive society as a model to follow, but to present it as other possible human experiences. Through this, we might construct new epistemologies, convinced that this knowledge of other experiences can enrich and expand the analysis and contributions that geography could make to the construction of decolonized knowledge liberated from state hegemony. For other epistemologies. Considering the discussions above, this section presents an outline of an alternative epistemic frame questioning statism in geography, in which we discuss four main themes that we consider fundamental. This epistemological proposal foregrounds how knowledge in a post-statist geography could be constructed. Why do we consider these points as essential? In statism we find a discourse that does not make explicit the system of reference and worldview from which the social institution is conceived, thereby linking it to the modern Western ideological field. We seek to draw the state into a problematic where it can be analyzed by means of its fundamentals rather than solely in its details. This epistemic approach thus facilitates the overcoming of what we argue is the arbitrary notion of the superiority of a certain point of view and scarce radical approaches to questions of the state in geography. By no means is this epistemic frame an ensemble of norms, but we seek to maintain obscure zones that allow for discussion and continual transformation thereof. What we hope to do here is expand the possibilities of analysis so the state can be as deeply, critically, and dynamically examined as any other social institution. Thus, as Rafiston and Levy note, epistemology for the geographer should be a means of defending as much against a spirit of hyperbolic criticism as against confining and conservative dogmatism. It is the preservation of scientific liberty as held by Feyerabend. With the above mentioned, we ask, on which principles could geographical inquiry be designed in order to employ a perspective that does not perpetuate domination? Which world vision and system of reference can be suggested for a post-statist geography? And which perspectives could be introduced to geography to overcome this condition? Thereupon we will outline the epistemic alternative we propose in 4 points that in no way represent an absolute or completed epistemic framework. 1. Pluriversality, power, and liberty, recognizing epistemic diversity through a plural and open perspective, emphasizing the complexity and particularity of processes according to History 63. Cal change is the first view that we consider appropriate to the epistemic framework proposed. The openness of science, in general, to non-oppressive forms of constructing knowledge that do not degenerate into strictly ideological discourses is a position defended by Paul Feyerabend. Some of Feyerabend's ideas continue to be useful, particularly the notion of theoretical pluralism as a way to struggle against the uniqueness of method and totalitarian theories and his rejection of all authority in science. Hence, for Feyerabend, science is just one epistemological tradition among many. It is open to him, therefore, to bring extra scientific standards to bear on scientific practice. Or the cult of the scientific method has all the characteristics of a totalitarian ideology and produces equally damaging results. Thus, the idea of pluriversality allows us to reposition the Occidental perspective as another worldview as not the only way to comprehend the world. In this regard, we embrace some aspects of Santos's epistemologies of the South which emphasize the importance of a diversity of visions and the necessity of foregrounding this diversity. As Santos notes, all cultures are incomplete, therefore it is possible to enrich them through dialogue and engagement with each other. Likewise, we stand by the significance that Santos gives to the rejection of all forms of inequality and naturalization that block the possibilities for emancipation. Regarding the statist perspective, we consider that an alternative epistemic framework must critically examine hierarchical forms of organization, not only through using decolonial thought to reorient and reorganize science but also through critiquing authority as the primary means of imposing homogeneity and discourses that benefit personal/group interests. To fully embrace the pluriversal proposal, a radical perspective on coercive relations must necessarily be incorporated. As Emma Goldman established, authority is uniformity, and the only way to reach the integration of and to strike a balance between different epistemic alternatives is through liberty. Thus, we add that a consistent form of decolonized knowledge production should be supported by something that resembles anarchism. From this point we define our first aspect of our reference system, maintaining an emphasis on pluriversality of visions within a framework of epistemic liberty and equality. To the libertarian perspective, in previous sections we have insisted on the relevance of anarchist thought in undermining statist epistemology and in overcoming the epistemic injustices through which statism is established as the dominant form of conceiving power and social organization. We present two examples of me. 64. The logical and theoretical possibility in which a libertarian perspective can counteract the perpetuation of oppressive research practices. The first example is the methodological openness that from this social philosophy, anarchism is promoted. The dialectical method of Proudhon offers a rich vision of global diversity in movement, and an idea of a multiple and irreducible reality. As Capellati explains, to Hegelian Marxist monism is opposed the Proudhonian pluralism, to the dialectic of superior synthesis, the dialectics of egalitarian synthesis, to unification, balance. Thus, Hegelian Marxist dialectics are manifested as a vertical and rather more closed dialectic, whereas Proudhon proposes a dialectic that is necessarily horizontal and open. Proudhon's position thus exposes the hierarchical nature of the Marxist alternative. His synthesis of Hegel says Proudhon is governmental, and showing itself as prior and superior in the terms it unites, it leads to the arrogance of the state and the re-establishment of authority. Here is why the Marxist dialectics only lead necessarily to a centralist and authoritarian conception of state and a communist theory of property, while the Proudhonian perspective generates a federalist doctrine of society and a theory of no property. 1. Furthermore, openness and tolerance to other knowledges and worlds is manifested in Voltaire de Clère's works, an anarchist in whom we find the possibility to incorporate other forms of seeing the world from the same conception of the libertarian view. She considered that a wholehearted acceptance of differences is what freedom, rationally intended and consistently practiced, is mainly about. Besides, she did not conceive of anarchism as defined from a particular worldview, asserting that it no longer seems necessary to me that one should base his anarchism on any particular world conception. For myself, I believe that all these and many more could be advantageously tried in different localities. I would see the instincts and habits of the people express themselves in a free choice in every community, and I am sure that distinct environments would call out distinct adaptations. In turn, since anarchism is not a simple systematization, it is neither an abstract preconception of the world nor a one-way proposal on how it should be organized. In the same vein, Ramnath further explains this openness characteristic of libertarian thought. Ramnath argues that the anarchist tradition is a continuously unfolding discourse. And the content of this discourse is the quest for collective liberation in its most meaningful sense, by maximizing the conditions for autonomy and egalitarian social relationships, sustainable production and reproduction. In this way, the anarchist perspective 65 TIV allows us to take a step back from the statist discourse to interrogate the state as one social institution that humanity has developed, and that it has no inherent characteristic on social development. Instead, it is derived from the exercise of one type of power relations, namely, coercive power. As an egalitarian social project among many others, the libertarian vision enables the coexistence of multiple worlds and contemplates this complexity. It suggests that there is no single solution for social organization, no program that can be imposed in all regions of the planet, but that there is a unified expression of liberty and equality. From this perspective, we could give a basic shape to a worldview that can support our epistemic framework, allowing us to bring other methodologies, pedagogies, and ways of examining the world closer. The element of balance, exhibited in Proudhon's anarchist dialectics, also articulates multiple worldviews in contrast to universality. 3. The problem of the reference point. Considering our previous discussions, the point of reference is a fundamental aspect of our epistemic framework because decentering our point of view will lead us to greater proximity to other knowledges and experiences, leaving behind the statist cultural prejudice that forms an epistemological obstacle within scholarship. This is because if we do not have a systematic and deep critique of the properties of the state and its prevailing power relations, analysis will always start from assumptions that originate in the realm of ideological discourses. Returning to Claes trace, he mentions that statism's supposed universality remains closely linked to its own particularity, both historical and social, while its pseudo-scientific discourse quickly deteriorates into genuine ideology. Additionally, he recalls the importance of other knowledges and experiences to avoid judgments from self-referential models, that is, that knowledge should not be situated at the commencement of a historical logic leading straight to an end given ahead of time, but recognized only a posteriori as our own social system. The negation of other realities and experiences manifests itself through an ideological construction that derives a supposedly universal reality from the specific form that conceives it. Western, modern, or Eurocentric thought is based, as Gondler notes, not only in the reduction of thought to a certain reality but the reduction of thought itself, the epistemological and intellectual distancing not only from the realities outside Europe, but reality as such. Therefore, changing our reference point forces us to refuse the limits of our system of reference, and render it a system of dialogues and confrontations, which is then open to debate a particular 66. Problem, in a particular region and time. It is necessary that multiple experiences should be considered as equals and overcome the false universality of the civilized model as the only model acceptable for humans. This post-statist epistemology would help to overcome the arbitrary assumption where the state of civilization the civilization of the state. For overcoming modernity in connection with decolonial thought, the critique of modernity is another aspect we consider relevant to constructing an alternative epistemic framework. We follow the assertion that the goal is to overcome the modern project, not to reject it as abysmal thought. We argue this because, even if modernity presents itself as homogeneous, unique, and advanced, it is in fact contradictory and contested. 2. On the abysmal characteristic of this thought, Gondler comments that in the non-existence and invisibility of the different, other experience becomes imperceptible. Thus, our intent in overcoming modernity is to propose alternative forms of knowledge production that seek a balance between distinct realities from an egalitarian and open synthesis. There is a deep-seated conflict in Western modern thought and social science which Horkheimer and Adorno have analyzed in Dialectic of Enlightenment. For these authors, the Enlightenment led to an emancipation of humankind, becoming itself the master, the superior being in its relation with the other than human. That same relation of dominance with other than humans, of nature as subordinate to humankind, parallels the domination of other humans. What human beings seek to learn from nature is how to use it to dominate wholly both it and human beings. The authors describe the emergence of this relation of domination. Myth becomes enlightenment and nature mere objectivity. Human beings purchase the increase in their power with estrangement from that over which it is exerted. Enlightenment stands in the same relationship to things as the dictator to human beings. He knows them to the extent that he can manipulate them. The man of science knows things to the extent that he can make them. Their in itself becomes for him. Thus, the universality of ideas is based in a real control. Enlightenment is a totalizing project. As such, it aspires to homogeneity and uniqueness, the one. Its role is more significant considering how it reached most parts of the world and the methods through which it was imposed. This colonizer model of the world, superior to any other, manifests a particular form of seeing, a specific reality, which through power confronts the individual as the universal, as the reason which informs reality. For these authors, the way to 67. Shape reality from this perspective involves a simplified form mediated by, on the one hand, the immediacy of mathematical thought and, on the other, inflexible objective rationality. These reinforce and contribute to the dichotomies that establish moments in a linear history, converting contingent elements into constitutive realities of the human condition. In contrast to this vision, in which certain a priori elements are incorporated, it is necessary to reconsider reality as filled with possibilities, and to understand that modern statist knowledge is constructed from a singular view that appropriates reality as a scheme which adjusts to its own empirical referents to ensure its perpetuation. Our proposal for a post-statist epistemic framework is to include the idea of concrete universalism. Echevarria, who among others has developed this idea, proposes it as a way to try to come close to the cosmos opened by another code, by another perspective of world. Avoiding the tendency to position its own cosmos as the measure of everything and everyone, which we might call cultural imperialism, this approach recognizes the possibilities that an open and egalitarian dialectic could offer. So, how could universality become encompassing, to develop an approach not of excessive subjectivities or unification but of balance? Echevarria considers that the challenge that entails is to carry out a dialectical reaffirmation of the singular figure of the cosmos someone belongs to, and make it in a way that it implies introducing in that figure a revolutionary transformation, a substitution of its manner to articulate ingenuously the concrete with the universal, for another, critique, in which that articulation only occurs as mediated through the conjunction of a concrete universality. Overcoming modernity therefore entails the generation of alternative modernities or counter-modernities in other contexts, worldviews, histories, environments, and so forth. Contributions for pedagogy and methodology. In the previous sections we first developed a critique of statist epistemology orbiting the myths of naturalization and ahistoricity of the state. We then discussed the possible features of a post-statist epistemology rooted in other ways of knowing that transgress the boundaries of knowledge systems circumscribed by the modernity and universality of statism. The anarchist rejection of linear historical progression, its commitment to prefigurative and intersubjective forms of relating, and its foregrounding of marginalized voices and knowledges are central to a post-statist epistemology and its aim. 68. Implementation in the real world. Hence, in this section we reflect on the theoretical discussions in the rest of the chapter in order to outline some practical implications for pedagogical and methodological practice. Learning from other voices, subjects, times, and places the disentering of the modern state system as just one of a multitude of societal structures in the long course of human history is a central element of deconstructing statism's naturalization of the state. This process requires a certain level of humility since it involves a recognition that our own actions and initiatives as academics emanate from a certain epistemic reference point. This repositions contemporary knowledges as vulnerable, continually in a struggle to justify themselves in the face of a potentially vast array of other knowledge systems from other times and places. In a post-statist epistemology grounded in anarchism, statism is thus reworked as but one of many epistemologies presenting knowledge as situated in space and time. In practice, a multitude of mechanisms for enacting this shift are available to geographers, and these other schools of thought have already made efforts at developing strategies for both methodological and pedagogical innovation. Since a central element of post-statist critique concerns the naturalization of a certain mode of social organization, organizational form is an area of study where existing work has been less strong. As geographers, there is a considerable body of research and teaching on the state, as well as anti-authoritarian practices within state spaces, but little about non-state forms of large-scale social organization, which are generally overlooked in research agendas and teaching syllabi. To disentangle the state from dominant narratives, then, examples of non-state forms are needed. The huge anarchist-controlled regions of Spain between 1936 and 1939, which possess relatively comparable characteristics to contemporary Western society, may constitute an interesting case study on the functional mechanisms of complex non-state societies, yet they encourage us to step outside that same reference point of European modernity. Given its relatively contemporary setting, there is a multitude of documentary evidence to support advanced levels of examination as both a teaching aid and a research topic. Other examples could include the Ukrainian Makhnovshchina in the 1917 revolution or contemporary non-state systems in Chiapas and Rojava/Kurdistan. Likewise, work in anthropology on non-state societies could provide a gateway to other, more radically different empirical examples to study alongside the state. 69. Since the denaturalization of statism relies on overcoming a particular scientific paradigm, we must consider not only what is studied but also how. However, this is not an appeal to simply ignore the state. On the contrary, much of what we have been arguing for in the earlier sections of the chapter has been a much more careful and attentive understanding of the state as both a scholarly concept and an actually existing phenomenon. A simple way of researching and teaching in ways that foreground the silenced non-state voices and narratives is to treat the state as a necessarily turbulent, uneven, and historically contingent set of social and power relations. This might involve the explicit rejection or critique of the state's perceived neutrality, a greater emphasis on the use of anti-state and state-critical ideas in research and teaching frameworks, or a greater awareness of spaces and networks that exist outside or between state legal systems. Such approaches may serve, over time, to mainstream subjectivities and positionalities that exist outside statist frameworks by rendering statism visible. However, as we have discussed in relation to decolonial thought, it is essential to avoid paternalistic approaches which position other knowledges as passively awaiting recognition by expert actors in the global north. Post-statist epistemologies must in practice become partly a project of othering the modern state system, rather than requesting its recognition of the other. This priority might be reflected pedagogically through exercises that encourage students to learn about non-hegemonic epistemologies and apply those logics and solutions to questions which are usually dealt with in policy terms. Likewise, developing the right skill sets to support these exercises might involve incorporating active listening and nonviolent communication as core skills goals, as well as making their use a factor in grading priorities. Another how question relating to decentering and denaturalizing the state concerns language. Language is a powerful representation of knowledge, and it has tremendous potential for variously strengthening or challenging statist epistemic injustices, since the way we communicate knowledge about the social phenomena we study shapes the image of the world we convey to others. For example, to what extent does a positive-sounding term like civil society relate to the notion of civilization and the problematic statist and colonialist politics that underpin it? Using the notion of civil society could discursively foreclose forms of political subjectivity and agency that exist outside the social contract between the legal citizen and the state. A post-statist epistemology might ask, are there ways that we can represent what is labeled civil society in language that incorporates subaltern, transgressive and marginalized voices and subjects as equal to their hegemonic counterparts? By thinking critically about how statist language has become embedded through 70 statist epistemologies, we may make space for alternative forms of communication that denaturalize and repoliticize the state. Nonlinear logics. Earlier sections of this chapter have discussed how countering linear politics is essential, since linearity tightly forecloses what is possible around the strictly guarded parameters of the modern state. Statism asks us to perfect and refine the existing system through a false neutrality linked to a disregard for other knowledges. Post-statism, conversely, brings these other knowledges to the fore and asks whether the existing system is the best option at all. As such, since the valorization of the state goes hand in hand with its naturalization, efforts to destabilize statism's irreversible, linear concept of progress have considerable overlaps with the above question of how to foreground non-state social forms. Many of the ideas mentioned in previous paragraphs will support the critique and destabilization of statism's linear notion of history, such as applying non-state solutions to policy problems, yet there remain particular characteristics of a linear epistemology that require special consideration. Firstly, since statism is a pervasive phenomenon that stretches beyond the spaces of the state itself, the statist preoccupation with progress is especially problematic from a pedagogical perspective. Notions of calculable progress and ladders of learning goals set by state bodies have become ubiquitous, especially within neoliberal educational agendas which seek to replicate theories of capitalist economic growth in an educational context. Students are encouraged to compete via a rationalization of learning, competing not only with their friends but also with standardized ideal-type progression metrics. Moreover, those doing the teaching are likewise not immune from this competitive linearity, in which an authoritarian logic of competition, hierarchy, and separation into the dynamics of reproduction of student and academic community. The promotion of more Proudhonian, nonlinear notions of progress could therefore become an important means of undermining the mechanisms through which statist views of time and change are reproduced. This critique is not a total rejection of progress, however, since this leads us to a dubious ultra-relativism which allows little space for normative judgments about justice. Instead, progress needs different measurements and characteristics beyond the singular, unidirectional progress of statism. Rather than seeking the continual improvement of grades, writing quality, complexity of arguments and so on, according to rationalized metrics, the post-statist pedagogue might seek to collaboratively generate goals and learning agendas with students which might also support the learning process for the teacher. 71. Marking, likewise, could become a more transparent, collaborative affair whereby students participate in various forms of collective or non-competitive peer-to-peer assessment. In doing so, learning has the potential to become an active confrontation with the tendency towards learning by rote sets of objective facts. Revisiting the anarchist idea of prefiguration as a processual form of collective learning and experimentation could provide a link to a related framework for research activities. In seeking to prefigure alternative futures through situated practice in the here and now, new forms of knowledge and new ways of knowing may emerge, but since they are not linked to a centralized, authoritarian rationality, their model of progress is radically different. We might think, following the poet Eduardo Galeano, that utopia is on the horizon. The important fact about the horizon is that it surrounds us in all directions. Thus, rather than a linear view of prefigurative struggle taking place in a preconceived direction towards a specific endpoint, it can be conceptualized as nonlinear, unpredictable, and exploratory. What is striking about prefigurative politics is that the temporality of pedagogical terms such as progress and success is radically transformed. Even in comparison to Marxist approaches, whereby waiting becomes a central facet of struggle in a linear, scientific progression towards the crisis of capitalism that will bring about revolution, anarchist prefiguration foregrounds the transformative qualities of now. In what Gordon calls present tense politics, whereby non-hierarchical, anarchic modes of interaction are seen as an ever-present potential of social interaction, a prefigurative perspective in pedagogical practice offers opportunities for recasting progress in an entirely different manner. Through prefiguration, progress might be decoupled from statist epistemologies, recasting it not as a linear pathway to a fixed endpoint but as a 360-degree horizon of possibility. This decoupling could also become a process of decolonizing knowledge from the statist colonialist order that valorizes and naturalizes Roman ways of knowing as the final point in human intellectual progress. Since such prefiguration can also emerge from unexpected fleeting moments of nonconformism and carefree egalitarianism, we might envision a much more student-led class in which students are rewarded for supporting and teaching one another, with the teacher as a facilitator and knowledgeable supporter of their learning. Active reflection on such practical activities can then provide a pathway to discussing more abstract questions concerning the geographies of power and democracy. Likewise, it is possible to imagine ways of conducting research that have concrete, practical goals but which make space for the research to produce new meanings, debates and knowledges in a process of reflection between the researcher and participants. Such practices may have 72. The capacity to jolt researchers and participants out of their established patterns and silos of understanding. Transforming academic administration. Anderson has noted that see how administrative units could, over time, come to be conceived as fatherlands. One has to look at the ways in which administrative organizations create meaning. For Anderson, speaking of 19th-century European colonialism, mutual intelligibility of information across space was a central factor in this state-building process. He also emphasizes the role of censuses, maps and museums in organizing and representing knowledge to produce statist colonialist meanings. Thus, the way knowledge is organized, categorized, and made available is a central factor in generating and sustaining certain epistemologies. A recent upsurge in universities functioning as institutions for disciplining and regulating migration, social movements, suspected terrorists, and other marginalized and subaltern groups is indicative of the state's priorities playing an active role in the shaping of academic knowledges and learning environments. Similarly, the state's central role in the collection and storage of big data has produced knowledge systems that are inherently bounded by state borders and legal categories of citizenship in two key ways. On the one hand, statistical data direct the analysis toward an operationalization of society as defined by the state territory. On the other hand, the collection of statistics implies an understanding of society and social processes, that is, particular concepts and theories of society, which are part of the social reproduction of the nation-state. In this context, although states are useful receptacles for knowledge storage, a post-statist epistemology must engage critically with the statist administration and organization of academic knowledge. Elisée Reclus, in Nouvelle Géographie Universelle, offers us a historical example of how to organize data in ways that transcend state boundaries. As Ferretti notes, by focusing on the contested, ambiguous concept of landscape, rather than the bounded statist notion of territory, Reclus presented data according to broad, naturalistic regions that divided space in a manner that was independent of the rationality of the state. In turn, this approach afforded Reclus the opportunity to use landscape as a tool for social emancipation by presenting scientific knowledge in a way that acknowledged its situatedness. Another technique used by Reclus was his insistence on illustrating his works with human eye views that counterposed the God's eye views of maps in order to emphasize the lived, experienced spaces rather than the 73. Mathematical, Cartesian gaze of states. Scott argues that states' efforts to render populations and territories legible through maps involves a profound simplification of lived reality. In addition, this rationality produces forms of authoritative knowledge that delegitimize situated knowledges of the places they document. One contemporary development that can support a post-statist epistemology is the emergence of participatory, popular, and radical cartography, which seeks to foreground knowledges, practices and processes that are marginalized, delegitimized or erased by statist mapping exercises. Such an approach, following Harley, helps us to challenge the epistemological myth of the cumulative progress of an objective science always producing better delineations of reality. By using technologies developed for statist forms of cartography, groups and individuals have increasingly used participatory mapping exercises as performed mapping in order to tease out the multitude of experiences and generate a sense of ownership among participants. Such techniques can thus potentially provoke new perceptions of the networks, lineages, associations, and representations of people, places and power by stressing bottom-up and shared forms of knowledge construction. We might also consider other forms of research practice and data handling that promote lived experiences and knowledges, make space for collaboration across space and time, and undermine statist territorialities. A simple means for doing this is making raw data not only statistical and numerical data but also anonymized ethnographic and interview data publicly accessible. By providing free, open access to data online, those from other parts of the world without state research funding or outside the traditional realm of academic scholarship can read, consider, and analyze data in their own ways. While of course there are linguistic, technological, and skill barriers to in-depth analysis of open access data, its availability is still a step towards the freeing of knowledge production and storage from the confines of statist paradigms. Relatedly, prioritizing oral histories and popular archiving within open access research designs can be positive for a post-statist research agenda. These practices can foreground the voices, experiences, and subjectivities that would otherwise be erased by the narrowing of vision that goes hand in hand with statist priorities and metrics of knowledge and rule. As geographers, we are necessarily interested in the spatialities of pedagogical practice, and this is another area in which it is possible to explore post-statist approaches to knowledge, its production, and its dissemination. Statism is partly a way of organizing space to render the world knowable from a bounded, objective and ahistorical perspective. Thus, by transforming the spaces in which knowledge is learned, it may be possible to create situations where situated experiences of encounters, embodiment, and emo. 74. Tions come to play a part in the learning process. As Firth notes, there is little use in appealing to a reified, pre-existing public if it is shaped and defined by existing structures of domination. Instead, pedagogical practice needs to emphasize creating spaces where it can nurture becoming and creating something new. This might involve adapting and retrofitting existing learning spaces to destabilize power relations or encourage collaboration, as well as taking learning out of the classroom altogether, making greater use of public spaces as learning environments through walks, stalls, guerrilla installations, teach-ins and action research. In doing this, the established parameters of the teaching-learning relationship, as well as those of staff-student university and insider-outsider relationships, may be disrupted. In this section we have outlined 3 key principles for enacting post-statist epistemologies in pedagogical and methodological practice. First, an emphasis on foregrounding marginalized, invisibilized and delegitimized voices, experiences, and situated knowledges can generate conditions in which the dominant statist knowledge paradigm is repositioned as one of many possibilities. Second, we propose that prefigurative and other nonlinear approaches to time and progress can usefully undermine the statist notion that the present order is the end of history. Finally, we have outlined how statist modes of administration and knowledge management represent an underexplored area for critical engagement. In outlining these ideas, we do not present them as authoritative or complete. Instead, they should be read as suggested avenues for further reflection in readers' own contexts. Conclusions. In this chapter we have expounded our proposal for a post-statist epistemology in geography based on an anarchist framework and drawing from other perspectives that we argue can enrich it. In this sense, to overcome statist mythology as an ideological construct and draw it into the realm of critical reflection, it is necessary to consider different forms of knowledge construction in order to develop an alternative epistemic frame. At the beginning of the chapter, we proposed a number of myths of the state that provided an entry point to much deeper statist constructions linked to colonialism, modernity, and universality. Our proposal draws from a dynamic system of reference in which the idea of a pluriverse allows us to decentralize points of reference and undermine colonialist forms of knowledge construction. Therefore, an egalitarian and libertarian approach to epistemologies and worldviews is necessary in order to facilitate open dialogue and engagement among diverse ways of seeing reality. Crucially, we do not consider that pluriversality is synony 75. Maus with epistemic relativism. Conversely, we have argued that if it seeks to transcend the superiority of certain epistemologies, it must necessarily be rooted in an anarchistic commitment to liberty and equality. We therefore propose the idea of concrete universality as a way to articulate the diversity of local forms within the possibility of the universal, underpinned by the proposal that the unity of human culture is such by virtue of its diversity. In this context, we have outlined how an anarchist framework allows us to engage in depth with the problem of the state and helps to overcome certain premises epistemological obstacles in order to seek an open and free epistemic framework liberated from statist control. This worldview, or, rather, worldviews, expands the possibilities of knowledge construction to address oppressive forms of this construction. We have presented several examples and ideas regarding how this epistemological proposal could be applied in designing inquiries, pedagogical activities, and methodological approaches, and we are convinced that this proposal can provide a framework to design other research practices, methods, or pedagogical approaches that could lead geographers towards studies which examine the state question from an anarchist analysis. Chapter 4. What do we resist when we resist the state? Aaron Araujo. Geography as a practice has long been entwined with state institutions and modernist conceptions of truth as an instrument for consolidating power. The presence of the state in geography is evident by the silence and wavering appearance of anarchism in scholarly literature. This presence obligates anarchist geographers to deepen analyses of the state itself and modernity as both separate and entangled networks. From the beginning of published anarchist thought, scholars/activists have opposed domination by the state and capitalism, which over time has expanded to resisting all forms of domination. The state as identified by Kropotkin, Bakunin, Goldman, and others is not necessarily the state that is resisted today in anarchist movements. Rather, the state and anarchists have changed over time, though the goal of creating liberatory spaces and experiences continues. Many anarchists have moved to spaces beyond the earlier science-centered focus into a broader range of liberatory evidences. Modernist thought has not been a monolithic entity, either. While some currents of thought have been constant, such as what Viveros de Castro identifies as the three blessings of modern man, the holy trinity of state, market, and reason, the varying forms of capitalism and myriad manifestations of power exerted by states to control their populations have continually been processes of change. A few centuries ago modernist thought was considered part of a liberatory politics, while today it is often referred to as one of the foundations of the consolidation of power that the state has used to exert control over its populations. Latour notes, when people talk about modernity, they mean that they want to achieve something, which Aaron Araujo 80 usually is politically dangerous. The political danger in modernity comes from the myriad hegemonies that are imposed on populations in its name, though modernity in itself has become somewhat nebulous in that it can be used to describe just about any strategy for essentialization, construction, and/or oppression. This is because modernist thought provokes strong theory, while anarchism, which strives to avoid domination of all kinds, would do well to incorporate weak theory and move beyond its modernist roots. Strong theory is recognized as the use of powerful discourse based in evidence sought through simplified, clear, non-messy descriptions of events that fall easily into clean categories and explanations, while weak theory embraces nuance, thick description, and emergent spaces that may not necessarily be clear, clean discourses, but rather a mixture of openness and exploration in the research process. Anarchism, being one remnant of the liberatory politics that arose within modernist thought, often in its initial documents sought liberation through scientism. Similar to state socialism and modernist democracy projects, many anarchists believed that science would provide liberating answers to the complex problems faced at the beginning of the 20th century. In this respect, anarchism was originally a modernist project. Today scientism is being disentangled from its power nexus through much of the work within science and technology studies, which to a certain degree pursues the anarchist principle of undermining hierarchy in that the verticality of science as an institution is deconstructed. Weak theory then becomes an important thinking technology that anarchist scholars can use to embrace possibility and multiplicity while moving beyond modernism. Weak theory recognizes that there are no singular truths and that theory is constantly changing and based on practice. It has the possibility of embracing horizontal forms of research. Another thinking technology useful for moving beyond modernism is epistemic disobedience, where we are invited to disconnect from the zero-point hubris of singular truths. Within a decolonial approach, modernity is often seen as essential to the colonial project of establishing what is permitted as true, real, and possible while simultaneously negating the true, real and possible of those living within colonial schema. Modernity has served as a justification for the creation of imperialist agendas and colonial occupations. The state as a power consolidating vehicle is a manifestation of the many oppressions that are suffered to maintain and control populations, the myriad services that are provided to 81 citizens, bounded, militarized territory, and a conglomerate of specific economic policies/practices. Many forms of autonomous resistance have established their own forms and systems of education and health services, as well as infrastructure and governance, to distance themselves from the reaches of a given state. However, these services are often limited in their capacity to provide institutions of higher learning, such as universities, or, in the case of health services, to provide complicated procedures in the form of surgeries or long-term care. Often resisting the state is fraught with contradictions and complications given that there are few, if any, areas of land that are not within a given state territory. In spite of the physical occupation of the land by the state, many people live, act and think in ways that do not coincide with state-mandated legal systems. These acts of resistance often take place in areas that have been subject to coloniality and coincide with an advantageous use of what Santos refers to as abyssal thinking, where the centers of power are condoned reason and truth, and the peripheries where coloniality has been exerted are considered extra-rational and extra-legal, and anything is permitted and simultaneously oppressed through appropriation/violence. These abyssal spaces are where resistance against the state has been most fruitful, not within an effort to create another state, but rather by occupying myriad spaces in order to create other possibilities. In many parts of the Americas, autonomous spaces, specifically in resistance to the state, have taken form. Often the experiences of those living in these spaces are complex and contradictory between desires to move beyond the classic schema of ethnic classifications, economic domination, and myriad oppressions in order to realize spaces that engage in liberatory theory/practices. This chapter explores the implications of using weak theory and a decolonial perspective on the concepts of modernity and the state. These analyses are then used to expand a framework for diversifying the state. Modernity in weak theory and decolonial thought. Modernist thought is a political technology that has been used to many ends, including the consolidation of power through the development of institutions of government, science, religion, and the expansion of hegemony. Santos characterizes Western modernity as a socio-political paradigm founded on the tension between social regulation and social emancipation, while Wallerstein has identified two primary expressions of modernity, modernity of technology and the modernity of liberation. Modernity as liberation or emancipation has been noted by Harvey as growing out of Enlightenment thought, where the quest for Aaron Araujo 82. Truth and rationality could be attained by anyone with the appropriate skills and logical process. The path would lead to universal freedom and liberation. The liberatory nature of Enlightenment thought, realized as modernism, gave birth to the nation-state, capitalism, communism and anarchism, among a great deal of other ideas and practices. Each construct has sought liberation, though through very different means for very different populations. The 19th century saw the growth and expansion of each of these ideas as theory and practice constantly played off each other. Anarchism developed in response to the lack of liberty, the extension of oppression that comes with capitalism, nation-states, and communism. If these pressures were not a constant force of violence and oppression, anarchism would not be necessary. Anarchism strives to make itself unnecessary by eliminating domination in all forms through practice of quotidian resistance. Modernism inspired the ideas of liberation and equality that are fundamental to anarchism. In that sense we can see that modernist thought did not necessarily have to be the expression of singular epistemologies and ontological domination. Rather, these processes came about from the desire to maintain hierarchy and dominate large groups of people by any means. Where modernism has been taken up by nation-states within capitalism and communism, it has been practiced as creative destruction, dictatorship, and unending bureaucracies that transformed the Enlightenment vision of a truth that could be found and a singular freedom that could be experienced and propitiated into a justification for oppression. These contradictions were realized within the desire to create marketable art, architecture, cities, machines, and homes for producing a modern experience. Enlightenment ideals became modernist theory and in practice created psychosocial spaces in which humans were able to theoretically create and control their realities. Wars could destroy lives, communities, towns, and cities, which were then new markets for governments and corporations to construct anew. This is the modernity of technology. Utopias of administration, control, research, and commodification of the lived experience could be designed from afar and built thousands of kilometers away in situ to create societies in which humans could theoretically work, live and flourish. Harvey notes that artists became the ultimate conveyors of culture. New ways of seeing and experiencing the world, founded in constant ruptures with the past, became the ultimate goal. Within the structures of governance, nation-states could form scientific committees and agencies that would design the ideal productive populace. Scott examined the calamity of bureaucratic design and the development of scientific forestry, cities and societies in Germany, Brazil, Russia, and the United States. He argues that state-driven policies, such as collectivization of rural Russia or Le Corbusier's scientific cities built within 83 high modernist goals, eliminated variables such as the desires and life worlds of Russian peasants or the complexity of constructing social spaces that foment experiences of community. In these examples, the state actively engaged in enacting modernist ideals upon its populations. Within a framework of weak theory, it is not possible to claim that the state did modernism. Rather, certain individuals within specific networks and contexts engaged in particular practices which have since been incorporated into and artfully constructed within the strong theory of modernism. When we identify a singular force as responsible for a multiplicity of action/behavior, we reify what is reflected as the modernist agenda and negate the diversity of experience that is embraced by weak theory. Mignolo has written about border epistemologies, and Santos has identified abyssal thinking, where modernity implies reality being constructed on one side of the line, and on the other side of the line the abyss of all other kinds of thinking come into being as non-objects and non-subjects, except where they become objects of domination by the other side of the line, the valid side of the line. Mignolo has noted that within a decolonial perspective there exists the humanitas in Europe and other centers of Western thought, while in the rest of the world exists the anthropo. The state and modernity, simultaneously originating within the already ongoing colonialism and imperialism, cannot be delinked as independent objects, being that their origin has been simultaneous. However, they cannot be treated as the same universal actor. Rather, they expand networks of action and relationships that are mutually woven. Both works build on Foucault's concepts of regimes of truth and power/knowledge, where power decides what is true. As part of abyssal thinking, few ways of being have been permitted as acceptable within colonial spaces. Many authors have shown how representations and policies created within the centers of power have limited what are acceptable life worlds for colonial subjects. Those persons that did not live in accordance with the US and European ontological precepts were considered literally undeveloped. Beginning around the end of World War II through the present, people and geographies became the objects of development. Not only the infrastructure of a place but also the people within it could be improved. Their diet/nutrition, education, and history could be constructed so that they may fit within a capitalist society. Nation-states under a variety of types of governance have invoked modernist agendas to control and develop their populace. However, the policies and practices of a given state are not necessarily a representation of a monolithic entity. For example, while a given government may desire that market capitalism, lingual homogenization and nationalist education spread to the deep Aaron Araujo 84 est reaches of its territories, the actual implementation of those ideals are often enacted differently from modernist practices, replete with bureaucracy, corruption, forgotten goals, absenteeism, and nepotism. The state and the practice of exerting the extension of the state within these spaces are highly divergent from the goals expressed in discourse and hegemonic statements of the expected outcomes of such development or modernist utopias. Governance of a place and the fulfillment of the intended outcomes of such governance are often highly divergent practices. Rarely in the Americas do we see nationalized healthcare systems that provide quality service or civil protection through policing that is not corrupt, biased, racist, and constantly serving the interests of keeping the property of the rich and elite safe. The list could go on and on with examples of how nation-states do not provide sufficiently for all citizens but rather serve the interests of the upper classes to maintain wealth in its place. As Foucault notes, the state, no more probably today than at any other time in its history, does not have this unity, this individuality, this rigorous functionality, nor, to speak frankly, this importance. Maybe, after all, the state is no more than a composite reality and a mythicized abstraction whose importance is a lot more limited than many of us think. A weak theory framework provides an opportunity to open up the composite reality of the state and clarify its mythicized abstraction by eliminating hierarchies in the domain of concepts. Rather than privileging a concept such as racism, capitalism, the state, or development, weak theory privileges thick descriptions of events, context, and interactions as such hierarchies, in the sense that overarching concepts create a hierarchical relationship with the descriptions that create it, must be removed from both the definitions of concepts and our analysis of them. If modernism and high modernism call for a homogenization of space and experience, anarchism lends itself to a diversification of spaces and experience. 1. In avoiding hierarchy, which is one of the more essential points in anarchism, this avoidance must apply to concepts as well. Much scholarship has been done to explain a state. However, the definition and redefinition of the state not only reifies it and essentializes the imagined community of the nation-state but also accepts implicit hierarchies of concepts. If the state or modernity require hierarchical thinking in order to invoke them, within anarchist thought and scholarship we must reject those hierarchies and their constructs. Beyond simply deconstructing the state or modernity, we must see these institutions through a lens of decentralized weak theory. Within an anarchist narrative, modernity is a conglomerate multitude of practices, power structures, and interests which sometimes work together, though often they laboriously do not. Work on explaining modernity, which is fraught with multiplicitous connections and interactions, creates a utopic or dystopic image of what has been possible within the constructs that are practiced and 85. Experienced in as many ways as the liberations and oppressions that are lived by the populace that suffers them. Modernist thought looks for the unifying, variable poor experiments and explanations of a phenomena, while weak theory invites diversifying, variable rich explorations of the multiplicitous possibilities that each situation presents and, as such, works to deconstruct the reality that is considered singular and true while replacing it with many possible worlds. The weak, decolonial state. This historical moment of the birth of history, this fatal rupture which should never have happened, this irrational event which we moderns call the birth of the state. In societies fall into the voluntary submission of almost all people to a single person. Clas Trace, Archaeology of Violence 2. The practice of the nation-state came into existence with the American and French revolutions in 1776 and 1789, respectively. The French Revolution in particular was transformative in that by removing the monarch, he sovereign had become the people. The idea that people could govern rather than a monarch democratized a political sphere that had once been possible only through inheritance or violent upheavals. The justifications for the consolidation of the nation-state include the supposed need for a legal system, the protection of citizens within a territory, a national identity according to language, culture, mores, and so forth. However, many of these services, especially within territories that have known the long and destructive process of colonialism, have never been provided with much quality or quantity. Modernist statecraft associated with the creation of the current states that we encounter today is often said to having begun between the end of the 15th century and the end of the 18th century, depending on the nation-state in question and the mechanisms associated with its formation. For example, Illich traces the construction of the Empire of Spain to the work of Antonio de Nebrija in 1492, where his Grammatica Castellana served to unite and homogenize the language of Spain, which up to that point was a territory of vernacular languages. Nebrija proposed to Queen Isabella that through unifying the language of Spain she would control the words and education of her people, building the pillar of her great nation. Books would be printed only in the language of the nation, while the vernacular languages in which fictions and alternate ideas were printed would be controlled. This argument is also made by Benedict Anderson in Imagined Communities, 3, where he traces the shift from the construction of religious commu. Aaron Araujo 86. Nidis through the reading of Latin, Arabic and other holy languages to the construction of nationalism through the publication of nationalized languages such as English, French, and so on from Latin or Arabic, the languages of institutionalized religions. For Anderson, the control of language transforms not only the reader's conception of who may share similar ideas but also their shared concepts of time. Through language and contemporaneity the nation-states were fortified and realized. The consolidation of the nation-state truly came into being with independence movements in the Americas when new countries were formed out of Spanish, French, and Portuguese colonialism. These movements, inspired primarily by the Mexican War for Independence and in South America out of the Bolivarian revolutions, created a new sense of nation. While these revolutions were marked with efforts to establish spaces of autonomous governance from weakened colonial governments great distances away from the colonies, they were also marked by dominance of the elites of those countries fighting for mechanisms of power through marked political classes which never conceived of power sharing within the newly developed nations. For example, in the American Revolution, while fighting for autonomy from England, the founding fathers never had any intention of allowing wealth or property rights to the underclasses. Thus, John Adams unabashedly negated the benefits of democracy to the people of the newly formed United States of America. If all were to be decided by a vote of the majority, the 8 or 9 millions who have no property would not think of usurping over the rights of the 1 or 2 millions who have. Debts would be abolished first, taxes laid heavy on the rich, and not at all on the others, and at last a downright equal division of everything would be demanded and voted. And what would be the consequence of this? The idle, the vicious, the intemperate, would rush into the utmost extravagance of debauchery. The co-emergence of the nation-state with modernism or scientism and liberalism in conjunction with political economic agents including capitalism and communism has, in very general ways, guided the development of these entities. Imperial nation-states have extended their concept of truth throughout much of the world and later as development aid to nations that were considered impoverished and inadequate beginning with the period of decolonization at the end of World War II through the present. Attempts to explain how nation-states maintain their sovereignty include much high-quality scholarship on nationalism, patriotism, territoriality, governance, oppression, and violence. While these works are of great use in 87. Creating a generalized strong theory of what a common state may enact in order to maintain its dominance, they do little to understand the practices of specific states and the unique conglomerate of experiences that a given group of citizens will live. Rather, these experiences are undervalued in the concept of statecraft and or governance just as the individual trees are undervalued when one sees a forest. While there are no two forests that are alike, though they may share similar species of plants and animals, there are no two states alike, though they may share similar characteristics. The construction of knowledge outside of these centers of power, beyond the intellectual lines drawn by modernity, are valued as local knowledge and or ethnographic anecdotes rather than as the actual knowledge of living within the experience of a given state. The desire to construe the state as monolithic and general is a modernist project that occludes the multifaceted nature of what is practiced in order to maintain a state. Within a weak theory approach, the state is a conglomerate of people and practices with multiplicitous power relationships within a given territory. A weak theory approach to understanding the myriad practices that are the state, following Moll's praxiography of care around atherosclerosis, could be investigated through multiple praxiographic projects. The praxis of enacting the state has the possibility of revealing all that is the abyss created by the state within a strong theory approach. As Viveros de Castro notes, and if the state has always existed, as Deleuze and Guattari argue in their insightful commentary of Cla's Trace, then primitive society also will always exist, as the immanent exterior of the state, as the force of anti-production permanently haunting the productive forces, and as a multiplicity that is non-interiorizable by the planetary megamachines. Primitive society, in short, is one of the conceptual embodiments of the thesis that another world is possible, that there is life beyond capitalism, as there is society outside of the state. There always was, and for this we struggle there always will be. The notion that the state is multiple and that one of its characteristics is made of the life worlds that are the anti-image of the construction of the concept and practice visibilizes the other side of the line in abyssal thinking. States have never existed without their abyssal counterpart that is made of subjects in resistance, the consolidation and exploitation of uneven power relations. If there were no counterpart to the state, no stateless space, then the state could not exist because it would be bordered by nothing. The ontological inception of the state requires the conceptual and practical abyss. Indeed, it is hard to imagine that which is not within the state. However, it is exactly this conceptual obfuscation that the state requires for it to be a universally. Aaron Araujo 88. Normalized concept and experience. Similar to capitalism, following the work of J.K. Gibson Graham, the capitalist economy was once believed to invade even the most private spheres of our lives. Now, within the diversified economy framework, capitalism has been limited in the spaces it is allowed to occupy. The concept of economy is no longer limited to only referring to capitalist behavior. Rather, the range of economic practices are often a boundaryless continuum of interactions ranging from non-paid work, gifting, volunteering and sharing to the plethora of informal and formal work arrangements where money is exchanged. This is the work that must be done with the state. The practice of governing and providing services to the people living in a given area also form a range of interactions stretching from complete autonomy to a mixture of use of state services and non-state services to entirely depending on agencies provided by a state government. This will be elaborated later in this chapter. The state on the ground. Over the past 20 years there has been movement towards autonomous government in many parts of the Americas, where social movements have taken up many of the services that were once provided by the state. This is evident in Chiapas, Mexico, where within the Zapatista autonomous zones transportation, health, and education systems have functioned over almost 20 years. Similarly in El Alto, Bolivia, neighborhoods have joined together to provide many of the same services, while the unemployed workers movement in Argentina and the landless peasants movement in Brazil have worked to achieve similar objectives, including access to land and non-oppressive work. These are but few of the movements engaging in daily resistance to the state. Many anti-state movements never appear in publications but consist of daily practices that simultaneously build community, provide care, engage in multiple types of non-moneyed economic interactions, protect and educate. These practices initiate a collective development where the relationships are not concrete, prescribed becomings but instead something that becomes a co-constitutive anarchist self. The co-constitution of the many selves that are part of collective development or collective community construction directly opposes the idea that the state is the only entity that may provide for its population. No longer do we find ourselves in a paternalistic relationship with the state where every action, be it love and marriage, birth, education, nutrition, sexuality, and so on, must be condoned by a legal framework imposed upon us, where our oppositions run the risk of incarceration, violence, marginalization, and even death. Collective community construction. 89. Steps away from dependence on the state as the only mechanisms for service provision. 5. Thus, anarchist approaches to understanding and acting in society operate in a tension between an assertion of people's agency to collectively self-manage their affairs on the one hand, and the everyday matrices of power that constrain autonomy, solidarity, and equality on the other. The tension between realizing the agency to self-manage, autonomy, solidarity and equality, and the limitations imposed by the institution, the embodiment of the hierarchy, often limit and force specific resistance techniques because one must act and think knowing that this same praxis is a threat to a unified conception of state-built dominance. Often anarchist resistance, then, while working towards autonomy, must be small-scale. However, even at a small scale these practices amplify the landscape of multiple forms of governance. Autonomy in its most basic form is the desire for freedom, self-organization and mutual aid, which is driven by wanting to overcome different forms of oppression and rejects participating in a system that reinforces the needs of the elite. This kind of autonomy manifests itself as collective self-management that critically works to eschew different forms of hierarchy. In Chiapas, Mexico, there is a wealth of experience around living in resistance to the state. Many books and articles have been written about the Zapatista movement and the incredible work that has been lived over that past 20 years in creating autonomous zones where health and education systems continue to grow to this day. While in many ways the movement itself is less potent and the members of the movement are fewer in number than at other times, there is a historical memory of the experience and process of resistance that continues to this day. While much has been written about the violence and oppression that was exerted upon these communities, it is important to note that compared to similar social movements in Central America, the Zapatistas were not eliminated by the Mexican government. Rather, today many activists continue to live and resist the state both within these communities and beyond. There is a wealth of experience among activists that have lived in resistance over the past 20 years. Diversifying the state, a decolonial approach to dismantling the state. By admitting the existence of a universal process and of forces that, when all is said and done, underlie it, these ways of think. Aaron Araujo 90. Ing again and again handed over to the systematizing forms of social science a territory and a logic they would never so easily have been able to establish. Within resistance against the state, the decolonial perspective and epistemic disobedience are of primary importance when understanding key points to be resisted and observed within transformative activist politics and practice. For those who have always lived in the Third World, Majority World, Global South, and so on, the fictitious groupings of peoples that share only one experience in common massive, violent oppression during centuries by a large variety of techniques of cultural and physical dominance and exclusion from what is understood as truth, rationality, and reason create barriers and opportunities. To what end is a conception of one world versus another world beneficial? To whom? When we identify the state, how does that reproduce mechanisms of coloniality? In resistance to the construction of the state, how can we recognize and engage in a decolonial process? The material and theoretical consolidation of the state reifies the abyssal line that creates a certain nothingness for the spaces that are outside the state, especially when those spaces take place within the physical territory that supposedly pertains to state-led governance. In a very real way, it often seems impossible to conceive of spaces that are not occupied by the state. However, similarly to capitalism within the diverse economies framework, the state is not everywhere. While the physical territory that consists of state space may often appear to limit those physical possibilities that are possible on land and terrain, territory is a political technology that often quite successfully obscures the multitude of thought and practice that goes on within its borders. Not only does the state seem to occupy the most land, but it is also an entity that is entangled with the economy. Following Foucault and Polanyi, the state and the creation and maintenance of the economy are built together and upon each other, each one requiring the other to exist. However, J.K. Gibson Graham and the Community Economies Collective have done significant work to diversify the economy within the DEF over the past 20 years. Their work has created spaces where capitalism, once perceived as all-encompassing, all-consuming, omnipresent in all relationships, has been relegated to the actions and intentions that it actually enacts. In the spaces once thought to be solely within a capitalist framework, they have found people working voluntarily, sharing, gifting, and exchanging. These spaces are now occupied by new perspectives for living outside a constantly capitalist framework. In order to better understand the wide range of economic interactions at play at any time, we cannot expect to perform or privilege non-capitalist economic interactions without looking at the state's role to maintain capitalism as the domain. 91. NAND economic practice. The silence or abyss within which the majority of economic interactions are occurring that are not capitalist is evidence in itself of the state's suppression of alternative economic processes. Beyond the villainization of socialism and the destruction of lives and land that the United States and its allies carried out with the goal of eliminating the threat of communism during the Cold War, the process of eliminating competition for capitalism as an economic model is still at hand. If one is to take seriously the call to privilege and enact alternative economic praxis, then we must also examine the great diversity practiced to accomplish governing. Within this vein, one may look at the state and modernity not as occupying all interactions and relationships but as existing simultaneously alongside myriad other ways of being. The state has come to mean many forms of oppression and social control, while the resistance to these forms of control can take any form, be they massive uprisings or the daily practice of not respecting do not walk signs or occupying public spaces with alternative ideas and/or practices. Is it still possible that the state is everywhere and anything that we do that is not directly compliant with a social norm is a resistance, or is there possibility and creativity? Furthermore, is any single nation-state identical to any other? Would it be desirable or even possible to imagine that the United States, Canada, Russia, France, or Australia are the same entities, or that Mexico, Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Chile are the same, or any other comparison of nation-states, be they imperial, post-colonial, global south or global north? In our definitions, experiences, resistances, ontologies, and epistemologies, are these similar entities? I argue that they are not, though much scholarship within a modernist framework has been conducted to create these imaginaries. Within anarchist, semi-anarchist, and Marxist scholarship, this effort is evident over and over again. However, the state is not a single entity acting with one mind toward one goal, it is made up of millions of people, most of which have grown within the same indoctrinations and at some point work towards the dictated goals of the state. However, there is always resistance and there are alternate ways of meeting needs that become necessary when the state is violent, absent, and oppressive. While it may be incredibly difficult or even impossible at present to live beyond the state or to live entirely outside of capitalism, small-scale quotidian resistance is very possible in many places. It is also difficult to understand exactly when we are acting outside of the state. One space that has much overlap is the practice of providing care. Care may take the form of visiting doctors, babysitting, psychological services, physical exercise and so forth. Many illnesses are often cured at home, children can be mostly cared for through organizing a community of people, psychological health is often a Aaron Araujo 92. Group process, physical health through exercise can be organized both individually and among friends and family. However, there are often diseases that are dangerous enough that we need to seek expertise and technological solutions that cannot be provided for in the home. In seeking expert advice versus other forms of thought and experience, we are confronted by the erratic, uncontrollable nature of disease and its care and prevention, where decisions are not linear and the interests of experts in suggesting certain kinds of care are founded in myriad networks. In Chiapas there exists an independent health care system for basic care and prevention within the Zapatista communities. Mostly run by health promoters that train and learn together, community health clinics can often take care of many health issues, from illness to giving birth. However, there are moments when these autonomous resources are not enough, be that due to the need for expert knowledge or technology that is not available at the clinic. From there one may seek care at government-run hospitals where long lines, high demand, and lack of resources abound and you take your chances. The other option is that if there is enough money available to pay for the cost of the services you need, you can go to a private physician or hospital. In both cases, we end up participating in state-run or state-regulated services to survive. However, this does not negate the value in working towards autonomy as far as possible, and it does not make an activist less anarchist or less committed simply because they use state-provided services. What is significant is that there are multiple networks woven together in order to provide necessary care, and some of those networks function outside of the machinations of the state. Following the work of the Community Economies Collective, the work of the state is a summation of the practices that construct it, and these practices can be pieced apart. The logic behind piecing apart capitalism is elaborated on the Community Economies Collective website. A representation of the economy as essentially capitalist is dependent on the exclusion of many types of economic activities that transact, remunerate, appropriate and distribute, and that do so according to multiple registers of value. Similar to capitalism, the representation of a single, modern, cohesive state excludes the many types of governance that each person, family, community, collectivity, enterprise, institution, and place enacts with regard to decision-making practices, norms, mores, acts and institutions of care, justice, education, shelter, sustenance, and so on, according to the expectations around how common situations should and will be governed. It is not only within indigenous communities that alternative forms of justice and ways of being are happening, rather, each community, be it large or small, enacts a form of governance. 93. The DEF divides the economy into 5 mechanisms that make up the economy: transactions, labor, property, finance, and enterprise. 6. Within a diversified state we would see different mechanisms that together enact each state. These include forms of government, justice, networks of care, education, protection/security, land use, resource distribution, waste management, and economy. Obviously this list could and should be expanded, however, it serves as a first proposal to begin diversifying the state primarily because these services are the most visible and incorporate most interactions that we have with the state. While the DEF may not explore the microcosms of the economy, it is a guide for deciding where to begin the practice of privileging certain economic interactions over others. For example, in an area where people may have little money but engage in sharing, mutual aid, and gifting, we see a variety of economic practices which then can be formalized and expanded. The DEF assumes that these practices are already taking place but have been hidden from view or undervalued by the essentialization or strong theory of the capitalist economy. Within a weak economic theory, one aspect of the economy is capitalism and many other interactions make up the rest. Diversifying the state should take a similar approach where it assumes that multiple forms of governance and service provision are already happening and democracy or socialism are only 2 elements of a varied praxiscape. Here I lay out a brief framework of possibility for diversifying the mechanisms that are often referred to as the monolithic state. Government and justice. Government, governance, governmentality, and the capacity of every person and group to make decisions and live by them is a messy and multiplicitous process that is saturated with studies of power and hierarchy, and usually associated with heteronomy. Here I use the term governance along with justice to identify the policies and practices that a given entity across scales creates and administers as systems of norms and mores across populations. While recognizing that the term governance was originally brought into use by the World Bank 7 in reference to the role of decision-making taken on by non-governmental organizations, here I will use the term to refer more to acts of agreement and decision-making that are not only or necessarily declared acts of autonomy, as in the case of self-government, but also more organic forms of governing that include local decision-making bodies and agreements among groups beyond the formal sector in order to look at informal governance. Governing can be practiced in many ways ranging from decentralized horizontal decision-making practices among groups to centralized organizations that have been selected to govern through fascist practices of control and dominance. Government can happen for a day or endure for Aaron Araujo 94 centuries. The practices involved in governing are wide and varied. At the state level, some scholars recognize that the state is disentangled from being the only organization permitted to elaborate norms in the form of laws to becoming part of many scales of diversified government practices. The concept of governance without government employs the idea that civil society plays a greater role in the decision-making practices that were once the terrain of the state. While Santos notes that in post-colonial settings there exists a legal pluralism where several systems of legal practice, decision-making, and enforcement exist simultaneously with the existing state government, Foucault has written about governmentality, which he refers to as the knowledge, practice, institutions, and technical apparatuses of security that over time have exerted the complex form of power to govern by the state. Governmentality does not look at the myriad ways in which people that are subject to being governed by the state actually engage in governing themselves and each other in micro and informal governances. Finally, within actor network theory, government is a series of material and theoretical practices that enact a practice of governing. At the grassroots level, autonomous communities create and follow group-specific management of governing processes. Justice, a system tightly interwoven with the enforcement of governance, is also highly diverse. Ranging in scale from the home and community to federal institutions such as the Supreme Court demonstrates the many kinds of systems of justice happening at any time. Informal and formalized systems of justice exist in many of the same mechanisms as governance. Estiva and Praksh, as well as Zibecki and many others, including my own experience, note that in autonomous communities there exist local forms of justice to meet the needs of each community that designs their laws and punishments. The plethora of systems of government and justice ranging from micro to macro scales with some often seeming privileged as the only system, while others may transform lives with deep implications, though they are rarely recognized or mentioned, mostly function alongside or apart from the state. Greater research is necessary to understand what % of our lives is spent within formal and informal systems of justice as well as state versus non-state forms of justice. These spaces present opportunities for resistance and creativity for creating other options in constructing life worlds. Networks of care. Care can take on many forms that are woven within many ontologies. Care may be one of the most diversified spaces where alternatives to the state flourish. As mentioned earlier, many groups of people in all different places are already engaging in non-state-based practices of providing care. While 95. Separating ourselves entirely from the state may not be possible or even desirable at this time, these alternatives are explicit and non-explicit resistances that are happening every day and can be incorporated into more formal ways of exerting autonomy. Networks of care can take the form of groups of parents that share child care, nursing the sick, friends giving each other therapy, exercise groups, midwifery and more structured practices such as the Zapatista healthcare system. This system is made up of many autonomous local clinics and health promoters that are not trained as doctors but rather have received some health education and are able to take care of patients with most common ailments that do not require special treatment. When a patient requires more than a clinic can offer, they are taken to the larger clinics in the caracoles, which are good government centers, all autonomous, exerting self-rule. In the Zapatista system of healthcare there is a balance between curing with herbs and practices from the local communities as well as using allopathic medicines such as antibiotics and aspirin. The system is extensive with many clinics throughout the Zapatista's extensive autonomous territory. Education. Similar to networks of care, the practice of education is highly diverse, from homeschooling to Zapatista health promoters to the pedagogy of the oppressed people educating themselves and each other in myriad ways. Within a diversified educational framework we can observe a great range of practice and possibility that moves apart from and alongside state institutions. Education is largely associated with statecraft in that it is a system of indoctrination for participation as citizens in a nation-state. As of the 2010 census in Mexico, 43% of youth between 15 and 19 years old did not go to school. However, this does not mean that they are not being educated in other ways in other processes. In Chiapas, the Zapatista autonomous education system has a plethora of elementary schools throughout the territory and secondary schools in the caracoles. Children are educated about all of the major subjects, but this was done so in a specifically non-capitalist anti-institutional manner. Another example of large-scale autonomous education comes from the Mondragon Cooperative Corporation in Spain, where they have their own university for educating employees and their children. Furthermore, the education that many people all over the world receive in the home is and should be recognized as valuable and autonomous. While social reproduction through education at home may be in accordance with or critical of the state, it is incredibly important in meeting the needs of children to participate in the world we desire to create. Aaron Araujo 96. Protection/security. Non-state systems of protection/security are often some of the most problematic in that we are constantly vulnerable to their violence. Clough notes that even within social movements there always runs the possibility of state infiltrators that put activists at risk. State violence upon its citizens is always present. This violence takes many forms, including poverty, marginalization, segregation and indoctrination favoring hateful divisions based on race, gender, class, age, and many other categories, and physical violence. Hewitt notes that in the 20th century state governments killed around 170 million civilians. In the 21st century we have also seen incredible state violence on citizens. In Mexico we have seen the devastating narco wars in which at least 150,000 civilians were killed. In the last few months, attacks on protesters in Ayotzinapa, Guerrero, massacred 43 student teachers, and on February 25, 2015, police in Acapulco injured over 100 teachers in a protest. It is important and essential that groups of people protect themselves from the violence that is permitted by police at different levels of government and by often disconnected oppressive agencies funded by local and federal governments. In the states of Guerrero and Michoacan, communities have formed their own policing systems to protect themselves, while in Chiapas and Zapatista communities there are similar mechanisms of protection. It is important to consider how to stay safe while living in territories claimed by states. Land use, resource distribution, and economics. The diverse uses of land and its distribution among groups and individuals is an important point of research where geographers can greatly contribute to resisting the state. What are the diverse practices over a given terrain that manifest their own non-state mechanisms? How much land is occupied in these practices, and how can we privilege these practices as geographers? Beyond simply reporting how the state has acted to oppress and configure the land to its advantage, a diverse state approach to analyzing land use would include participatory action research in constructing and supporting alternate spaces. How does the physical context of quotidian resistances impact the work that is being done? Another important area to which anarchist geographers can contribute is analyzing resource distribution. What alternatives are already at play for sharing and distributing resources more equitably? How are communities selecting degrowth options? What happens with objects and abilities that are not in use but needed by others close to us? Resource distribution has been a point of research within the DEF. A great deal of research has been done in 97. The diversified economy, which I will not expand upon here. However, as a body of knowledge it incorporates and inspires the possibility of diversifying the state and all of its mechanisms. Alternative forms of land use and resource distribution include very small initiatives where individuals are creating ecological homes, growing organic food in their gardens, and living as consciously and independently as they may choose. In ascending scale, the next step up may be collective housing and sharing within that space, libraries, tool shares, free play spaces for children, or our local network of solidarity housing. Then the next step up includes resisting genetically modified organisms in large crops, cooperatives, and social movements like the landless workers movement in Brazil or the Zapatista Autonomous Zone in Chiapas. There are a plethora of things happening all around us at any time that are focused on autonomy. Conclusion. Within anarchist geographies it is important to explore the possibilities of weak theory in order to disinter monolithic constructs such as the state and modernity. If we are to truly move beyond the imaginary of modernity, it must be undermined by not engaging in its own method of singular truths and strong theory. The diversified state framework is a proposal that provides opportunities to look at and engage in not essentializing the state as a first step. By engaging in a praxeography of how we reproduce the state and how resistances to the state are practiced, we begin to open up possibilities for alternative liberatory experiences. Many people around the world are already engaged in this option, but their practice is often obfuscated by abyssal thinking. By taking advantage of these spaces that exist beyond the centers of truth and reason, we can begin to privilege the practices that are not refeeing the state and modernist thought. Anarchist geographers have a wide range of possibilities for creating and realizing not only research that deconstructs practices of domination but also research that practices liberations. By engaging in a deeper examination of the state, we begin to see multiple systems, numerous interactions, and practices that create the imaginary of a monolithic state that acts as a well-oiled, flawless machine. As groups, individuals, communities, and collectives, people practice care, education, decision-making and informal governance, diverse economic interactions, protection, and many other activities that were once considered only the domain of the state and before that the realm of religion. How much do we practice that which is assumed to be the duty of the state on a daily basis? As Aaron Araujo 98. People living in areas that have been designated as pertaining to a state, how far are we from providing what we need for the people that are connected to us? In that which we are not able to provide, how many of those limits come from the governments that are supposed to meet those needs? As we live under the constant threat and evidence of violence that comes from these occupying bodies understood as states, how much of that violence is directed at people trying to meet the needs for services that are not provided by the state? At the time of writing this chapter, in Mexico we are passing the one-year anniversary of the massacre/disappearance of 43 students who were killed in Ayotzinapa, Guerrero, while collecting funds for an event. They were activists for improving education. Finally, much work has been done in diversifying the economy to include a myriad of practices beyond capitalism. However, within this line of research there is little attention paid to the role of the state and practices of the entire range of governmentality and beyond that the practices of informal governance that accompanies alternative economic practices. If the economy is not a monolithic capitalist entity, then neither is the state a monolithic entity. Rather, informal governance is happening all around us all of the time, we are doing it ourselves, and it only needs to be pulled out of the abyss to become visible. By privileging the diversity of practices of caring, educating, protecting, and exchanging that do not come from the state we can begin to see how each person and group actively practices autonomy on a daily basis as a start for embracing spaces free of domination. Our own recognition of our practices that enact worlds beyond the domination of the state will place one more brick in fortifying the path towards eschewing the domination of the state and opening the possibilities of a future that each person has contributed to and would like to be a part of. Chapter 5. This chapter focuses on anarchist spatial politics and radical praxis. Here we argue that a productive debate can be had between communization theory and anarchist geographies. By bringing these different theories and approaches together, and focusing on the abolition of the value and commodity form, we hope to promote a theoretically engaged form of spatial praxis. In addition, in keeping with recent debates we wish to open and pluralize discussions. Not only can anarchist geographies gain from engagement with communization theory, but they should also seek to build on their commonalities with areas such as autonomist Marxism, in order to foster a more productive and holistic approach to radical, anti-capitalist geography. To begin, a brief overview of communization theory will be provided. We argue that it contains a number of key insights despite its seemingly nebulous, stultifying, and hermetic nature. But in tracing its contours, the underdeveloped spatialities of communization theory become apparent. This then leads into a discussion around anarchist approaches to space and territory. There is an immediate resonance with important ideas surrounding the commons, but we also engage with the inherent limitations of certain brands of commonism. Therefore, the concept of commonization, an explicitly spatial brand of communization, will be developed as a means to help combat the respective weaknesses of communization and commonism. In so doing, this chapter will respond to criticisms of the commons found within the communization literature. Finally, contemporary examples of potentially commonizing struggles in Argentina are discussed, and, to conclude, we will argue that the lens of Commoniza 102 provides insights into how anarchist and communization theories can be productively combined. Communization theory, a tale of two tendencies. Communization theory is a broad church. While this breadth has led to productive debate, it also contributes to definitional difficulties. Crudely speaking, it is possible to separate communization theory into two main tendencies, which we shall call analytic communization and prefigurative communization. The former adopts a rigorous critique of political economy, while the latter is more influenced by prefigurative and insurrectionary politics. Although both tendencies are far from homogeneous, the differences between them are striking. However, we acknowledge that this dichotomy is not perfect, and we do not wish to produce unnecessary divides between different approaches to communization, particularly given the animosity from the analytic tendency towards the prefigurative. Instead, much like our intention to broaden and create a messy anarchist geography, we believe there is more to be gained from engagement with rather than ownership of ideas, and argue that both tendencies can engage productively with each other. Therefore, communization theory is perhaps best understood as a problematic as opposed to a fully formed and coherent theory. Accordingly, rather than providing a full overview of every facet of the theory/theories, this section will instead draw out key debates and highlight their main strengths and weaknesses, in order to demonstrate what anarchist geographies can gain from engaging with communization. Analytic communization, Trolloin, theory. Communist, and endnotes. The emergence of communization theory can be traced back to discussions within the French ultra-left following the events of 1968. These critiques, exemplified by the debates between the groups Trolloin and Theory Communist, focused on what were seen as the failings of the workers' movement, particularly the councilist and workerist currents. While, as we shall see, communization theory has since taken a number of different turns, throughout this initial period work was grounded in rigorous historical analyses of 20th-century revolutionary movements and struggles, in addition to the changing nature of capitalism. According to these groups, changes to the capital-labor class relation, the moving contradiction, meant that affirmation of workers' identity could no longer lead to the emergence of communism. The proletariat's struggle as a class had be 103. Come its own limit, and it was now truly a class against itself. Therefore, this crisis in the class relation means that the transition to communism is not something that happens after the revolution. Rather, the revolution as communization is itself the dissolution of capitalist social relations through communist measures taken by the proletariat, abolishing the enterprise form, the commodity form, exchange, money, wage labor, and value, and destroying the state. Communization, then, is the immediate production of communism, the self-abolition of the proletariat through its abolition of capital and state. But while this opposition to a transitional period was central to both groups, their analyses of the historical production of the conditions for revolutionary movements differed. Trolloin mapped onto a more traditional ultra-leftist discourse of an ebb and flow of class struggle where communization was always latent, even if never realized. But TC argued that the particular shifts in the capital-labor relation meant that the possibility of communization only emerged in the 1970s with the consolidation of real over formal subsumption. The exact periodization of the class relation is contested, but such rigorous, historical analysis of capitalism as a dynamic, contradictory totality underpins this tendency of communization theory, exemplified contemporarily by the journals Endnotes and Sick. So while the range of work found in these journals emphasizes the different currents and cultural specificities of analytic communization theory, they focus on themes such as specific working class formations, the study and critique of historical trends, periods, and moments, and the value form. What is more, they all maintain the central belief that proletarian self-affirmation can never beget proletarian self-negation and negation of capital. It is important, however, not to portray all analytic communization theory as merely historical in its analysis. While much focus has been placed on clearing/laying the ground for future analyses, recent work has considered communization in the present tense and provided analyses of, among other things, recent riots across Europe, the Occupy movement, and the Arab Spring. It has also been used a framework within which to extend theorization surrounding the roles of gender and race in capitalism, as well as important discussions around surplus populations. 104. However, as Toscano notes, such value theoretical rigor is both the promise and the limitation of this analytic tendency. While lauding this return to explicit discussion of class, revolution, and the abolition of commodities/value, he ruefully remarks that such refinement of revolutionary theory seems to have made revolutionary practice inconceivable. The analytic tendency, given the extent of real subsumption communization, cannot be done by halves, it has to exist at the level of the totality. Therefore, if there is no outside or line of flight, it is hard to see how change can happen at all, especially given this tendency's animosity towards prefigurative politics. These concerns are not helped by a reticence to discuss how to enact communism through communization. Responses to such questions refer to the abstract notion of carrying out communizing measures, but specifics are rarely spelled out, instead typically being defined tautologically as those measures which communize. As such, there is a cyclical element to much of the work, as communization can only be brought about by itself. Communization is thus not a form of prefigurative revolutionary practice of the sort that diverse anarchisms aspire to be, since it does not have any positive existence prior to a revolutionary situation. So, as Toscano puts it, communization faces the problem of happening now and never. Similarly, there also seems to be a tension regarding the role of the proletariat. Although communization theory importantly acknowledges that every affirmation of the class of labor becomes, by necessity, an affirmation of capital, the proletariat remains central to all theorization. After all, it is only they/we who can negate themselves/ourselves. But given the supposed crisis in the workers' identity/class relation, it is difficult to know who/what the agent of revolutionary change can/will be. Seemingly it has to, yet cannot, be the proletariat, something which belies a latent workerism, precisely that against which the ideas were initially formulated. Similarly, concerns remain surrounding the lack of agency and subjectivity, making the tendency at times alarmingly disempowering. Finally, no real consideration is given to the spatial/territorial, with processes seemingly happening on the head of a pin. Interestingly, despite having many of its own problems, the prefigurative communization tendency has a much greater engagement with geographical ideas. Therefore, to help elaborate on some of the issues above, this current will now be discussed. 105. Prefigurative communization. THIRD and the Invisible Committee. This second communization tendency is best associated with the short-lived French journal THIRD and the associated group the Invisible Committee, perhaps most famous for their links with the Tarnac 9 and the texts The Coming Insurrection and The Call. Across these various texts a very different communization theory is elaborated, grounded in activities that enact communism now, within capitalism. Drawing from a range of anarchist, insurrectionary, and post-autonomous theories, these visions of prefigurative communizing politics rely on the creation of communes through the withdrawal from capitalist activity. These communes are areas where non-anti-capitalist logics and social relations can flourish. As we apprehended, the process of instituting communism can only take the form of a collection of acts of communization, of making common such and such space, such and such machine, such and such knowledge. Communes therefore need to then be expanded and joined up, challenging state control through this creation of new and alternate territories. Underpinning all of this is the need to create new, anonymous subjectivities, or what Noyes refers to as a clandestine or invisible identity of the militant that escapes capitalist control and capture. This new and elusive revolutionary subject is therefore able to carry out spectacular forms of insurrection and subversion which can challenge and undermine the state and capital. In unison, such communizing activities, carried out by groups of anonymous militants, can therefore bring about new forms of life and ways of being. Outside of France, these ideas arguably found their most significant support in the 2009 wave of student protests that took place in California. At first glance, the two currents of communization theory seem to have relatively little in common. In fact, such are the apparent differences that members of the analytic tendency have repeatedly distanced themselves from the prefigurative usage, claiming that in such usage the term is merely a buzzword. The extremely baroque and evocative writing style of prefigurative theorists such as THIRD is a world away from the more measured and rigorous approach found in the analytic communization theory of endnotes, TC, and SIC. In addition, as opposed to the seemingly disempowering conclusions of the analytic tendency, Texts coming from the prefigurative tendency such as the call and the coming insurrection problematically find resistance and communization everywhere. While their examples of sharing and friendship are certainly necessary parts of communism, they are far from being sufficient in leading to an end of capitalism. As such, this prefigurative tendency is open to 106. Criticisms of naivete and its unfortunate propensity to imply that the desire to establish different relations suffices to start producing them. Further, such work has a habit of eating its own tail and providing tautological and cyclical definitions of communizing measures, something arguably shared by both tendencies. Prefigurative communization is therefore open to the same criticisms as lifestyle anarchism. Further, this more optimistic depiction can overlook one of the most important insights of communization theory itself, the need to challenge the value form. This is a real problem given that far from challenging capitalism, some purportedly communizing measures can actually end up supporting it, something discussed below in more detail with regard to the commons. In many ways, therefore, this prefigurative tendency is the opposite of the analytic. It has a wide-ranging, vague style which focuses very much on singularities and possibilities, as opposed to more narrow consideration of the totality. However, if rather than conceiving of communization as a singular theory, it is understood as a problematic, it is possible to draw out some important points from both the analytic and the prefigurative perspectives. And while there are of course tensions and debates surrounding the specificities of communization, it is argued that it can play a role as an extremely powerful heuristic when conceived accordingly. As such, anarchist geographical ideas can not only productively engage with many of ideas of communization but also potentially complement them and their limitations. There is much to be commended in the way in which communization theories have sought to recalibrate debates around the simultaneous importance and limitations of class. While many of the conclusions can at first seem paradoxical and disempowering, they consistently emphasize capitalism's dialectical nature. In this sense, the work is underpinned by a traditional, yet innovative, discourse of class, one that with further work could be compatible with anarcho-feminist/queer anarchist conceptions of class struggle intersectionality and further extend work on the role of social reproduction. It is also deeply in opposition to any form of transitional period, emphasizing that ends and means must be commensurate. As discussed, in communization theory there is a difference in opinion regarding the efficacy and desirability of prefiguration, but the insistence that communism can only be reached through communization resonates with anarchist thought even if certain proponents of communization dispute this. But most important, as Toscano notes, despite some of the issues discussed above. 107. Contemporary communist and we argue anarchist thought should engage with communization theory for a number of reasons. To have forcefully emphasized and rigorously investigated two indispensable elements of communist theory: the character of capitalism as a system of abstract domination based on the value form and the vision of communism as the revolutionary self-abolition of the proletariat, is a great credit to communization theory. That it has tried to think these elements in their unity, and to do so with an attention to the present possibilities of emancipation, as well as its historical trajectory, makes it a position worth engaging with for anyone preoccupied with the question of communism as a contemporary one. By acknowledging the benefits of both analytical communization's reflections on the value form and class structure and prefigurative communization's engagements with enacting communism now, we wish to develop an insightful combination of communization and anarchism. This will be achieved by exploring how communization could be carried out, arguing that in order for communization theory to have any purchase it needs to properly consider its spatiality. This is something that we feel anarchist spatial approaches are particularly well placed to do. Understanding communization spatially. The above section has engaged with some of the key debates of communization theory, demonstrating their breadth across the analytic and prefigurative communization tendencies. However, the focus of this chapter is not communization theory per se, in that we are not aiming to provide a complete exposition and critique of communization. Instead, we recognize the number of insightful and useful issues raised by communization theories, something even acknowledged by many of its critics, and engage with its powerful potential. We therefore wish to reflect on how communization might be enacted spatially. While much analysis from the analytic tendency has an explicit temporal focus in terms of its historical analysis and insistence that communization cannot happen after the revolution, instead being woven into its very fabric, it is alarmingly aspatial. Given the tendency's proclivity to abstracted, rigorous critique of political economy, as well as its reticence in providing practical examples of communizations in action, this is perhaps unsurprising. Nevertheless, to be anything more than a heuristic, communization has to take such considerations seriously because, as will be argued, hegemonic conceptions of space and territory are incompatible with the project, given that they produce capitalism and the state, and underpin the commodity and value form. On the other hand, as we shall see, while the prefigurative tendency touches much more on spatiality, it can fail. 108. To provide the analytical rigor that is seen as communization's strongest point. Geographers have long recognized that capitalism and anti-capitalist resistance are inherently spatial processes. However, as Souza notes, conventional Western perspectives on spatial organization are powerfully shaped by the concept of property, in which pieces of territory are viewed as commodities capable of being bought, sold, or exchanged at the marketplace. More recently, mainstream work on territory as a form of political space has emphasized its links to value and sovereignty, although, as discussed below, much important work challenged these ideas. Therefore, predominant spatial understandings are typically linked to the state, the commodity form, property, and exchange value, all of which are anathema to communization and anarchism. Accordingly, such spatialities are central to the production of capitalism, often with seeming neutrality. Armed with such capitalist understandings of space and territory, communization would therefore be frustrated. Not only do these spatial relationships naturalize/normalize precisely those things communization is fighting against, but under such understandings space and territory are also commodities themselves, and in fact a necessary precondition for the emergence of capitalism. Accordingly, it is necessary to outline an alternative spatial understanding that is compatible with communization and, more generally, anarchist ideas. Within the recent turn to anarchist geographies, particular focus has been placed on radical understandings of space which emphasize how it can be created from the bottom up, in a non-hierarchical, horizontal manner. Understanding space, and its relationship with capitalist social relations, is therefore crucial to any engagements with communization. In particular, it is possible to highlight these radical approaches towards space in the context of understandings of territory in Latin America which are grounded in communal use value, eschewing property, exchange value, and territory as a commodity. As Zibeke puts it, Latin American social movements advance a new organization of geographic space, in which new practices and social relations emerge. They see land as more than a means of production, thereby going beyond a narrow economist conception of it. Territory is the space in which to build a new social organization collectively, where new subjects take shape and materially and symbolically appropriate their space. 109. Zibeke highlights the way in which prefigurative politics are enacted spatially to create radical territories, something which we will argue combines both the analytic and the prefigurative tendencies of communization. The ideas of subaltern territory that Zibeke mentions are in contrast to capitalistic spatial understandings, and it is only with the former theorization that ideas of communization could become enacted. Spatializing anarchism and the commons. The radical understandings of space that have been briefly mentioned above find a resonance with spatial manifestations of the commons and how resistance can emerge from cracks in capitalism. While autonomist Marxists have adopted these ideas most frequently, recent work has started to develop explicitly anarchist understandings of the commons and has even connected with earlier anarchist traditions. However, while commons are a necessity for any form of communist society, they are not inherently anti-capitalist, and it is therefore important to differentiate between different types of commons, and ensure that those developed are anti-capitalist. Kafantzis and Federici define the anti-capitalist commons as autonomous spaces from which to reclaim control over the conditions of our reproduction, and bases from which to counter the processes of enclosure and increasingly disentangle our lives from the market and the state. However, even large, anti-state territories such as those controlled by the Zapatistas inevitably overlap and are in tension with capitalist territorial claims. Therefore, examples of anti-capitalist commons such as temporary autonomous zones need to be read with caution and through a class-sensitive lens if they are to realize any radical potential and not lapse into an insular form of dropping out. A critical understanding of space is therefore fundamental to class struggle/communization, and vice versa. Unfortunately, ideas of commonism which emphasize the need to circulate struggle through the expansion of commons do not always engage with these limitations, and they can fail to demonstrate how the commons can fundamentally challenge the value form. As with the debate surrounding prefigurative communization, not engaging with value theory is therefore a fundamental problem in these analyses. 110. In addition, discussion around the commons can be alarmingly backwards-looking and parochial, invoking bucolic images of a halcyon, pre-enclosure Britain, something that has led to criticism of the idea from an analytical communization standpoint. However, in order to combine the commons with communization, it is important to recognize work showing that the emergence of the commons was global and radical, with explicit links to class struggle. Crucially, then, it should not be a case of returning to the commons but instead creating them. The commons, like communization, are something to be produced, not reached. Therefore, we feel that communization requires not only a radical understanding of space but also the creation of the commons. It must be a form of commonization. Towards commonization. As mentioned, most communization theory fails to properly engage with any form of space, let alone an anarchist/anti-capitalist approach. Therefore, following our engagement with the commons, we wish to develop a theory that engages with these spatialities in producing communization, commonization. In so doing, following an understanding of subaltern territory, we want to engage with the potential to explore and claim these spaces when producing communization. However, before doing this, it is important to focus briefly on the attempts to spatialize/territorialize communization theory that can be found in some of the prefigurative tendency, demonstrating that, while it is important not to fall into the aforementioned trap of conflating desire/intention with outcome, Galloway, it is wrong to assert that the above quote has nothing to do with a reimagining of space, as, although this alone is clearly not sufficient, as has been argued, it is necessary. The coming insurrection, for example, has a section entitled Create Territories. Multiply Zones of Opacity. Today's territory is the product of many centuries of police operations. People have been pushed out of their fields, then their streets, then their neighborhoods, and finally from the hallways of their buildings, in the demented hope of containing all life between the four sweating walls of privacy. The territorial question isn't the same for us as it is for the state. For us it's not about possessing territory. Rather, it's a matter of increasing the density of the communes, of circulation, and of solidarities to the point that the territory becomes unreadable, opaque to all authority. We don't want to occupy the territory, we want to be the territory. Every practice brings a territory into existence, a dealing territory, or a hunting territory, a territory of child's play, of lovers, of a riot, a territory of 111. Farmers, ornithologists, or flaneurs. The rule is simple: the more territories there are superimposed on a given zone, the more circulation there is between them, the harder it will be for power to get a handle on them. Bistros, print shops, sports facilities, wastelands, second-hand book stalls, building rooftops, improvised street markets, kebab shops, and garages can all easily be used for purposes other than their official ones if enough complicities come together in them. Local self-organization superimposes its own geography over the state cartography, scrambling and blurring it, it produces its own secession. The passage highlights that the territorial question isn't the same for us as it is for the state, emphasizing how different spatial understandings are employed by different groups, and to different ends, and echoing Rancière's ideas of police as rigid control and striation of socio-spatial order. This is seen elsewhere in the text, where discussion of state response to unrest is centered on not only police surveillance of territory but also the need for it to be partitioned into ever more restricted zones in order for it to be controlled and defused. Resistance therefore needs to liberate territory from police occupation. This reinforces the important idea that territory is not pre-given, instead constructed and contested, the exact nature of which is intimately linked to the type of politics that is being enacted. Radical territory's dynamic and processual nature is demonstrated in the discussion of how very practice brings a territory into existence. Of course, such a claim can lead to the banality of territory and space. The important point is not simply that all things are territorial but also that there is a need to ask what types of territory and territorializing activities are compatible with communization. However, the most interesting points are contained in the claims that struggle is not about possessing territory but instead increasing the density of the communes to the point that we can be the territory. With obvious allusions to autonomist Marxist ideas of circulation of struggle, this quote reinforces the idea that, unlike state or capitalist understandings of territory, a sole focus on ownership of territory is problematic. But beyond this, it also makes the important point that struggles are territorial in a number of ways. That is, struggles do not only take place in territory but also for, through, over, and because of territory. Territory both shapes and is shaped by struggle. It is both medium and agent. Or, as the Invisible Committee put it in typically romantic style, urban space is more than just the theater of confrontation, it is also the means. These all demonstrate the necessity to engage with how and what is being produced in a space, and how this relates to communization. 112. Communization is incompatible with dominant spatial understandings, as space and territory become commodities themselves that played a central role in the production of capitalism. Processes of decommodification that can start to challenge the value form can therefore only take place in decommodified spaces and territories. Communization must therefore be commonization, with the production of new spaces and territories being an integral part of its process. But in order for communization to move beyond the level of an imminent, ultra-left critique, however powerful it may be, such decommodified territories need to be created and maintained, something much more difficult in practice than theory. In order to develop this idea, we now focus on Argentine struggles. Argentina, communization in practice. In the wake of its 2001 economic crisis, Argentina has come to represent something of a political laboratory for many on the left. With, among other things, hundreds of occupied and worker-run enterprises, horizontally organized neighborhood assemblies, and the unemployed workers' movements that emerged from the Piqueteros. These projects have been motivated by a wide range of prefigurative, anti-state, and anti-capitalist resistance. However, while undoubtedly inspiring and in many situations incredibly effective, the question here is, what can these movements tell us about the possibilities of communization/commonization? Unsurprisingly, given the scale and diversity of the resistance, much communization-inspired writing has engaged with examples from Argentina. For instance, in The Coming Insurrection, admiration is expressed towards the Piqueteros because they collectively extort a sort of local welfare conditioned by a few hours of work, don't clock their hours, put their benefits in common and acquire clothing workshops, a bakery, putting in place the gardens that they need. These movements are seen to be perfect exemplars of commune creators, carrying out what is seen as the necessarily prefigurative politics of communization and commonization. However, not all of the reflections on these prefigurative projects identify them as examples of communization in practice. An example of these tensions is the Occupied Factory movement, which consistently came up against issues of co-optation and self-exploitation. From the analytic tendency, Dave and Nizick have even argued that in many situations the occupation movement was not about transforming capitalism but instead a means of survival. Further, while examples of self-management immediately face the limitations of organizing as a class. 113. Against itself, similar concerns can be raised around the unemployed workers' movements, where refusal to work still represents an affirmation of the worker's identity. However, after acknowledging the extremely fragmentary responses of Argentine social movements with regard to the realization of communization, theory communists note that the most interesting is without doubt territorial organization. Therefore, it is these attempts at spatial communization that should be focused on. Recent work has explored the way in which social movements, particularly in Buenos Aires' urban periphery, have moved away from their identity as unemployed workers, instead focusing on organizing territorially in their neighborhoods. Although certain groups had long recognized the limitations of the Piqueteros movement, this territorial shift has become more common and is underpinned by the understandings of territory expressed above. As said, for these groups territory is not simply something to be struggled over, but its recreation and reimagining fundamentally underpins their activity. It is both medium and agent, leading to a rise in territorial subjectivities. This important, morphogenetic relationship between territory and political struggle was emphasized in a conversation with one such group, the MTD Oscar Barrios. Their analysis of different types of territory and the role these types play in different political projects bears quoting at length. For us, territory plays a central role in the construction of autogestive power at this particular juncture. Territory is controlled by a certain type of power which is trying to impose a particular worldview, but this is not imposed without resistance. Territorial disputes are not only related to injustices that stem from unemployment, housing, health, social resources, ecological deterioration, and so on, but these disputes are also to do with certain forms of social relations, values, and symbols. While the dominant neoliberal, capitalist territoriality is configured in a particular form of territory, alternative forms of territory have become a central terrain of political construction, and are increasingly significant and important spaces in the lives of much of the population. Different territorial constructions can help articulate new forms of the social, the political, the economic, and the cultural. These sorts of territorial organizations build, inhabit, found, struggle over significant spaces, are produced by everyday class struggles, but they are complex spaces which are both constructed by and help generate new identities, senses of belonging, and distinctive forms of sociability grounded in autonomy and autogestion. Thus, as workers, the young, women, people of color, the LGBTQ community, the elderly, the marginalized, the excluded, indigenous people, migrants, etc. 114. We are building a territorial subject that is open and varied, and constructs itself through struggle against the territorial system. As discussed above, dominant neoliberal understandings of territory are therefore incompatible with anti-capitalist projects more broadly, let alone communization in particular. But, in addition to subaltern territorial politics being compatible with an anti-capitalist future, they can also help pave the way for rich, diverse, and intersectional struggles, as mentioned in the quote above. Of course, this does not mean that those involved with territorial struggles have somehow escaped the class relationship, simply that actions are no longer grounded solely in affirmation of the worker's identity. Organizing in this neighborhood fashion therefore meant that the focus was not building workers' power but instead attending to people's needs and requirements, something emphasized by Argentine movement's understanding of the neighborhood as the new factory. Exchange value is jettisoned as production takes on a different meaning underpinned by communal use value, and therefore the determinations of the proletariat as a class of this society. Effectively undermined by the way productive activities undertaken is thus that the revolution as communization becomes credible. This analysis from the analytic tendency therefore provides a spatial/territorial example which joins together rigorous value critique with prefigurative ends and means. Reinforcing the need for an understanding of commonization, such activities not only take place in but also help produce decommodified territories, although it is necessary to be cautious about the extent to which these territories can really be classed as free territories. This spatial understanding can therefore underpin broader processes of decommodification, such as those which Zibecke describes taking place across certain neighborhood-run enterprises. These projects can be seen to be building collective resources, or commons, such as in the example of a community bakery in the neighborhood of Barracas, through which Zibecke explores how these collective processes have also developed through processes creating de-alienated labor through a refusal to produce commodities. The duality of the commodity, as carrier of use value and exchange value has been, or rather, is being deconstructed in favor of use value, or, products that are non-commodities. Again, like the discussion from TC, this demonstrates serious engagement with the challenge of understanding rigorous value critiques in tandem with prefigurative action. Returning to the analytic tendency, Burns's work on anti-capitalist, counter. 115. Logistics and communization provides opportunities to scale up such decommodification and commonization. For instance, one of the author's research focuses on processes of neighborhood decommodification and territorial organizing, including terrains that have not traditionally been thought of as political in Argentina, such as neighborhood struggles in Mercado Bonpland in Palermo, Buenos Aires. This neighborhood reclaimed retail market operates as a connection point for different projects of autogestion, from worker-reclaimed factories to small family producers and cooperatives, yet it also operates as a market in a wealthy barrio of Buenos Aires. The aim of this market is consequently to challenge the process of creating value, from production to exchange. The challenge of this is to address each stage of the production process in order to regain worker control. Yet in so doing the organization is grounded in the difficulties of everyday organizing, how to sustain oneself despite living within capitalism. Territorially the space has been reclaimed for the neighborhood, yet who conceives themselves as a neighbor is dependent on their organizational history, class, and political identities. Thus Mercado Bonpland highlights the need to connect the multiple neighborhood approaches and tactics that bridge divides between politics of subsistence and decommodification. As a neighborhood market space reclaimed for autogestion, this demonstrates the possibilities in connecting multiple autogestive networks. These complexities highlight the potential in engaging in the production of decommodified territories, while the everyday difficulties the market faces demonstrate how this is not a simple process. Nevertheless, the example of the Mercado Bonpland not only begins to demonstrate how the processes Zibecke describes in the paragraph above could begin to be scaled up, but also indicates that if communization's potential can possibly be realized, it has to be alongside a wholesale reimagination and reenactment of territory. To phrase it simply, it must be understood as a form of commonization. These examples highlight the importance of these Argentine cases as examples of struggles which can begin to challenge the value form, and attempt to sidestep the limits of the class relation. To this end they can be seen as at the very least examples of communist/communizing measures, if not embryonic forms of communization. But given the inherent and concurrent spatial element to these struggles, they are better understood as examples of commonization that can help produce a theoretically rigorous and engaged politics. 116. Conclusions. This chapter has helped create a messy communization theory and contributed to debates surrounding the various currents/tendencies and their discontents. However, instead of necessarily debating communization theory per se, we have tried to bring into contact analytic and prefigurative communization tendencies. Whilst not wanting to create an artificial divide, it is important to recognize the two predominant traits in communization theory and their respective strengths and weaknesses. So while the analytic tendency has an important value theoretical rigor, it often lacks real-world examples, and by the same token, although prefigurative communization theory is arguably closer linked to contemporary struggle, such important insights can drop out. In bringing analytic and prefigurative communization theory into dialogue, we aim to highlight the potential benefit of both approaches but show that they must be understood in specific spatialized/territorialized contexts. It has been shown that anarchist spatial approaches are well suited to this and have been manifested in Latin American understandings of territory that share similarities with ideas of the commons. It can therefore be understood as commonization, where space and territory are decommodified in order to facilitate the process of communization. While the insights afforded by anarchist geographies can complement work from communization theory, we also feel that anarchist geographies can productively engage with communization theory. The central tenets of analytical and prefigurative communization that were explored in earlier sections should underpin anarchist activity and theory, especially given the shared commitment to consistency between ends and means. This chapter is therefore also part of a move to broaden the focus of the welcome turn to anarchist geographies and seek to enrich debates by moving them out of their comfort zones. However, despite the final section giving some potential examples of commonization in practice, this is very much a work on progress. It is a first step towards a theory of commonization. Nevertheless, while admittedly rudimentary and nascent, we believe the ideas expressed here deserve further exploration, as do the activities of such communizing/commonizing social movements in Argentina and beyond. Therefore, more work needs to take place into the nature of radical approaches to space and territory, and the struggles that are associated with these. In particular, greater focus needs to be placed on issues surrounding the role of power immanent to alternative spaces and territories, the possibilities and limitations of a relational understanding of territory, and how this affects the ability to extend processes of commonization. Whether or not communization can ever be anything more than a problematic is still up for debate, but understanding it through the form of commonization is useful for both anarchist theory and practice. Chapter 6. Feuding Brothers. Left libertarians, Marxists, and socio-spatial research at the beginning of the 21st century. This is what we keep saying to our brothers, sometimes feuding brothers, the state socialists: watch your bosses and representatives. Like you, certainly, they are animated by the purest of intentions. They fervently want the abolition of private property and state tyranny, but the relationships, the new conditions gradually change them, their morality changes with their interests, and, still believing himself faithful to the cause of their constituents, they inevitably become infidels. Also, those in power will use the instruments of power: military, moralists, magistrates, police and informers. Reckless. The epigraph above is a remark made by French geographer and anarchist Elise Reclus at the end of the 19th century. Obviously, Reclus is benevolent towards Marxists, as the term brothers shows. But he was never totally alone with this kind of benevolence. Certainly, as I already stressed in a previous text, Reclus's words were proffered long before anarchists were massively executed by state socialists during the Civil War in Russia and later in Spain. However, thereafter I immediately asked. Nevertheless, and be that as it may, if it is evident that anarchists, neo-anarchists, and autonomists should see each other as brothers, why is it then so difficult for many Marxists and libertarians to conceive each other at least as cousins, the errors and crimes of the past notwithstanding? After all, in spite of all the disagreements in relation to the means, there has always been a remarkable, though by no means total, convergence in terms of ends. In 1873, 124. Kropotkin went as far as to insist that socialists of the most varied shades shared a rather complete agreement in their ideals. Several thinkers and activists on both sides, but as far as I know mainly on the libertarian one, have pleaded for many decades for a better understanding between libertarians and Marxists. Among the most prominent thinkers, we can mention names such as Karl Korsch and Daniel Guerin. More recently, Italian anarchist Chiara Bottici went as far as to literally propose a marriage or connubial between Marxism and anarchism. The very suggestion is as such highly problematic, but the reason she offers is bizarre. In light of the difficulties encountered in promoting the realization of the freedom of equals on a larger scale, anarchists may easily fall into the individualist temptation and limit their fight to the realization of spaces of autonomy in small self-enclosed communities. For this possible degeneration, Marxism contains a powerful antidote. Her thesis is based on an understandable but nonetheless mistaken and fallacious set of presuppositions. For instance, that Marxism could be the best antidote against anarchism's vulnerability in the face of individualist trends. It is understandable that Anglo-American anarchism has been largely individualist, considering the political culture of the United States and its historical evolution. Yet curiously enough, she is a European scholar, so that there is even less excuse for ignoring the ideas of the classical anarchists like Mikhail Bakunin, Elisee Reclus, Pyotr Kropotkin and Errico Malatesta, as well as those of autonomist Cornelius Castoriadis, to mention a particularly relevant and contemporary example, all of them not even remotely culpable of an individualist bias. The fact is that Marxism is and has always been a challenge for libertarians. Interestingly, Marxism has been weakened since the 1990s as never before, though its delacerating theoretical flaws and political cul-de-sacs have been exposed by libertarians since the 19th century, and to some extent also by heterodox Marxists, especially since the 1950s and 1960s. At the same time, the libertarian alternative is relevant and visible now as never before since the 1960s or even since the 1930s. 125. Of course, it would be as wrong to deny the relevance and implications of the present-day resurgence of libertarian ideas and ideals as to exaggerate the contemporary role of libertarian thought and praxis. But the fact is that we can see around the globe many attempts to overcome authoritarianism and verticality, and, even if these experiences can be described as hybrid or syncretic, due to the heterogeneity of the political influences they have received, at the end of the day they correspond to attempts to overcome not only Bolshevism's explicit authoritarianism but also Marxism's typical statism and centralism at a more general level too. Marxism-inspired real socialism began to collapse at the end of the 1980s, and emancipatory social movements of a new type, such as Mexican Zapatistas, began to emerge a few years later. To be accurate, some of the representatives of a second generation of the so-called new social movements existed already in the 1980s, such as German Autonomen. Furthermore, libertarian traces and roots could be observed and regarded as a heritage from the 1960s and 1970s. 3. However, Mexican Zapatistas, Argentine Piqueteros, the movement against capitalist globalization and so on, all these expressions of a libertarian renaissance have developed since the 1990s. Hence we can see that there have been new radical social movements and protests since the 1990s, and the presence of a libertarian dimension is a common feature of many of them. At the same time, several of the most important among them still present Marxist discursive or even practical elements. That is precisely the reason why we can say they possess a more or less hybrid nature. Considering all this complexity, it is high time, therefore, to turn back to some old questions. What should we libertarians expect from a dialogue with Marxists? Under what circumstances can dialogue be possible? To what extent must libertarians be particularly cautious and critical nowadays? As I said in an earlier paper. 126. Perhaps interestingly or surprisingly, I feel ethically closer to several heterodox Marxists than to an individualist anarchist such as Max Stirner. In light of this, and with expectation of some reciprocity, I just wish that our contemporary, heterodox Marxist cousins could acknowledge that they have more in common with Elisee Reclus, Pyotr Kropotkin, Murray Bookchin, Colin Ward or Noam Chomsky than with, say, Georgy Plekhanov, Vladimir Lenin, Leon Trotsky or Ernest Mondale, etc. There is enough evidence showing that it would be naive to expect much reciprocity in this sense, at least on the part of most Marxists. In the remainder of this text, I will examine the various aspects of present-day Marxist challenge, before I turn to some specific problems related to the difficult relationship between libertarian and Marxist socio-spatial researchers and activists. Though the problem represented by the relationships between libertarians and Marxists goes far beyond socio-spatial research, as it is above all a matter of praxis, limitations in terms of space and opportunity make justifiable my decision of focusing particularly the questions and aspects more directly related to the possibility of a reconstruction of radical geography and socio-spatial research in general on the basis of a libertarian approach, clearly committed to autonomy and against heteronomy. From Marxism's resilience. Marxism's crisis since the 1990s cannot be ignored or denied. For libertarians, it represents a remarkable opportunity for a political intellectual rebirth at a level never experienced again after the 1930s. Yet Marxism's resilience should not be underestimated. In fact, the crisis of Karl Marx's legacy has led to a partly irritating, partly embarrassing situation. While some Marxists have isolated themselves and lost almost every connection to reality, most academic Marxists have tried to adapt themselves to the new situation. How? There have been 4 basic reactions. 1. Melancholia. This kind of reaction is characterized by a form of deep cultural pessimism, and at the same time by generalized criticisms against the remaining left, other Marxists included. Libertarian or quasi-libertarian thought and praxis are often either underestimated or simply ignored. As Russell Jacoby said in his book The End of Utopia, apart from a few diehards in stray capitals and campuses, intellectuals have become willy-nilly liberals, implying that almost all left-wing intellectuals have become complacent and devoid of any radicalism. It is not, of course, that critics such as Jacoby are totally wrong. Remarks like O'Day socialists and leftists do not dream of a future qualitatively different from the present. At best, radicals and leftists envision a modified society with bigger pieces of pie for more customers, or the fin de siècle. Marxism seeks an afterlife as a more perfect capitalism are essentially correct. Even his provocative and ironic remark that culture is sexy, economics is pedestrian these days is productive. Obviously, it would be preposterous to suggest that socio-political optimism is a major feature of our age, as it was in the framework of 19th century's progress credulity. In fact, one cannot deny that our time is largely an age of generalist conformism, to use Castoriadis's words. At the same time, however, a statement like that about stray capitals and campuses reveals, from a Latin American viewpoint, some arrogant ignorance regarding the vitality of resistance and thinking outside the so-called global north. And an irony such as that about culture as a sexy subject, notwithstanding its importance in the face of a concrete neglect of political economy, may suggest a revival of economism as an antidote against culturalism. 2. Adoption of a quasi-bourgeois, left Keynesian, tacitly reformist discourse. This type of reaction is the most disturbing one, or at least it should be, and not only from a libertarian perspective but also from a Marxist point of view. Let me exemplify with the questions posed by David Harvey, admittedly one of the best-known Marxist scholars of the last 3 or 4 decades in the world, on a couple of occasions, beginning with the chapter called What is to be Done? And Who the Hell is Going to Do It?, included in a book edited by Neil Brenner, Peter Marcuse, and Margit Meyer entitled Cities for People, Not for Profit. Departing from the essentially correct but nevertheless simplistic assumption according to which throughout the world we are not in a revolutionary moment, Harvey concludes, despite the fact that there is often a substantial conflict between Keynesian thinking and Marxian thinking, that we are experiencing a Keynesian moment nowadays. For him, this Keynesian moment corresponds to a realistic reaction against neoliberalism. On this basis, he develops an argue. 128. Meant that if we are in a Keynesian moment, then we need to make use of it politically, or, in other words, perhaps the best we can do right now is to redirect that Keynesianism in such a way that it benefits the mass of the people rather than continue to centralize capitalist state power. Despite this critical remark about centralization of state power, it soon becomes clear that for him not only Keynesianism but also state capitalism in its more explicit forms tends to appear as a lifeboat, since throughout the world we are not in a revolutionary moment. With possible exceptions in Latin America and China, we do not currently have the option of rejecting Keynesianism. The only option is to ask what kind of Keynesianism it should be, and to whose benefit should it be mobilized. By the way, it was not the first time that David Harvey expressed an essentially positive opinion about some Latin American experiences and even about China. A similar view had been already presented by him 2 years before. In a lucid passage, he then remarked that while there are some signs of recovery of both labor organizing and left politics along with signs of the emergence of more radical political parties in different parts of the world, the exclusive reliance upon a vanguard of workers is now in question, as is the ability of those leftist parties that gain some access to political power to have a substantive impact upon the development of capitalism and to cope with the troubled dynamics of crisis-prone accumulation. However, immediately after that, he says that left political parties and labor unions are significant still, and their takeover of aspects of state power, as with the Workers' Party in Brazil or the Bolivarian movement in Venezuela, has had a clear impact on left thinking, not only in Latin America. The complicated problem of how to interpret the role of the Communist Party in China, with its exclusive control over political power, and what its future policies might be about, is not easily resolved either. In order to avoid an injustice, it is important to stress that Harvey is far from being alone with this kind of point of view. Perry Anderson's balance sheet of the Lula government, published in 2011 under the title Lula's Brazil, is not very different from this kind of evaluation, as the following words at the beginning of his text already suggest. Contrary to a well-known English dictum, stoical if self-exonerating, all political lives do not end in failure. Today, there is only one ruler in the world who can claim this achievement, the former worker who in January stepped down as president of Brazil, enjoying the approval of 80% of its citizens. By any criterion, Luiz Inácio da Silva is the most successful politician of his time. My response to Harvey's optimism regarding Brazil was already delivered a few years ago, and the same criticism is valid in relation to Anderson's piece when I warned that sticking appearances for substance assumes that Brazil's government under Lula is a left-wing one. As I added then in a footnote, Brazil's economic and social policy under Lula has been a mixture of statism and neoliberal elements, in which features such as fiscal responsibility, the priority given to agribusiness, and the absence of a true land reform are tempered by compensatory social policies. However, what is particularly astonishing and symptomatic is Harvey's ambiguity, to say the least, regarding China. If the problem of how to interpret the role of the Communist Party in China is regarded as a complicated one, how can the whole perverse legacy of real socialism be critically analyzed and constructively surpassed? And considering the whole set of his interpretations and conclusions, how can we talk about the possibility of a revolution under these circumstances? Against this background, it is no wonder that Harvey stresses that the co-revolutionary theory earlier laid out would suggest that there is no way that an anti-capitalist social order can be constructed without seizing state power. As far as China's bureaucratic authoritarian capitalism is concerned, the mention of a revolutionary moment is already an affront against not only libertarians but also, as I have already pointed out in an earlier text, the memory and legacy of heterodox, creative and honest Marxists such as Council Communists Anton Pannekoek and Karl Korsch. That is the reason why I said in my earlier text that this kind of Marxism is neither Marxism nor David Harvey at his best, but rather a fin de siècle or fatigued Marxism. Be that as it may, it reveals the more or less reformist, state-centered and pragmatic view espoused by many Marxists, probably as a consequence of insufficient confidence in emancipatory social movements. 3. Prophetic updating. Prophetic updating is Marxists' attempt to revitalize Marx's doctrine by means of trying to persuade us that capitalism's contradictions and problems, for instance, the 2008 More Than Financial CRI 130. Justify Sartre's famous assumption that Marxism would be the impassable horizon of our time, as if neither Marxist politics nor Marxian or Marxist philosophy have showed any problems or limits. 6. In a slightly more modest fashion, Perry Anderson pontificated a few years before the fall of the Berlin Wall that Marxism lies apart from all other variants of critical theory in its ability or at least ambition to compose a self-critical theory capable of explaining its own genesis and metamorphoses, declining to admit the existence of any crisis of Marxism in a strict sense. For the British historian, the term crisis of Marxism was itself always a misleading one, for what was really at issue was the crisis of a certain Marxism. Geographically confined to Latin Europe, essentially France, Italy, and Spain. 3 decades later, as Russell Jacoby's Melancholia testifies, it would be impossible even for the most renitent Marxists to deny that, instead of a situation in which Marxism is conquering or consolidating new positions across a wide front outside Latin Europe, Marxism has been actually reduced to little more than a fragmentary and vestigial existence worldwide. Nevertheless, the remaining Marxists surely still would subscribe at least to the essence of Perry Anderson's diagnosis that, like any other such paradigm, it will not be replaced so long as there is no superior candidate for comparable overall advance in knowledge. There is no sign of that yet, and we can therefore be confident that at least as much work will be done within Marxism tomorrow as it is today. On the basis of this kind of arrogance and presumed self-sufficiency, libertarian criticisms have been ignored and, more recently, capitalism's more than financial crisis of 2008 has been interpreted as an evidence that Marxism has always been right. In the present conjuncture, even heterodox Marxists such as Antonio Negri have been put under suspicion or despised sometimes, as Eric Hobsbawm did in his last book, How to Change the World, a work which sounds as an extremely self-referential apology not only of Marxism but also of a very conventional type of Marxist lineage. That becomes explicit, for instance, as Hobsbawm regrets Negri's frankly insufficient formation in Marxian literature, or as he induces his readers to 131. Believe that from the middle 1840s on it can no longer be said that Marx derived anything from the pre-Marxist tradition of socialism, or as he almost ignores the ideas of council communists such as Pannekoek and Korsch. For mimicry means, in this context, the borrowing of traditional libertarian principles and methods, such as self-management and autonomy, in order to revitalize Marxism whilst forgetting to give the due credit or simply to pay any tribute at all to the ancient libertarian roots of those principles and methods. Interestingly, though libertarian ideas and practices have been selectively used as sources of inspiration by Marxists, they have generally rejected or minimized convergence, at least in public. Considering the interest of several contemporary Marxists about principles, methods, and strategies which have been typical of the libertarian galaxy and not of historical materialism, it is curious that no less a person than Eric Hobsbawm, an erudite icon of British historiography, can produce several biased and oversimplified comments on anarchism in his last book. This political and intellectual autism is not compatible with the largely opportunistic pragmatism some prominent Marxists have showed these days. Symptomatically, some people have even proposed oxymoronic terms such as autonomous/autonomist Marxism and libertarian Marxism. As good examples of this sort of mimicry, John Holloway, in his attempt to persuade his readers that it is possible to change the world without taking power, forgets to pay tribute to the ancient anarchist roots of this formula, while Antonio Negri does not explicitly or sufficiently recognize the huge debt he has in relation to Socialisme ou Barbaries discussions about gestion ouvrière or to Castoriadis's more sophisticated discussions during the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s about the projet d'autonomie and the self-instituting society. By the way, it is remarkable that the autonomous Marxist Antonio Negri openly admitted, in the course of a talk 132 with Cesare Cosarino, that my assessment of the USSR is not entirely negative, or that while I was watching yesterday that bunch of buffoons who rule our world at the G8 in Genoa, I couldn't help but think, I wish the USSR was still around. I know it's cruel and absurd to say such a thing, and yet. 9. As far as Holloway is concerned, let us put it straight, any attempt to incarnate the spirit of horizontally as if it would have been perfectly compatible with the century-old state-centrist character of Marxism, and without even mentioning the libertarian thought, is simply grotesque and nothing more than a counterfeit. 10. Moreover, it is an outdated counterfeit, since Holloway does not clearly advance beyond the oversimplified perspective typical of classical anarchists concerning the concept of power. While classical anarchists typically reduced power to state power, or at least to domination, an oversimplification which has already received convincing reservations on the part of libertarians of the second half of the 20th century, such as neo-anarchist Murray Bookchin and especially autonomist Cornelius Castoriadis, it is very useful to differentiate between heteronymous and autonomous power. All these four reactions, melancholia, adoption of a quasi-bourgeois, left Keynesian, tacitly reformist discourse, prophetic updating, and mimicry, are understandable, though the last three of them are at the same time productive and opportunistic. After all, Marxism wants and struggles to survive. Russell Jacoby's melancholy is surely more honest, but it is politically almost a kind of capitulation. 11. And Harvey's ambiguous position is a mixture of almost complete capitulation and inability to criticize state capitalism and orthodoxy. In fact, the same inability to learn from the past can be observed in most cases of prophetic updating. However, mimicry is politically and ethically the most objectionable reaction and must be denounced by libertarians as a fraud, at least in those cases when no due credit is given to the libertarian roots of / contributions to the development of concepts such as autogestion. That is not to say that Marxists cannot borrow anything from libertarians. 12. Of course, I do not have anything against Marxists recognizing that self-management, horizontally, and decentralization are better than statecraft, verticality, democratic centralism and dictatorship of the proletariat. But they have at least to acknowledge their debt. If they do not give enough credit to libertarians' historical achievements, then it is rather a matter of parasitism than of convergence. 133. To libertarian criticism. Marxist thinkers can try to act as though libertarian thinkers do not exist, as they have actually done for generations, but they certainly cannot ignore contemporary social movements such as Mexican Zapatistas, Argentine Piqueteros or Spanish 15M, unless they want to pay the price of a complete socio-political irrelevance. These and several other important emancipatory movements are remarkably and at least partly organized according to libertarian principles: autogestion, horizontally, absence of rigid hierarchies. Zapatistas' guiding principles such as Mandar obedeciendo, Caminando aprendemos and Prop 1 y no imponer correspond, in fact, to touchstones of libertarian wisdom. Sure, in some cases these movements and their organizations are actually hybrid or syncretic, as I already said in the introduction, but even then who could dare to deny the presence of at least indirect libertarian influences? Taking these movements, their message, and their praxis seriously and on the basis of intellectual and political honesty presupposes that one cannot arrogantly despise the libertarian thought and praxis they, to a large extent, embody. After anarchists' military defeat by Franco's fascists in Spain in the late 1930s, libertarian praxis experienced an eclipse which lasted until the 1990s. The May '68 movement was no more than a brief exception, or, as Cornelius Castoriadis, Edgar Morin, and Claude Lefort called it, a breach la brèche 13. After that, in the 1970s and 1980s, the so-called new social movements were influenced by several different ideologies, including Marxism, while libertarian ideals and organizational principles were in retreat. The situation began to change in the 1990s. In this context, the theoretical and political crisis of Marxism, tremendously aggravated by the ultimate collapse of bureaucratic socialism, has played a key role. The conditions for a rebirth of libertarian ideas and strategies were all in place. Thus, under the circumstances of the last 2 decades, libertarian authors have been sometimes consistently and sincerely discovered, that is, not within the framework of neo-Marxist mimicry, and no longer in the context of superficial and / or purely nostalgic celebration. From Elisee Reckless and Pyotr Kropotkin to Murray Bookchin and Cornelius Castoriadis, as well as to authors who can be at least considered as having been very close to the libertarian thinking during a part of their lives, such as Michel Foucault, Gilles Deleuze, and Félix Guattari, the contributions made by non-Marxist critical theorists have been praised. In Latin America, thinkers have often emerged from praxis itself, for instance, Subcommandant Marcos and, more indirectly, Raúl Zabecca. 14. From this relative vantage point, libertarians can concede that a constructive dialogue with heterodox, non-Leninist Marxism is both intellectually and politically necessary. First of all, we would be better off just admitting that convergence between Marxism and libertarian thinking and praxis have been much more important than both sides have usually been prone to recognize. For instance, as far as political economy is concerned, Mikhail Bakunin borrowed substantially from Marx, and acknowledged it. Furthermore, it is undeniable that there have always been some Marxist intellectuals who challenged orthodoxy in a productive way, approaching themselves to libertarian positions, from Panicoix's and Korsch's Council Communism to Edward P. Thompson, Herbert Marcuse, and others. Hence, it would be unjust to deny that the political and theoretical contributions made by many heterodox Marxists deserve respect and constitute relevant achievements in the history of anti-capitalist struggle. However, the libertarian particularities must be stressed. At this moment, and for the first time in many decades, one does not have any reason to regard the libertarian lineage as a kind of chronic loser, at least in comparison with Marxism. A major obstacle towards a constructive dialogue with Marxists is the persistence of political and intellectual autism. Despite the differences between authors as diverse as Henry Lefebvre, Manuel Castells 15 and David Harvey, all of them have shared some kind of Marxism as an almost self-evident basis of radical thinking. 16. From the 1970s onwards, almost all Marxist authors have usually given us the impression that from their perspective there has not existed any truly critical and relevant intelligent life outside Marxism. Sure, the arrogance that there has not existed truly critical intelligent life outside Marxism has been often reinforced. It is a matter of honesty to admit it by anarchists' frequent anti-theoretical prejudices, to remember a criticism addressed by Castoriadis many decades ago. Theory is not synonymous with superfluous blah blah blah, and if interest in science and erudition would have been incompatible with a libertarian approach to the world and a libertarian attitude in the world, how could we explain Reclus's life and works? Be that as it may, neither the anti-theoretical prejudices of lifestyle anarchists nor the political and intellectual autism that is typical of Marxists are justified. 135. Let us turn to the broader political and theoretical question of divergences and convergence between libertarians and Marxists, aiming at a constructive dialogue. On which basis could such a dialogue flourish these days? From a libertarian viewpoint, we need first of all to go beyond the usual, today already largely consensual, criticisms against Leninism. Marxism's problems go far beyond Leninism, in a similar way as capitalism's problems do not circumscribe themselves to neoliberalism. Building on an already existing political philosophical ground in terms of discussion of radically democratic alternatives of thinking and praxis, libertarian ideas and practices have experienced, as I already said, a kind of rebirth since the 1990s both in the academic world and especially among social movements, even if usually in a modified form when compared to classical anarchism. 18. We must therefore develop non-authoritarian, radically democratic approaches and alternative strategies. Much further, in order to do justice to our time and to the praxis of several emancipatory social movements nowadays, as well as in order to avoid standing far behind these movements' praxis. This recognition does not make a Marxist's life easy, for this requirement is virtually incompatible with an enormous part of Marx's legacy, as libertarians such as Castoriadis discussed in a detailed manner. This was also admitted even by a heterodox Marxist like Edward P. Thompson. However, that is not to say, of course, that everything in Marx's legacy or in the history of Marxism has been intellectually inutile or dangerous from an emancipatory perspective. Even from a political point of view, the praxis derived from and at the same time inspiring of, say, council communism is something that has produced several relevant convergences, as Noam Chomsky acknowledged in his comments on Panicoix's book on workers' councils. It is also important that heterodox, less authoritarian Marxists finally fully acknowledge the theoretical and strategic contributions that have been made by libertarians. As far as academic contributions are concerned, sociologists, geographers and others have shown an increasing though still insufficient interest for the ideas of thinkers such as Murray Bookchin, Noam Chomsky, and Cornelius Castoriadis. And on the part of the social movements and forms of resistance, relevant contributions to a resurgence of libertarian thinking and praxis have been made both in the global north and in the global south, as I have stressed. After vivid and interesting debates in the late 1960s and early 1970s and an eclipse during the 1980s and 136. 1990s, autogestion has become again a very important aspect of the praxis generated by many social movements in many countries at the beginning of the 21st century. Questions related to this re-emergence of interest in autogestion have been either directly or indirectly addressed by geographers in several papers and books published since the last decade. In light of all this, a certain remark made in a relatively recent article by 3 Marxist urban theorists is particularly anachronistic, as it is symptomatic of many Marxists' persistent theoretical and political autism. Lefebvre himself grappled with an analogous problem in the 1960s and 1970s, when the Euro-communist concept of autogestion, literally, self-management, but perhaps best translated as grassroots democracy, was being pervasively misappropriated by various interests to legitimate new forms of state bureaucratic planning. This particular remark is taken here not only as an instance of the way Marxists very often resolutely ignore libertarians, but also as an illustration of the mistakes and injustices they do more often than not. The interpretation that autogestion was a Euro-communist concept is simply preposterous. The French word autogestion was introduced in the second half of the 20th century as a translation of the Serbo-Croatian samoprafilj, 20. In fact, it corresponds to a traditional libertarian idea which was later distorted in the former Yugoslavia under Marshal Josip Broz Tito and thereafter, to some extent and for some time, usurped by a few communist parties in Western Europe. 21. Henry Lefebvre himself, being a heterodox Marxist in many senses, showed interest for autogestion as a political notion, and he even made a strong argument for what he eventually called autogestion generalice, or generalist self-management. 22. It is true that he addressed pertinent criticisms related to the threat of an ideological co-optation of this notion. Though apparently without having interest in paying any adequate tribute to the radical discussion on workers' self-management which had been developed since the 1950s by members of the Socialisme ou Barbarie group in France, not to mention to the ancient anarchistic roots of the consistent defense of horizontally. 23. Furthermore, it is also disappointing that although Henry Lefebvre criticized the planification autoritaire et centralisée typical of bureaucratic socialism, showing some reservations even about Yugoslavia's case, he nevertheless 137 insisted on using the term autogestion to describe the Yugoslavian experience. In the face of such a lenience, we can ask, was Marshal Tito's Yugoslavia at the end of the day not essentially similar to the pro-USSR countries of bureaucratic socialism, a little less centralization notwithstanding? As Colin Ward rightly said in 1968, workers' control in Yugoslavia was workers' control within those limits set by the party, just as these experiments here are workers' control within the limits set by a capitalist market economy. Surely Lefebvre's ambiguity gives testimony of the contradictions of a great neo-Marxist philosopher who was in several senses undoubtedly heterodox but nevertheless hesitated in abandoning such a crypto-Stalinist party as the PCF. Under the circumstances of an incomplete philosophical/theoretical and political objection against authoritarian socialism, how could we promote alternative, radically democratic, socially just and sustainable forms of urbanism, as Neil Brenner, Peter Marcuse, and Margit Meyer ask in the aforementioned text? It does not sound convincing. On which political, philosophical and ethical basis should the praxis take place? The authors coherently dismiss the liberal reformist approach as biased and ideological, however, although they apparently recognize that the radical academic milieu is not homogeneous, some crucial aspects of the really existing heterogeneity are in fact blatantly underestimated. I mean the deep insufficiencies of Marxism itself, as were widely demonstrated and convincingly argued especially by Cornelius Castoriadis, and was sustained already by Proudhon and Bakunin in the 19th century. That is the reason why the idea of a synthesis or a convergence between Marxists and libertarians is unrealistic and even dangerous, as it can lead to an underestimation of the mutual incompatibility of both sides as such. Each side, to be sure, can learn from the other, but unless Marxists acknowledge their debt to libertarians as often as they talk on self-management and the like, terms such as autonomist Marxism must sound not only contradictory but also opportunistic. What is more, Marxists usually do not criticize Marx's legacy as strongly as it is necessary and as anarchists and Castoriadis did or have done. Expressions of ideological syncretism such as workerism and other similar, Marxism-inspired approaches can damage truly libertarian efforts, since they could create the false impression that anarchists and libertarian autonomists have been much less important and original as they have in fact been. 138. To begin with, from a libertarian viewpoint, Marxists critically conceptualize the capitalist state, but they always had immense difficulties in criticizing the state apparatus as such and in abandoning the idea of a socialist state as a kind of transitional moment between capitalism and communism. Moreover, and this point is particularly relevant for socio-spatial research, there has typically been in Marxism, as a matter of fact, a general lack of deep criticism towards capitalist technologies. Marxists have usually had difficulties in putting aside Marx's assumption that socialism must be based on the materially advanced productive forces inherited from capitalism in order to avoid a mere socialization of misery. In fact, from this perspective, socialism would basically provide a new framework in terms of production relations for these technologies, a problematic assumption that was turned into a caricature in the context of bureaucratic socialism. 24. Even academic Marxists have typically had difficulties in criticizing capitalist technologies and spatiality in a more profound way. While they have of course denounced scandalous cases of environmental destruction and criticized explicit capitalist patterns and logics of urbanization, as if they would fear that the only alternative to an often less critical urbanophilia could be a kind of urbanophobia, and the only alternative to capitalist technologies and urbanism would be reactionary agrarism and irrational primitivism. João Bernardo, undoubtedly one of the most brilliant heterodox Marxists of our time, impressively admitted that there have always been two Marxisms since Marx himself, the Marxism of productive forces and the Marxism of social relations of production. While the latter would represent Marxism's truly creative side, the Marxism of productive forces would correspond to an approach that, as João Bernardo says, the system of corporate organization, the management techniques, the discipline of labor and the machinery, although born and developed in capitalism, would be the basis on which it could be overcome, and would contain in germ the characteristics of the future mode of production. From this kind of thesis results the myth of the neutrality of Technolo 139. GY. The technology could be a place of social struggles, but not that it was itself a constitutive element of the struggles. Unfortunately, even João Bernardo shows clear limits in his works, as when he demonstrates in a number of texts an uncritical urbanophilic, productivist and economist bias, showing an exaggeratedly and hence contradictorily suspicious attitude towards alternative approaches to capitalist urbanization and technology, to the point of rather indiscriminate attacks against environmental concerns and ecological thinkers and activists, as if they would all be more or less reactionary. 25. The differences between libertarians and Marxists cannot be overcome by means of a marriage. What an unhappy and tempestuous marriage it would be, considering the deep differences in terms of personality. A dialogue, constructively and as much as possible comradely carried on, is surely viable and perhaps even necessary, and the same can be said about tactical cooperation sometimes. But that is probably the best we should envisage. By way of conclusion, for a new radical turn in socio-spatial research. To put it in simple terms, socio-spatial research refers to that portion of the multidisciplinary field of social sciences in which the spatial dimension of society is seriously taken and considered, even if often only in a very incomplete way. Geography, urban sociology, spatial economics, and reflections on urban and regional planning are probably the most obvious and traditional disciplinary contributors to this research field. To which extent have socio-spatial researchers paid attention to libertarian thought and praxis? Since their modern academic institutionalization and consolidation between the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, the political ideological contents of academic socio-spatial research have been predominantly conservative, a fact easy to understand, considering the nature of its institutional framework and ideological embeddedness. However, if in the second half of the 19th century and early decades of the 20th century libertarians and Marxists alike were all typically excluded from university chairs, 26 after World War II Marxism gradually began entering universities in the West, showing an increasing influence from philosophy to sociology to history and even economics. In the 1970s, then, under the 140 external influence of a set of political phenomena, such as protests for civil rights and against the Vietnam War in the United States and students' protests in Europe, the United States, Mexico, and other countries, academic Marxism developed into a powerful, challenging force inside the academic environment. It was the radical turn in sociology and geography. At last, in many circles and in certain countries, by the 1980s Marxism had become solidly established as part of university life, to the point of almost becoming a new mainstream in sociology and geography, and its influence in philosophy and even economics was also considerable. As I already said in earlier works, sociology's and geography's radical turn was in fact a Marxist turn rather than a radical turn in a broader sense. Not much attention was then devoted to libertarian authors and experiences, and apart from a few exceptions libertarians remained away from university departments and academic journals. Sure, Marxists had prepared themselves for that moment, not only intellectually but also politically and strategically. Especially after helping reactionary forces to militarily defeat and repress anarchists, Marxism, always very attractive for radicalized middle-class people, became an entrenched ideology in Western universities. Let us have a look at some details, beginning with the Anglophone world. In the 1970s, apart from an issue of Antipode published in 1974 with a tribute paid to Kropotkin by Richard Peet and a text about anarchism written by Myrna Margulies Breitbart, as well as a paper by Bigelow's on Kropotkin published in the same journal in 1976, the only major exception can be found in another issue of Antipode, edited by the same Myrna Breitbart, with several texts written by anarchists and dealing with anarchism and anarchist praxis. Despite these contributions, however, it is undeniable that Antipode remained a predominantly Marxist journal in the following years, and so were other more or less radical journals during the 1970s and in the following decade. As we can see, those contributions were the exceptions that proved the rule. As far as books are concerned, the situation was by no means better. A book such as that written by geographer Gary Dunbar on Elisee Reclus's life and work was an absolute rarity at that time. Outside the strict disciplinary field of geography, British urbanist Peter Hall paid attention to Kropotkin, Scottish urban planner Patrick Geddes and even Reclus in his important book on the history of urban planning. Another absolute rarity, to say the least. 141. As for France, a very significant country both for the history of the libertarian thought and for the history of geography, urbanist François Coe gave attention to Kropotkin, Geddes, and even Pierre-Joseph Proudhon in his anthology L'Urbanisme, Utopies et Réalités, first published in 1965. Ironically, Elisee Reclus was neglected by her, but he would be discovered by academia in the 1980s. The initiative of rehabilitating Elisee Reclus was taken by a geographer interestingly positioned more or less close to Marxism, Yves Lacoste, as well as by one of Lacoste's former students, Beatrice Giblin. Both devoted several texts to Reclus. This initiative did not remain a mere episode. A whole set of papers and books have been published on the great French geographer and anarchist since, and very often as tributes to him in France and / or by French scholars written both by geographers and by other social scientists. Nevertheless, it seems that in almost all cases in France as well as in the Anglo-Saxon world the treatment dispensed to anarchist thinkers and practices during the 1970s and 1980s could be considered as museum-like, as I termed it in an earlier paper, while Marx and Engels were discussed by the radical geographers of that time bearing in mind their contemporaneous intellectual and political relevance. Kropotkin and Reclus were tacitly more or less regarded as icons from the past, figures to be admired, as they could serve as examples of a non-bourgeois geography, but not to be taken too seriously in neither theoretical nor political terms. It is not difficult to conclude that Kropotkin's and Reclus's ideas have been regarded more as valuable artifacts in a museum of the radical thought than as conceptual/theoretical weapons in an arsenal. In many cases, however, not even this doubtful honor has been bestowed on Reclus and Kropotkin. In a chapter published in 1989 on political economy and human geography, Richard Peet and Nigel Thrift mentioned Kropotkin twice in the first section, but in the remainder of the text he was completely forgotten. Though the authors say that his growing interest in Marxism was broadened to include a comprehension of social anarchism, the paper itself exemplifies how cursorily libertarian authors and traditions were taken into account, if at all. Symptomatically, in a paper on the poverty of radical theory today, published at the beginning of the last decade, Michael Storper addressed problems labeled by him the false promises of Marxism and the mirage of the cultural turn, making at the end a few suggestions aiming at the renewing of the radical agenda, but libertarian thought and praxis are totally absent from his field of vision. 2 years later, in a 142 chapter under the apparently comprehensive title Socialist Geography, Scott Salmon and Andrew Harrod claim to recognize that no single term can accurately capture the diversity of knowledge production on the geographic left, but such a statement sounds less convincing in light of some scandalous omissions. They only mention Kropotkin once, but they do not include him in the list of references, and neither Reclus nor contemporary libertarian geographers and non-geographers were even mentioned. By all academic standards, this treatment is unfair and inappropriate. Every reliable and comprehensive account of the scientific and intellectual contributions to the understanding of humankind's adventure on Earth, stressing the social transformation and production of space and the meaning of spatiality for human society and culture, should give due credit to not few libertarian authors, not to mention practical, innovative experiences and processes of socio-spatial restructuring and reorganization like those which took place in revolutionary Ukraine under the leadership of Nestor Makhno, in Palestine and in Spain between 1936 and 1939, to mention only a few. The list of subjects explored by libertarian thinkers is very significant. Territorial decentralization and economic spatial deconcentration. Among classical anarchists, Proudhon, with his reflection of the federative principle, gave a first impulse to the issue of decentralization from a libertarian standpoint, a matter that was later also discussed by Bakunin and especially by Kropotkin. The latter greatly contributed to the analysis of the trends and possibilities regarding economic spatial deconcentration as well. Among the classical works, his book Fields, Factories, and Workshops must obviously be remembered, alongside with Diego Abad de Santillan's analyses and reflections on Spain. 27 Cities and Urbanization. From the housing question to residential segregation to urban networks to urban planning, many important contributions have been made by libertarian thinkers since the 19th century. Elisee Reclus's rich legacy includes a whole set of fine, partly pioneering analyses about various aspects of city life and urban problems. The housing question and other subjects were also discussed by Proudhon and Kropotkin. Among the classical authors, Patrick Geddes, incidentally a friend of Reclus's, is a further relevant thinker. 143. Whose contributions to urban planning must be underlined. Contemporary contributions range from Richard Sennett's Uses of Disorder to Colin Ward's essays, to Robert Goodman's book After the Planners, to Murray Boochin's several seminal reflections on urbanization without cities and libertarian municipalism. among many others 28 environmental degradation and protection, ecological problems, from Reclus's approach to environmental problems to Buchan's social ecology and Castoriadis's reflections on ecology and autonomy and the role of technology. Many relevant contributions have been offered by libertarian authors since the 19th century. 29 Agricultural problems, land reform, agricultural industrial integration, Kropotkin's The Industrial Village of the Future and fields, factories, and workshops can be regarded as the first contributions to a radical geography of agriculture, and his knowledge about general, economic aspects, as well as technical details, is truly impressive. Already Proudhon wrote on themes such as land rent and land reform, but among the classical contributions we cannot forget the several thinkers activists who, inspired by the revolutionary process in Spain, investigated and reflected on subjects such as collectivization. A further case which provides plenty of highly interesting and thought-provoking materials is represented by the early kibbutzim, discussed by several libertarian authors from Martin Buber to James Horrocks. 30. Besides all this, several important contemporary or emerging themes of direct or indirect interest for socio-spatial research have deserved attention on the part of outstanding libertarian or quasi-libertarian authors: ecology, technology and centralization, power in non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, governmentality, public safety, socio-spatial control, biopolitics and geopolitics, spatiality of social movements and protests, insurgent spatial practices, transnational networks of activists, spatiality of gender and race/ethnicity from a queer, feminist, non-white perspective, precarization, hyper-precarization, and new forms of class struggle and class identity, not to mention a very traditional concern among libertarian geographers since Reclus and Kropotkin, pedagogy. Fortunately, libertarian practices and ideas can no longer be ignored today. Shortly after the time when Marxism-inspired real socialism began to collapse at the end of the 1980s, new movements began to emerge. Things gradually began to change outside the academic world in the 1990s, when social movements such as Mexican Zapatistas forced even Marxists to turn their attention to a new style of social struggle, simultaneously decentralized, horizontal and very radical. The consequences of 144. These practical changes could be felt sooner or later in the production of academic fields such as sociology and geography. It is by no means a coincidence that while discussions about autonomy and related themes were totally uncommon in the 1980s and during the following decade, works on decentralized, horizontal and self-management oriented social movements and spatial practices began to proliferate since the beginning of the new century. Characteristic of a much-deserved acknowledgement, the journal Antipode finally devoted a whole issue to anarchist geographies in 2012, more than 40 years after the publication of those historic issues mentioned a few paragraphs above, back in the 1970s. There still are many gaps to be filled and many jobs to be done regarding a reappraisal of the role and relevance of libertarian thought and praxis in light of our contemporary challenges, struggles, and movements. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the academic landscape itself has become more heterogeneous and more stimulating, mirroring the changes occurring outside it. It would be naive to expect that the next years can be something other than years of economic crisis, social unrest and, consequently, state repression worldwide. There is no shadow of doubt about it. However, they will also probably be years of creative struggle and new socio-political experiments. Within this framework, libertarian ideas, theories, and praxis will certainly play a significant role, as they have in fact already played since the 1990s again. At this point, then, the key question to be posed is, how can socio-spatial research contribute to understanding these possible scenarios? As I already stressed in a previous work, answering this question is the most significant intellectual task socio-spatial researchers of libertarian conviction have to perform. Ideally, Marxists would give libertarians due credit for ideas such as horizontally, self-management and radical decentralization. In turn, libertarians should show more interest in political economy. Furthermore, libertarians of all sorts would do well to recognize classical anarchism's shortcomings. Unfortunately, however, we do not live in an ideal world, and we will not live in one. Therefore, this kind of expectation is unrealistic, and such a 145 delusion can do libertarians a big harm in this moment of history, when they are potentially strong as never before since the 1930s. As products of the 19th century, classical anarchism and Marxism have become increasingly outdated since the second half of the 20th century. As such, they are condemned to be entirely replaced by new, more contemporary paradigms. As politically vivid identities, they have already vanished, in the sense that what remains of anarchism is no longer pure classical anarchism. What remains of Marxism is no longer typical, more or less orthodox Marxism, but a plethora of residual, academic-based heterodox Marxisms. In the context of sometimes free and direct, sometimes forced and indirect dialogue and exchange, convergence will perhaps be increasingly likely, as contemporary hybrid movements already exemplify. This is probably inevitable, maybe even desirable. But one thing is certain, opportunist mimicry is not the ethically/politically most fruitful way to achieve it. Acknowledgements. I would like to express my gratitude to my colleagues and comrades Simon Springer and Richard White for their useful comments and criticisms and stylistic suggestions. The remaining faults are, of course, mine. Chapter 7. The Citizen and the Nomad. Bookchin and Bay on Space and Temporality. 1. It is well known that Murray Bookchin's work took a decidedly combative turn in the late 1980s and 1990s as he began to confront currents within the green and anarchist movements that he believed were exerting an insidious influence. Among the antagonists Bookchin courted during this period, Hakim Bey too was singled out for an especially generous serving of his ire. In his 1995 polemic Social Anarchism or Lifestyle Anarchism, An Unbridgeable Chasm, Bookchin labeled Bey's influential book THIRD, The Temporary Autonomous Zone, Ontological Anarchism, Poetic Terrorism any of the most unsavory examples of lifestyle anarchism. 3. By lifestyle anarchism Bookchin meant a bourgeois form of anarchism, a revival of the individualist anarchism that had flourished within the European avant-garde in the early 20th century. 4. In contrast to social anarchism's communitarian emphasis, lifestyle anarchism as Bookchin depicted it was focused squarely on the primacy of the individual ego. As a form of decadent personalism, it prioritized individual autonomy and self-realization over social transformation. 5. Accordingly, lifestyle anarchists rejected collective struggle and the idea of revolution in favor of what Bookchin described as polymorphous concepts of resistance. 6. These amounted to little more than trendy posturings wholly incapable of generating serious organizations, a radical politics, a committed social movement, theoretical coherence, and programmatic relevance. 7. Encouraging little more than individual transgression, lifestyle anarchism had the effect of turning the term anarchy into something that was naughty, rebellious, insouciant, but deliciously safe. 8. Bey, Bookchin maintained, pushed the worst tendencies of lifestyle anarchism to their extremes. His THIRD was infused with a particularly uncalm, promising form of egoism inspired by Max Stirner, who had stressed the need to protect the sovereign, individual ego from not only the coercive incursions of the state but also subordination to social obligations and political programs of any kind. For Bey, as for Stirner, this meant it was necessary to abandon traditional conceptions of revolutionary social change, which had all too often been used to justify the immolation of individuals in the name of a higher cause. Bey urged his audience to give up not just waiting for but also wanting the mythical revolution. 9. What he offered in place of the revolutionary myth, however, were not concrete and constructive proposals but, Bookchin charged, vague invitations to aesthetic rebellion. The parodic antics that so impressed Bey amounted, from Bookchin's perspective, to mere play-acting, a simulation of revolt conspicuously powerless in its capacity to leave any imprint on the individual's personality, subjectivity, and even self-formation, still less on shaping events and reality. 10. And in addition to rendering anarchism programmatically incoherent, Bey was determined to render it theoretically incoherent, ejecting its Enlightenment rationalism in favor of an intentionally perplexing melange of heterodox spirituality, postmodern jargon, and esoteric satire. In short, in Bey's hands anarchism was being steered away from all meaningful social activism and a steadfast commitment to lasting and creative projects and dissolving into kicks, postmodernist nihilism, and a dizzying Nietzschean sense of elitist superiority. 11. Bey acknowledged Buchan's critique of his work in the preface to the second edition of TAZ, but he has never responded to him at length, despite the fact that Buchan's essay remains the most sustained and scathing attack to date on the TAZ. 12. Buchan's takedown of Bey has, however, elicited commentary from other quarters, usually in the context of a broader consideration of the distinction between social and lifestyle anarchism. 13. The most significant example is Bob Black's extended defense of Bey against Buchan's attack in Anarchy After Leftism, where Black argues that far from being a solipsistic egoist, Bey assumes as axiomatic the need for a social matrix for individual efflorescence. 14. And promotes not an apolitical but an anti-political perspective. 15. Rather than rehashing the somewhat semantic quarrel over social anarchism and lifestyle anarchism, in this article I recast the Buchan-Bey debate as a debate about space and temporality. 16. Conceptions of space and its relationship to time are central, I will argue, to the work of both Buchan and Bey and help to determine the political positions that they respectively stake out. The concept for which Bey is best known, and the concept that Buchan is most concerned with critiquing, is the aforementioned idea of the temporary autonomous zone, an ephemeral space in which the rules governing the surrounding society are disregarded and alternate ways of living can flourish. Buchan's objections to Bey often invoke space and temporality. He expressed his worry, for example, that anarchists were withdrawing from the social domain that formed the principal arena of earlier anarchists, in favor of episodic adventures that eschew any organizational commitment and intellectual coherence. 17. In proposing new arenas of fleeting duration for anarchist activity, Bey brought together space and time in a manner that Buchan saw as inimical to his own political project. In what follows, I will begin by examining the way in which notions of space and temporality factor into Buchan's own work. This requires assessing Buchan's attempt to revive the city as an ideal of spatial configuration and the political as a space of communal self-determination. Buchan, I will argue, makes durability a virtue of social and political space, in the belief that carving out a defined, stable social and political space is a prerequisite for individual political activity, the establishment of communal identity, and the achievement of cumulative social change. Furthermore, I will demonstrate that the form of political subjectivity to which Buchan's conceptions of space and temporality give rise is the citizen, a figure whose political agency is enhanced indeed, enabled by being anchored in a durable social and political space. The political activity of Buchan's citizen is itself durable, aiming at building up a shared social world over time. The kind of political praxis that arises out of Buchan's conceptualizations of space, temporality, and political subjectivity is what he calls libertarian municipalism, a program for the piecemeal democratization of local government and the gradual consolidation of popular power outside state auspices. In the next part of the article, I will consider the use that Hakim Bey makes of the concepts of space and temporality. In contrast to Buchan, Bey's notion of the TAZ makes ephemerality a virtue of space. The form of political subjectivity the TAZ lends itself to is the nomad, a figure without a stable location in space, whose activity is intentionally diffuse and transitory, aiming at disruption and insurrection rather than revolution. By looking beyond the essays that appear in TAZ at Bey's broader body of work, however, I will show that the TAZ must be situated against the other spatial concepts that Bey invokes, concepts that include the periodic autonomous zone, the permanent autonomous zone, and the no-go zone. Putting the TAZ into this perspective yields a more complex view of space and temporality than the one typically attributed to Bey. Furthermore, I will demonstrate that Bey's fondness for insurrection as a means of capturing space must be qualified by placing it within the larger trajectory of his writings, particularly his increasing interest in rehabilitating the idea of revolution. The Buchan Bay debate, although compromised by vitriol and ungenerous readings on both sides, highlights some of the most pressing issues facing 21st century radicals. It is as imperative now as it was 158 decades ago to decide whether to work within existing social and political spaces or create new ones, whether to attempt to construct durable revolutionary institutions when there is so much yet to be undone, and whether to build social identities around municipal spaces or some other level of social organization. The writings of Bookchin and Bay are of great theoretical utility in their delineation of these kinds of spatial and temporal possibilities. But we should not make the mistake sometimes committed by the interlocutors in the Buchan Bay debate of positing these possibilities as dichotomous or mutually exclusive. Thus, while others have tried to build a bridge over the unbridgeable chasm Bookchin posits between social anarchism and lifestyle anarchism, I will close by suggesting ways of bridging Bookchin's and Bay's ideas about space and temporality. Bookchin and the durability of space. The starting point for Bookchin's thinking about space is his belief that capitalism has reduced society to a structureless void. 19 On the level of physical organization, this is evident in the unchecked growth of the modern city. Increasingly, most of the urban entities described as cities are in fact unworthy of the appellation altogether. They have evolved into the negation of the city, the megalopolis, whose vast stretches of mortar, brick, wood, and glass often extend beyond the physical horizon of the individual and, in a very real sense, beyond his or her psychic horizon. 20 The stretching of urban space has been accompanied by the loss of definition within that space. Today's immense urban agglomerations are steadily losing any distinctive form and quality. 21 Cities have become cancers, rotting on the inside while their extremities progressively devour the countryside and subject it to the social and organizational logic of anonymity, homogenization, and institutional gigantism. 22 Most troubling of all is that the dynamics driving this growth are thought to be beyond human control. As a consequence, the only check on the limitless expansion of the city is its tendency to undermine the conditions of its own existence through sheer overextension. 23 For Bookchin, the rise of the megalopolis represents the death of the classical ideal of the city. Beginning with his 1974 book, The Limits of the City, he sought to develop a portrait of what the city was once like at its best, not as an antiquarian enterprise but as a means of recovering high standards of urbanism that could be used to critique the modern metropolis and the society that fosters its growth. 24 Bookchin draws his examples of the city at its best predominantly from the ancient Greek polis and the medieval commune. His historical narrative of the emergence of the polis is meant to capture the process by which urban space developed into an autonomous realm embodying values distinct from those characteristic of purely agrarian. 159. Societies. Originally, Bookchin explains, urban space was an outgrowth of rural life, shaped by agrarian relations and limited by agrarian economies. What is significant about the Greek polis that emerged in the 6th and 5th centuries BCE is that they freed urban life from this subordinate position, turning it into an end in itself. 25 One important effect of this development was the formation of social relationships that transcended the biological ties typical of societies organized around kinship. The substitution of territoriality for blood as the premise of social organization helped to establish the principle that propinquity, the sharing of a certain defined space, was more important than common ancestry in setting the terms of human association. This facilitated a tendency towards inclusiveness that had not existed in the earliest human groupings. The city, Bookchin argues, changed an ethnic folk into a body of secular citizens, and helped to ensure that the notion of a shared humanitas replaced the exclusivity of the clan and tribe. 26 The city, therefore, played an instrumental role in humankind's progression beyond brute animality. It represents the destiny of the human species rather than a mere environment. 27. Besides offering a uniquely human basis for consociation, the city provided a medium through which human beings could consciously shape their social environment. The configuration of the polis was not left up to blind and demoniacal social forces 28 but was rather a consciously crafted structure, the product of purposeful, insightful, and thoughtful efforts to achieve clearly perceived goals. 29 The earliest cities had been limited in geographical and institutional scale primarily by their dependence upon hard-won agricultural surpluses, but with the increased autonomy of cities, limit and moderation became self-imposed principles rather than externally imposed necessities. The goals of the pre-capitalist city planner, Bookchin claims, were defined not merely by functional considerations, but by canons of balance, harmony, and beauty derived from cosmological or philosophical speculations. 30. Even on a purely functional level, however, the layout of the city was a reflection of the new values made possible by urban space, for it allowed human beings to exert rational control over social life. The polis was structured so as to make possible a high degree of political participation. Firstly, it was sized to human scale. As Aristotle recognized, restricting the city to a modest size allows for individual control over the affairs of the community and the exercise of individual human powers in the social realm. Hence the polis must be large enough to meet its material needs and achieve self-sufficiency, but small enough to be taken in at one view. 31 It must, in other words, be designed to accommodate the amateur by ensuring economic, cultural, and institutional comprehensibility. 32 Only within a framework of interaction accessible to the ordinary citizen would human beings be able to 160. Realize their humanity, that is to say, to actualize their potentialities for rational judgment. 33 The polis also offered ample structural opportunities for direct human contact, most important, in the form of the agora. The agora provided the indispensable physical space for turning citizenship from a periodic institutional ritual into a living, everyday practice. 34 The agora was a stable venue for regular face-to-face interaction and for the debating and discussing of matters of public concern. In the polis, life was to be lived not in the home but in the agora, where matters of state become subjects of personal talk. 35 Bringing together the personal and political is, Bookchin believes, one of the most important functions of urban space. Cities foster the development of individuals no less than the human species as a whole. As the individual's most intimate social environment, the city represents the most direct arena in which the individual can act as a truly social being and from which he or she can attain the most immediate social solutions to the broader problems that beleaguer the privatized self. 36 Participation in shared social rule is integral, Bookchin maintains, to the formation of a sense of selfhood. By supplying the individual with a daily gymnastic in the making of individuality, 37 It encourages the cultivation of personal competence, intelligence, moral probity, and social commitment. 38 Without the empowerment offered by action within a shared social space, the self is shorn of its connotations of personal fortitude and moral probity and reduced to the ego. 39 The modern ego, Bookchin argues, is especially unsuitable as a fount of political agency. It has been progressively desiccated by the aridity of the social sphere and made vulnerable to a variety of destructive social forces, becoming fit material for mass culture, stereotyped responses, and a preoccupation with trivia. 40 The essential role of the city for Bookchin, then, is to provide a public arena not just for collective self-determination but also for the socially mediated realization of individual potential. 41 It must be stressed that Bookchin sees the proper arrangement of urban space as a necessary, but not sufficient, condition for the establishment of a vibrant city life. The fallacy that had plagued early city planners like Ebenezer Howard was the belief that the ills of the modern city could be rectified through spatial reorganization alone. Social blueprints like Howard's Garden City, a design for a small town of 32,000 people, accessibly arranged in a series of concentric rings connected by radial boulevards and surrounded by open countryside, can offer visionary, thought-provoking, and even useful models of social space, but as plans for the fundamental reorientation of society, they are hollow at the core. In order to revolutionize social life, Bookchin insists, Not only social space but also social relations have to be transformed. Howard had failed to confront the capitalist dynamics that were at work within social space, in the belief that social problems could be solved through technical innovation alone. This fostered the myth that structural 161 design is equatable with social rationality. 42 Just as the vacuous social space of the modern megalopolis is an outgrowth of capitalism, the social space of the future, Bookchin argues, must be an outgrowth of rational and equitable social relations at the heart of society. The contours of the city's physical outline and its social institutions must flow out of the nuclear relations between people rather than being imposed from the outside by an ingenious planner. 43 Despite his warnings against treating spatial reorganization as a panacea, Bookchin's claims about the unique characteristics of urban space and its role in facilitating the actualization of human potential are central to his thinking about the city. It is within urban space that a political space. Bookchin describes it variously as a world, 44 a realm, 45 a body, 46 and a sphere, 47 can appear that is distinct from both state and society. The city is thus the historic source and principal arena of any authentic politics. It is the container without which political space evaporates into nothingness. 48 Because Bookchin envisions politics as an ongoing, collaborative activity in which citizens continuously oversee public affairs, it is dependent upon space that is stable and durable. Although Bookchin does not explicitly address the question of the temporality of space, his writings on the city are full of implicit assumptions that durability is a desirable characteristic of urban space and the political space that inhabits it. With the help of another modern thinker who found inspiration in the ancient polis, Hannah Arendt, it is possible, I believe, to bring these assumptions to the surface and to tease out the temporal implications of Bookchin's ideas about space. 49 There are many reasons to believe that Bookchin's and Arendt's conceptions of the polis are fundamentally similar. Like Bookchin, Arendt believes that public space has undergone severe attrition in the modern world. This is due in large part, she argues, to the expansion of the social, a concept which encompasses the economic dynamics that Bookchin worries are colonizing the political realm. 50 Political action, Arendt laments, has been supplanted by economic behavior that is governed not by free agency but by material imperatives. Arendt believes that action, a concept connoting the use of uniquely human capabilities for free agency, is dependent upon an arena for its exercise, consisting of what she calls a world in common and a space of appearance. Any possible social life, she maintains, is predicated, firstly, on a shared world of things which, like every in-between, relates and separates men at the same time. 51 Arendt makes durability an explicit condition of this world. The world of things depends entirely on permanence. If the world is to contain a public space, it cannot be erected for one generation and planned for the living only, it must transcend the lifespan of mortal men. 52 The world of things is built up through the human activity of work, which Arendt distinguishes from labor on the basis of its ability to produce things. 162. That are enduring. The things created by work have the function of stabilizing human life, enabling individual subjects to establish consistent relations with a common, objective world, and thereby allowing for the formulation of lasting identities. 53 Work helps to give shape to the physical and institutional locale of political action, and therefore has an important role to play in creating the conditions for politics. But the public space of politics, the space of appearance, is not identifiable with any particular location. It is the organization of the people as it arises out of acting and speaking together, and its true space lies between people living together for this purpose, no matter where they happen to be. 54 For Arendt, as for Bookchin, then, the space in which human action takes place has both a material and an immaterial component. What is most important for our purposes, however, is that this space, the public space, especially, is exceedingly fragile. The establishment of public space takes place against a backdrop of the ever-present threat of futility. Human action is always potentially futile because it is always potentially ephemeral, at risk of evaporating with the end of each human life. Overcoming human futility requires the existence of a durable public space through which action can take on a degree of permanence, an artificial shelter of humanity. 55 To use Buchan's phrase, in which people's most essential and meaningful social relations can be preserved. 56 In order for public space to be enduring, it must be perpetually reconstituted through human action. The polis was intended to enable men to do permanently what otherwise had been possible only as an extraordinary and infrequent enterprise for which they had to leave their households. 57 The durability of the polis, according to Arendt, was what allowed human beings to exercise their innate faculty of natality, which she defines as the capacity of beginning something anew. 58 The ability to begin anew is the premise of all human action and the foundation of human freedom. But action, as Arendt understands it, is only possible when carried out in common, which means that the human potential for freedom can only be realized within the context of public space. As she puts it, public space is the space where freedom can appear. 59 Buchan's way of making a similar point is to distinguish between freedom and autonomy. While autonomy, the lifestyle anarchist's supreme value, is an ideal tailored to the isolated, sovereign ego, freedom dialectically interweaves the individual with the collective. 60 Freedom, for both Arendt and Bookchin, is an inherently social phenomenon dependent upon the existence of a robust, sturdy public space as a venue in which it can take on substance. The kind of political subjectivity best suited to the model of politics envisioned by Arendt and Bookchin is the citizen. Political agency, they assume, is only possible when there is a stable, durable space within which to act. This presumes that political actors inhabit a common material world. 163. Made to last and shaped to facilitate interaction and the expression of collective agency. It also presumes membership in a community of individuals who make use of a common space of appearance. It presumes, in other words, a collectivity of figures who are anchored in space, in terms of both geography and political identity. Furthermore, because the citizen operates within a durable public space, his activity is cumulative. He is able, to use Buchan's term, to undertake projects that are lasting. 61 In his later work, Bookchin turns his attention towards devising a mode of political praxis that can reclaim and expand public space on behalf of the city and the citizen. Libertarian municipalism is the strategy he proposes for democratizing municipal institutions and reinvigorating the public sphere on a local level. Some of the activities Bookchin suggests libertarian municipalists engage in are straightforwardly consistent with anarchist principles, including the development of interconnections among citizens within civil society and the use of extra-legal action to assert popular sovereignty when necessary. What is heretical about Bookchin's proposals is that he advocates working within established channels of power, whenever possible, by running as candidates for local office. The platforms adopted by such candidates would center on the expansion of popular involvement in decision-making through the institution of face-to-face assemblies. At first, getting into office as a libertarian municipalist would, of course, be unlikely, and early on electoral activity would primarily be a form of educational activity. But in the meantime, assemblies could be formed without official sanction that would nevertheless exercise enormous moral power. 62 Creating in embryonic form the institutions that can give power to a people generally. 63 Assuming it eventually became possible to win electoral victories, the goal of such a practice would be to alter city and town charters where possible to enlarge civic democracy and to establish grassroots structures. 64 Even republican systems of government, Bookchin argues, contain democratic institutions that can be opened up to the widest public participation possible. 65 These democratic institutions can be restructured so as to be guided by the most inclusive possible input from the community and administered by recallable, rotatable delegates with strict mandates. Eventually, Bookchin hopes, policy-making would be strictly the business of popular assemblies. Guided by the collective will of these assemblies, municipalities would bring the most significant aspects of social life under democratic control. The democratization of municipalities, Bookchin argues, would restore the practice of politics in the ancient sense of the term politics, not as statecraft but as the self-management of social life by a body of citizens. Political power would mean, as it once did, the power of the people, rather than the power of bureaucrats and representatives over the people. The municipality is the starting point for this notion of politics, for it is the authentic unit of political life. 66 The basis for political freedom and, by extension, for 164. Individual freedom. 67 Bookchin realizes that municipalities are, in the real world, still deeply divided in many respects, including class, giving the idea of concerted action by the people an implausible ring. But there is a growing possibility that the entirely new trans-class issues that emerged out of the 1960s can provide a new basis for unity across traditional dividing lines. Trans-class issues include issues concerning environment, growth, transportation, cultural degradation, and the quality of urban life in general. Regardless of class background, every citizen has reason to be concerned with the massive dangers of thermonuclear war, growing state authoritarianism, and ultimately global ecological breakdown. It is possible, claims Bookchin hopefully, to detect an emerging general social interest over old particularistic interests. 68 That social interest, he believes, makes it desirable to premise organization on geographical demarcation, rather than fragmenting it along class, gender, or racial lines. In large cities, putting power back into the hands of the people would have to begin on a small scale, with blocks, neighborhoods, groups of neighborhoods, and eventually local government as a whole. Bookchin compares this creeping municipalization to the tactics of early Fabian socialism, before Fabianism threw in its lot with the national state. Eventually, he hopes, systems of local government would be taken over one by one. These municipalities would then confederate with each other, both for the purpose of cooperation and interchange and in order to form a bulwark of resistance to higher levels of governmental power that might try to put an end to the effective secession of these smaller political units. Bookchin's proposed network of increasingly independent and confederated municipalities would emerge in flat opposition to the centralized nation-state. 69 The goal of libertarian municipalism is to extend local citizen-oriented power at the expense and ultimately the removal of the nation-state by village, town, and city confederations. 70 This is a vision of revolution through the accretion of power at the local level rather than the seizure of power at the level of the nation-state. Although Bookchin maintains that at some point in the future, the tensions between these two loci of power would probably erupt into outright struggle, long gone is the mindset of imminent millennial expectation typical of earlier revolutionary anarchists. According to Bookchin's model of political change, any large-scale showdown between free municipalities and the state would come only at the end of a long, sustained process, the success of which would be determined primarily by the arduous and persistent work of organizers and activists. Bookchin's temporal elongation of the concept of revolution makes the establishment of durable public spaces especially important, because such spaces have to accommodate the painstakingly slow process. He envisions a process that advances unevenly and incrementally through small triumphs, half-victories. 165. And resets. Generations could pass before a network of democratic municipalities is strong enough to make a serious bid for political autonomy. And although a military confrontation with the nation-state is a possibility, ideally the latter would eventually be hollowed out so thoroughly of legitimacy and the capacity for coercion that it would collapse on its own, leaving an aggregation of decentralized polities, a commune of communes. Bay and the ephemerality of space. Bookchin's strategy of libertarian municipalism calls for the capture of small spaces which are then expanded through gradual accretion. It combines an idealistic model of direct democracy with an approach to local politics which, by anarchist standards, is eminently practical. Although Bookchin fails to acknowledge the parallel, his political outlook shares at least one fundamental assumption with that of his nemesis, Hakim Bey. Like Bookchin, Bey seeks to move beyond the traditional revolutionary script of a large-scale seizure of social space, shifting attention to the kinds of objectives that are feasible within small spaces. Where Bay differs from Bookchin, at least prima facie, is in his rejection of the idea that the realization of freedom is dependent upon the eventual transformation of space on a large scale. Bay argues in TAZ that because the revolutionaries of past eras believed the establishment of freedom to be dependent upon a massive overhaul of the social totality, they were continually postponing liberation into an indefinite future when their ambitions would finally be realized. This put a potentially insurmountable distance between the freedom-desiring subject and the realization of freedom in space and time. What is needed, he claims, is a form of political praxis that not only enables people to act within social conditions as given but also generates opportunities to experience freedom in the here and now. With characteristic humor, Bay labels the present historical era too late capitalism. The most notable feature of contemporary capitalist societies, from his perspective, is the saturation of social space by a virtually ubiquitous spectacle that wraps human existence in a fog of distorting mediation. 71 Sustained by captains of consciousness like the media, advertisers, and political propagandists, the spectacle substitutes the representation of freedom for its actuality. It renders popular opposition to the status quo harmless through recuperation, the incorporation of subversive currents into the logic of the spectacle itself. Protest is turned into entertainment, symbols of radical struggle are commoditized, and it becomes increasingly difficult to tell where revolution ends and farce begins. Bay argues that the only way to break free from the spectacle's grip is to establish temporal and spatial immediacy. From the individual's point of view, the most immediate. 166. Space is the subjective space encompassed by the ego, and, like his muse, Max Stirner, Bay envisions the establishment of sovereignty over this space as a form of resistance. To attain sovereignty, however, the ego must do more than block out the manipulative influences of the spectacle. It must also banish from its territory the spooks Stirner's term for abstractions like humanity or revolution or society that require the sacrifice of the individual to any supposedly higher cause. 72 Rendered autonomous from both altruistic obligations of this kind and the insidious incursions of the spectacle, the ego is the most accessible space of refuge from the forces that threaten to compromise individual freedom. Bay conceives of this refuge, however, as a base of operations rather than a self-sufficient hermitage. Beyond the boundaries of the ego, it is possible to seize a few instants, a few square feet of reality over which to impose our absolute will. 73 The seizure of a small piece of reality is accomplished in the form of the temporary autonomous zone. The THIRD comes about through an uprising rather than a revolution, emerging spontaneously and unpredictably, an uprising which does not engage directly with the state, a guerrilla operation which liberates an area. 74 Within this modest, but sovereign, space, it is possible to establish a living utopia where radically unorthodox lifestyles can flourish. 75 The key to the THIRD's efficacy, however, is precisely its temporariness. An uprising, Bay writes, is like a peak experience as opposed to the standard of ordinary consciousness and experience. Like festivals, uprisings cannot happen every day, otherwise they would not be non-ordinary. The THIRD's impact, then, is heightened by its being compressed into small periods of time as well as small spaces. Its limited duration also helps to place it beyond the grasp of the state. The THIRD quickly dissolves itself, to reform elsewhere/elsewhen, before the state can crush it. Bay envisions the THIRD as a colorful explosion of social activity that continuously slips out of the grasp of the powers that be because it evaporates as quickly as it appears. The THIRD preserves its subversive potential precisely by manifesting itself in a sporadic and ephemeral manner. Because of its ephemeral nature, the THIRD is inhospitable to the kind of lasting political projects that Bookchin envisions. THIRDs represent not the permanent reconfiguration of space that Arendt associates with work but successful raids on consensus reality, breakthroughs into more intense and more abundant life. Trying to extend the THIRD beyond its natural lifespan will inevitably deplete it of its vitality. Permanence, Bay suggests, is a sign of death. In immediatism, he ridicules the notion that the construction of stable institutions within stable spaces is the proper means of bringing about radical change. Even after the revolution foretold in radical lore, Bay maintains, we would still continue to drift. 76 Thus, what the THIRD strives to create is not enduring, dead space but a liquid space of celebration and 167. Risk. 77 Whatever order arises within space liberated from the spectacle and the state by the THIRD must not be hitched to a dreary revolutionary agenda but instead imagined and produced directly and spontaneously in sheer existential freedom for our own celebratory purposes. 78 The political subject that corresponds to the ephemeral space of the THIRD is the nomad, a figure without any fixed position in space. 79 Unlike Buchan's spatially rooted citizen, the nomad drifts from space to space, peak experience to peak experience, refusing to settle down, perpetually assessing the gaps and weak points in the power structure where flurries of autonomous activity can take place. 80 The upside of this ambulatory orientation is that the nomad is able to elude the clutches of the political and cultural authorities, operating at the margins and in the shadows, cloaking himself in invisibility whenever the state and the spectacle turn their gaze his way. If Bookchin and Arendt conceptualize politics as a space of appearance, Bay stresses the need for spaces of disappearance, momentary hiding places that are at least untranslatable into the language and logic of the status quo. Thus, if Buchan's citizen is the hedgehog, diligently and ploddingly building up a shared social world, Bay's nomad is the fox, darting this way and that, appearing and disappearing with gleeful unpredictability and perpetually outwitting his enemies. As one of a generation of refugees from the wreckage of 60s-era radicalism, Bay readily admits that his endorsement of the minuscule insurrections of the THIRD is, in some sense, an expression of political despair. But is it a politics of futility, in Arendt's sense of the term? Bookchin believes so, arguing that the THIRD is not powerful enough to leave a lasting mark either on society or on the individuals participating in it. Bay himself effectively concedes that the immediate effects of the THIRD on a social level are negligible, and even admits that the THIRD must necessarily lack some of the advantages of a freedom which experiences duration and a more or less fixed locale. 81 But with respect to the THIRD's effects on the individual, he and Bookchin simply disagree. Bay believes that the immersive experiences offered by THIRDs cannot help but have a lingering impact on individual sensibilities, even though the THIRDs themselves may vanish. This is the sense in which Bay does envision something durable emerging out of the THIRDs. The durable effects of the THIRDs are found not at the institutional level emphasized by Bookchin but at the individual level, for an individual's peak experiences, Bay claims, can give shape and meaning to the entirety of a life. Even after the THIRD disappears, things have changed, shifts and integrations have occurred, a difference is made. 82 In acknowledging the limitations of the THIRD when compared with forms of freedom that are spatially grounded and temporally extended, and in stressing the lasting effects the THIRD has on individual sensibilities, Bay hints. 168. That his position does not represent an unalloyed and unconditional embrace of ephemerality. Indeed, Bay's admission of the connection between the THIRD and post-1960s political pessimism reveals an important feature of his thought that escaped Bookchin. The ephemerality of the THIRD is premised not so much on the glorification of spatial dislocation and transiency in the abstract as on an assessment of the possibilities present within our own particular historical situation. 83 In fact, Bay claims that his concept of the THIRD is merely an attempt to capture practices that are already extant. With no centralized revolutionary movement to join, and with mainstream political institutions locked up by elites, people are already creating spaces not unlike the THIRD as outlets for their social and political energies. Whatever the likelihood that such activities will result in large-scale change, Bay realizes that their impact can be amplified by imbuing them with greater self-consciousness and coherence, and this is arguably his objective in THIRD. Furthermore, as is evident from his other writings, Bay is interested in more than just small-scale, temporary autonomous zones. He has speculated that out of the THIRD might start to emerge less temporary, if not permanent, crystallizations of spontaneous form. 84 In a number of articles postdating TAZ, Bay develops a typology of autonomous zones that extend beyond the spatial and temporal dimensions of the TAZ. One possibility is regularly recurring periodic autonomy zones. The periodic migration to spaces outside of quotidian existence is, as Bay points out, a long-established practice. There are ancient human traditions of biannual journeys between two different locales, one of which serves as a space of respite and release. Twice a year you get up and move, travel, change your life and even your diet, a taste of nomadic freedom. But always the same two places. One place is typically more Heimlich than the other, the village, the hearth, while the other place is typically wilder than the first, and this one might be called the place of desire, of summer. 85 Often figured as opportunities to fling off the restraints of culture in favor of the uninhibited freedom of nature. Such retreats have taken a variety of forms historically, from the picnic to the nudist camp to the summer vacation. Bay argues that even something as seemingly banal as the modern summer camp is worth defending, or rather, worth reorganizing so as to emphasize its aspects of erotic subversiveness, of wildness and laxness of superego, of at least a month or two of relative freedom. Bay does not see the periodic autonomy zone merely as an occasional invitation to individualistic Epicureanism, however. He suggests the possibility of developing communities within these spaces which, though convened only periodically, are stable over time, united not just by shared transgressions but also by sustained group organization. In another essay, Bay considers the possibility of permanent autonomous zones. Certain cracks in the Babylonian monolith, he writes, appear so vacant that whole groups can move into them and settle down. 169. Villages, communes, communities, even arcologies and biospheres are being experimented with and implemented. Some of the emerging pauses Bay identifies are not spatial in a geographic sense. He applies the term, for example, to weird religions, rebel art movements, and secret societies, consisting of individuals who inhabit a kind of figurative space that ties together their shared way of life. Bay suggests that the ideal arrangement, though, is to establish spaces that are not only long-lasting but also physically concrete. Carving out a space analogous to a nice anarchist monastery, he opines, might actually be preferable to the gypsy RV way of life. This is not to say that the benefits of the more transient TAZ and the more lasting PAZ are irreconcilable, however. On the one hand, establishing more durable spaces allows for the long drawn-out intensification of the joys and risks of the TAZ. On the other hand, the PAZ, to avoid degenerating into dead space, can renew and refresh itself periodically with the festival aspect of the TAZ. The likelihood that more enduring autonomous zones like the PAZ will take shape is bolstered, Bay believes, by capitalism's incidental creation of no-go zones, areas that have effectively fallen off the radar of the economic and political powers that be. 86 Because capitalism, according to Bay, will not undergo sudden implosion but will rather disintegrate or deliquesce, pockets of space outside of elite control will progressively appear. 87 These pockets are the result of the social triage the state is forced to practice as it withdraws social services and even the infrastructure of law and order from areas that have been rendered unviable by the operation of market forces. The progressive sacrifice of such areas will take substantial portions of the country off of the map, allowing people with unconventional values and lifestyles to nestle into them unnoticed. What these modern-day frontiersmen and women will establish within these spaces is a kind of positive chaos comprising a living mutating situational praxis or nomadic bricolage of social models. While this may sound haphazard, Bay in fact envisions a considerable amount of coordinated activity holding the NGZ together, not least an alternative communications system, an alternative economy consisting of black work, service, production, and exchange, and even a people's militia. The task in the NGZ is not so much to erupt transiently into the constantly shifting cracks within the capitalist system as it is to stake a durable claim to the space opened up by the operation of that system. The kind of societies that develop within NGZs may be punctuated throughout by individualistic effervescence of various kinds, but Bay clearly believes that they will have to establish some measure of stability in their relationships and institutions. Condemned by Bookchin for his supposed obsession with the isolated ego, Bay goes so far as to propose that the NGZ may represent the rebirth of the possibility of the social and suggests beginning to construct an alternative social infrastructure even in pre-NGZ. 170. Areas, preparing the kernel of the new social within the shell of the old. Although Bay seems to believe that NGZs have the potential to harbor fully functional alternate societies, he insists that it is foolish to try to establish political autonomy in an NGZ on the model of a secessionist state. This puts him directly at odds with the model of social change envisioned by Bookchin, in which confederated municipalities accumulate the power necessary to mount a political challenge to the sovereignty of the nation-state. Bay writes that there will be no Republic of the South Bronx or Free State of Western Wisconsin, no libertarian enclaves or anarchist liberated zones, no ecotopia, no New Africa, etc., etc. The spectacle will ruthlessly destroy anyone who threatens its monopoly of spectacular authority. In the later writings that appear in Millennium, however, Bay's position shifts much closer to that of Bookchin. Inspired by the Zapatista uprising in Chiapas, Mexico, Bay expresses sympathy for the idea that a large autonomous zone might be able to break officially with the nation-state. Invoking the millenarian language typical of an older, revolutionary anarchism, he even imagines that the coalescence of permanent autonomous zones could make up the form of the millennium. 88. What this suggests is that there may be a route after all, through the creation of durable, interconnected political spaces, to the revolutionary change that Bookchin desires. Conclusions. Foregrounding the concepts of space and temporality yields a new perspective on the Bookchin-Bay debate, offering grounds for comparison at least as useful if not more so than the social anarchism/lifestyle anarchism dichotomy introduced by Bookchin. As might be expected, some important differences emerge from such a comparison. Bookchin highlights opportunities for expanding popular sovereignty within the public space and institutions already in existence, rather than subverting or circumventing them, as the various autonomous zones posited by Bay attempt to do. For Bookchin, revolutionary energies are to be funneled primarily into constructing durable institutions that are responsive to popular control, whereas Bay lends credibility to a wide range of activities that do not adopt durability or institutional reform as their explicit objective. Finally, Bookchin is firmly attached to the idea that the municipality is the most appropriate venue of human action, maintaining that a particular configuration of urban space is necessary for the human species to flourish. Bay, by contrast, tends to imagine human flourishing taking place on more intimate scales, within groups bound together by affinity rather than an idealized notion of shared citizenship. 171. Despite these disagreements, however, we have also identified a number of reasons why the positions adopted by Bookchin and Bay are not as far apart as they appear at first glance. Firstly, Bay is not as enamored of ephemerality as Bookchin would have us believe. Even the ephemeral experiences offered by the THs will have lasting effects, Bay claims, on individual character. Beyond the individual level, he is keenly interested in the possibility of establishing more durable spaces that allow for the temporal extension, or even the permanence, of the THs. Furthermore, despite his special affection for small spaces that serve to concentrate spontaneous group activity, Bay is intrigued by the idea of occupying larger spaces able to accommodate a wide range of coordinated, more or less stable, social relations. Finally, Bay's work evidences a gradual shift from the episodic THs towards the kind of revolutionary ambitions with which Bookchin had never been willing to part. These points of overlap raise the possibility of a synthesis of Bookchin's and Bay's respective insights. While this possibility can only be suggested here, a potential starting point is the concept of nomad citizenship, as theorized by Eugene Holland. Holland writes that when power is viewed as monolithic, the natural impulse is to avoid, circumvent, or subvert rather than take it. In this view, micropolitical action to be temporary by design. The contrary assumption made by what Holland calls affirmative nomadology is that power is not in fact monolithic and that therefore a complex and varied strategy is called for. Political praxis, from this perspective, must consist at least in part of attempts to bring definition to durable spaces, focusing on the organization of the social field, the type of division of labor, and the composition of social relations. Holland points out that even the most famous expositors of the idea of the nomad, Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, advocated retaining at least a small plot of land at all times upon which to carry out sustained social experimentation. Invoking Bayes' language, Holland recommends that we make at least some autonomous zones long-lasting. 89. This way, if a given stratum appears particularly propitious as an alternative to dominant forms of social organization, we can strive to make it self-catalyzing and sustainable. Not permanent revolution but permanent insurrection, insurrection that lasts, a guerrilla operation that does not engage directly with the state or with capital but that instead constitutes this or that specific stratum as a durable and enduring nomadic alternative. Intensify connections and conjunctions on any propitious strata so that each stratum passes the tipping point into sustainability and so that different strata converge to catalyze one another. For affirmative nomadology, the imperative is not only to struggle against capitalism and the state but also, and more important, to struggle for a pervasive nomad 172. Ism by developing, supporting, enhancing, expanding, and, where possible, joining the actually existing alternatives to them. Not just fight power over to take it presumably with the best intention of eventually having it wither away but also, and even more, develop immanent power with, on small as well as large scales, as the crucial alternative to power over. 90. This formulation of Holland's affirmative nomadology would seem to leave room both for Bayes' more fluid spatial constellations and for Buchan's insistence that it is necessary to build lasting structures of power that allow for the efficacious exercise of popular sovereignty and that can be mobilized to defend municipalities against the hostility of the nation-state when that becomes necessary. One implication of Holland's argument, however, is that no single arena of human association should have a monopoly on citizenship. Instead of simply substituting the municipality for the nation-state, it must be accepted that in the modern world the citizens' affiliations, responsibilities, and affinities will be divided among a variety of social spheres. This does not, I would like to suggest, preclude our according the city pride of place in our effective identities, but it does require us to go beyond Buchan's sometimes myopic municipalism, searching for ways in which political agency can be expressed in public spaces both large and small. As we have seen, Buchan's and Bayes' perspectives on space and temporality are not separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Holland is correct to argue that what is called for under contemporary political conditions is an eclectic approach that eschews rigid dichotomies. There is reason to believe that political agency should not be as firmly anchored to municipal space as Buchan would advocate, but there is also reason to place value on the durable institutions that social spaces like municipalities are able to sustain. The contemporary political subject will at certain times find it useful to adopt an approach rooted in the needs of her local community of residents, at other times, it will be advisable to channel her activity into the interstices of the existing order, gesturing through utopian experimentation towards radical social alternatives. Chapter 8. Swimming against the current. Towards an anti-colonial anarchism in British Columbia, Canada. Vanessa Sloan Morgan. White waters in narrow passes. Two problems emerge when we try and apply the nation-to-nation framework, for example to the 17th century Haudenosaunee-Turo Wampum Treaty, to the power relations we face today. First, they assume a moral equivalency between the colonizer and the colonized that simply doesn't exist. And second, they assume the legitimacy of the ship of the state's economic, legal, and political institutions that have destroyed the river and eroded the riverbank. Under such conditions, recognizing the legitimacy of the colonial ship's right of travel is an impossibility, and we need to start orienting our struggles toward a different goal. The two-row wampum belt, Gaswentha or Kaswenta, depicts two ships traveling down the same river, as Coulthard explains above. Although every aspect of the belt has deeply ingrained cultural and political meanings, the color of the beads used, the number of beads, the ceremonies that surrounded the agreement, an extremely simplified interpretation of this covenant is one of mutual respect, including respect for autonomy. Negotiated and exchanged between Dutch and Haudenosaunee peoples in the 17th century, it outlines an agreement and a relationship. Involved in this relationship was the need for renewal. The agreement was thus renewed in accordance with Haudenosaunee protocols. After all, the agreement applied to Haudenosaunee lands which the Dutch and settlers after them were visitors to. Scholars and Acti 178. Vis alike often point to the two-row wampum as an idealized form of indigenous settler relations. 1. Respect for cultural, political, and economic autonomy, a relationship where neither ship will steer the other or cross the other's path, where both ships are traveling down two different sides of the same river. As Coulthard explains above, however, the river as depicted on the belt is no more. Processes of colonialism have destroyed the river, eroding its banks to make way for the capitalist freighter one transporting the state, settlers, and a gross sense of authority. The power differential between these two ships is so great that the relationship originally intended can no longer be implemented in the current environment, on the river as it is now. The following pages will cast off from Coulthard's fiercely accurate description of indigenous settler relations with the state that has forcefully been built upon indigenous lands, Canada. Indigenous state relations have, however, been deeply analyzed and scrutinized by community leaders, scholars, and activists since Canada's inception. Although accounts from these thinkers have greatly influenced my own thoughts, I wish to explore the culturally hegemonic, relationally ontological form of settler colonialism that is at the core of indigenous settler relations. The contentious comprehensive land claims, or modern treaty, process in British Columbia will be used as a case study for this exploration. Founded upon the assertion that colonialism, and therefore capitalism, remains at the center of socio-spatial state institutions, focus upon the comprehensive land claims process demonstrates the manifestation of hierarchical indigenous settler relations and settler relations to place. A factor motivating this writing is the desire to contribute to the theoretical and enacted forms of anti-colonialism and anarchic work responding to the current forms of violence, exploitation, and oppression that emerge from these contexts. Following the case study, a discussion of anti-colonial and anarchic theory will unfold both generally and in relation to the discipline of geography's anti-colonial and anarchist arms. Here it is necessary for anarchist theory and anti-colonial anarchism to be criticized in light of recent trends that have emerged in relation to settler colonialism. To this end, I draw from anarchist communist thought primarily, specifically Peter Kropotkin's development of mutual aid and, at a more subversive level, the transformative potential of education, and Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's critique of property. It is my belief that, especially for settlers seeking to confront settler colonialism, there are many complements between anarchic and anti-colonial thought and praxis, similarities if for no clearer reason than much of the foundational work of anarchist thinkers were struggling for land, albeit in 179 ontologically and culturally varied capacities, in response to capital-driven structures. Thus, the latter part of this chapter will highlight the synergies, as I am coming to see them, inherent within these two modes of thinking. First, however, I must offer a few words on limitations and positionality. In the spirit of transparency. Limitations and positionality. This chapter in no way comprehensively or concretely addresses all of the issues unearthed here. Quite the opposite is so. Rather, this chapter intends to further engage two conversations that have been ongoing for decades, even centuries, despite having their distinct genealogical histories, cultures, and processes. Anarchism and anti-colonialism are rooted across the globe, responding to different, yet overlapping, struggles against grossly violent authorities. This work attempts to fan the flames, whether that of the Eighth Fire or anarchist dissent, and contribute to these emerging discussions. These conversations are already underway, often labeled anarcho-indigenism too. You will notice that I have referred to the point of inquiry here as anti-colonialism rather than anarcho-indigenism. This reference is intentional. As a white settler of known Irish, Scottish, and English origin, I am in no way positioned to propose anarcho-indigenism as a sole-authored paper. 3. What I am positioned to do is to make a critical inquiry into the structures that, albeit multiscalar and complex, have led to the need for me to take such a position by not proposing an anarcho-indigenism singularly. After all, respect for autonomy, even before colonialism or my ancestors washed upon the shores of Turtle Island/North America, was a necessity. A second limitation with the use of anti-colonial is that I am employing it specifically within the context, the histories, and the present of so-called Canada. By its very nature, anti-colonialism is a re-articulation and an analysis of global processes of imperialism and colonialism. These processes were distinctively place-based. By limiting the focus of this term, I hope to further highlight potential synergies between my narrow presentation of anti-colonial and anarchist theories. Lastly, my intent here is to offer fuel for those exploring alternative ways of thought and being in relation to land-based struggles in settler colonial contexts. Recent anarchist tendencies to misappropriate and/or skew indigenous resistance, cultures, and spiritualities in the name of anarchism is a pattern of concern. It is also reminiscent of colonial tendencies to universalize Eurocentric thought and ontology. Due additionally to my settler status, my focus will here be on settlers, on the state, on colonialism in its settler. 180. Colonial form on the structures of power that have brought me to where I am today. I do not touch upon how indigenous peoples are using the structures that have resulted from these processes, such as English colonial law, to further their own agendas. My lack of engagement here is in no way intended to overlook or diminish this resilience and resistance. Instead, my critical intention is to provide another string to pull, sort of speak, with which to unravel the nuances of settler positioning and associated social-spatial structures. Overemphasis on self-reflexivity can admittedly re-privilege settlers in these contexts. Through taking this approach, I do not mean to shift focus but to direct the work to come by demonstrating, as Pickrell and Chatterton correctly disclaim, that individual and collective aspects are highly interrelated. Perhaps it is no coincidence that as I write this I am sitting, and residing, on traditional Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee territories. It was just south from where I am that the two-row wampum was negotiated and renewed. It is just north of me, however, that Canada's Parliament buildings lie on unceded and untreated Algonquin/Anishinaabe lands. It is right below my feet, though, that the Patriarch of Canada was birthed and bred, along with his idea of confederation. It is in response to these conditions, to these places, that I begin building walls. Ideas never seemed to be able to go in a straight line, they had to walk around this and avoid that, and then they ended up smack against a wall. There were walls all around his thoughts, and he seemed utterly unaware of them, though he was perpetually hiding behind them. Our thoughts are constrained by walls. Those providing the brick, those who benefit from these very constraints, often structure institutions and societies in the likeness of these confines. For an associated ontology from which to understand the world builds the foundation. For my own thinking, these walls around us are perhaps no better described than in the quote above. The anarchist protagonist in L. Egan's classic novel The Dispossessed comments on the limitations in his capitalist comrade's ideas, likening his constraint to smacking up against a wall. What better way to define intellectual and even insurgent limitations than the metaphor of an impenetrable structure, one meant to withstand invasion, define limits, and keep undesirables out? The wall is a structure that is, after all, built most often by humans themselves, designed by their own constraints, fear, and social ignorance. What could be so valuable that one would construct a wall to prevent invasion? Is it fear of theft, which would imply ownership and worth, both of which are defined by walls? Is it ignorance of difference that causes retreat? 181. Behind walls. Of course, walls exist in their physical form, too. However, what catalyzes the creation of a wall and the ontology that maintains it is, arguably, an idea. Settler states, our social institutions are founded on certain ideas. As long as the latter are generally believed, the institutions built on them are safe. Government remains strong because people think political authority and legal compulsion necessary. Capitalism will continue as long as such an economic system is considered adequate and just. As Berkman illuminates, social institutions, such as the nation-state, were once only ideas. They remain intact due to a continued, even unquestioned, belief in their necessity. Canada was once only an idea. This idea was enacted, in part, by Enlightenment ideology, the mindset that flowed from these ideas, and subsequent practices, catalyzed colonial processes in the New World. The implantation of settlers on indigenous territories within this frame of thought was seen as inevitable. Locke's theory of property, one which would become paramount in capitalist models of production, served to justify indigenous dispossession and transform indigenous lands into settler property and, later, the Canadian state. At the root of this ideology, however, was the universalism of colonialism. Through the unquestionable superiority of the empire, including the naturalization and apoliticization of the colonial legal system, power gained its strength from its arbitrariness. Despite the pervasion of colonialism, colonial means and processes varied. Blackwell reminds us that all historical forms of property have specific topologies. As a result, these abstract forms prefigure each individual property's spatial manifestation. Thus, colonialism in Canada was exemplified not by a single event but through a long-standing process, a colonial process whereby settler colonizers come to stay. Through the permanent resettlement of land and entailed dispossession of indigenous peoples, human territoriality becomes settler colonialism's irreducible essence. Land seizure becomes integral to the settler colonial identity. Distinct political orders accompany incoming settlers and, with them, a well-defined end goal of sovereignty and territorial acquisition. Viewed within the context of Canada, not only was the land base assertively/sovereignly settled following the erosion of imperial authority, but a predominantly white, Canadian settler identity was also rooted within the landscape, an identity that is a defining facet in building and maintaining settler subjectivities. A distinctive mentality prevails within settler societies since continued occupation is largely at 182. Tribute to the need for the exploitation of resources through the ongoing enactment of state jurisdiction. Moufaoud Paul refers to this mentality as a subliminated colonialism, whereby colonial hegemony has been pushed under the surface of the structural and superstructural phenomena of the colonial countries. Barker describes this mindset as a colonial mentality, a term also employed by a number of settler colonial and anti-colonial writers. Adjoining this mentality, this ontology, and subsequent identity, is a bounded territoriality. Although territoriality has existed in various forms prior to Canada being granted dominion, the formal establishment of the state saw sovereignty become synonymous with territory, and bordering being parallel to boundedness. This institutionally backed conception of identity is of great significance when compared to the de facto status of the Canadian state, and thus Canadian identity. Although identity is the most prominent product of bordering practices, Ince professes, it can also be a facet of spatial strategy in political organization. Viewed as a process of defining identity, settler colonialism upholds a curious conundrum. Although indigenous peoples are seen as an impediment to the autonomy and hegemony of settler society, framed as a distinctly native other, settlers depend on their indigenous other to support a juxtaposed identity. Juxtaposition is here rooted in a frontier mentality that dually evokes liberal notions of multiculturalism and whiteness. Indeed, as Razak states, racial hierarchies come into existence through patriarchy and capitalism, each system of domination mutually constituting the other. Processes of mutual constitution extend beyond the social to encompass, as one can imagine in a settler colonial context, the acquisition of land, the creation of territory. Settler colonial studies have become prevalent over the past half-decade, intent on investigating the transformation of land into territory. This realm of study has even succeeded in producing a journal dedicated to its interrogation. 5. Despite the potential for settler colonialism to build on emerging analyses of colonial processes, including definitions for and of territory/territoriality, it has come under scrutiny, as Snellgrove, Dheimun, and Corntassel rightfully inquire. What good is it to analyze settler colonialism if that analysis does not shed light on sites of contradiction and weakness, the conditions for its reproduction, or the spaces and practices of resistance to it? What is the purpose of deploying settler without attention to its utility, to what it alludes to or eludes from? What good is solidarity if it cannot attend to the literal ground on which people stand and come together upon? 183. In response to this critique, how indigenous-settler relations continue to support the state will be offered. A detailed focus on British Columbia will be provided here in order to further contextualize this discussion. British Columbia and the Indian Land Question. Although the negotiation of treaties had a prominent history in outlining indigenous-settler relations prior to Canada's sovereignty, historic treaties signed after Dominion sought specifically to extinguish Aboriginal title and to legally enable colonial possession by way of English common law. 6. This condition, the necessity of treaties, was itself outlined by the British Crown in the Royal Proclamation of 1763. The province of BC, however, was left as a distinct jurisdictional space, with only a fraction of indigenous territories falling under treaty. 14 Douglas Purchase treaties encompassing some Coast Salish and Kwakwaka'wakw territories on Vancouver Island, and Treaty 8, encompassing some Dean territories in northeastern BC. The reason that BC was omitted from the historic treaty process is contested. Common sentiment for this omission is that the Eurocentric mindset of the time subhumanized First Nations, stating that they did not constitute a sufficient level of social organization to warrant the necessity for treaty negotiation prior to land cessation. 7. A desire by paternalistic colonial authorities during the 19th century to gain access to lands for settlement and valuable resources such as gold, fish, and timber made this dismissal all too convenient. Nevertheless, the Indian Land Question, a question initially concerning how to acquire First Nations territories and how to subsequently manage First Nations peoples, persisted. In response to this question, and with the implementation of the Indian Act in 1876, a reserve system that saw the dispossession and displacement of First Nations without consent was established throughout BC, specifically, and Canada, broadly. Following the Calder decision, the land question was thrust into the public realm. Public discourse surrounding the land question and Aboriginal title was exacerbated in 1982 with the entrenchment of Section 35 in the Canadian Constitution. Recognizing and affirming the existence and sui generis, or distinctive nature, of Aboriginal rights, the insertion of Section 35 legally bound the state's fiduciary responsibility to uphold distinctive treaty rights that are distinct from notions of equality embedded within liberal Canadian consciousness. At this time, the majority of BC remained untreated. The decision in Delgamuukw further legitimated the existence of Aboriginal title, causing many First Nations in BC to place additional pressure on settler governments to address outstanding claims to title. Furthermore, the 2014 Tsilhqot'in decision designated a 1,750 km² area of Tsilhqot'in territory titled lands. Due in part to litigation proceedings accelerating, pressure upon the state to resolve the land question has evolved. The evolution of the land question in BC brought associated conversations into mainstream politics. Adjoining the increased publicity of issues regarding Aboriginal title were settler sentiments on Indigenous-settler relations and claims to territory. With a number of First Nations deciding to enter modern treaty negotiations with provincial and federal governments, the Liberal provincial government aggravated Indigenous-settler relations firstly by distributing a contentiously worded referendum seeking to gather information on settler perspectives concerning treaty negotiations. Indigenous-settler relations were secondly aggravated by provincial parties through the Liberal government's rapid about-face on the topic of treaties. The BC Premier of the time, most notably, transformed himself from an avid skeptic about treaties during the beginning of his term to the most stringent supporter of negotiations by 2005. A vaguely defined new relationship was proposed between Indigenous and settler peoples in BC by the provincial government shortly after the Premier's about-face. What this new relationship would look like, however, or how it would be achieved was never publicly elaborated upon beyond narratives dependent upon certainty over land dictated within state structures. Despite token provincial support for the mending of fractured Indigenous-settler relations in BC, the contentious CLC process framed as the process that would spearhead restorative relationships through answering the Indian land question was, and remains, highly contentious and problematic. 8 media sources tend to perpetuate this controversy while producing social stereotypes and neglecting the historical and legal rootedness of Aboriginal title. Studies exploring settler perceptions of modern treaties reveal ill-informed acuities of Indigenous-settler relations or altogether ignorance of the existence of modern treaty negotiations, pointing to a social and physical privileging that unquestionably and rightfully locates settlers on Indigenous territories in BC. This location, however, is silenced in social institutions, enacted, in part, through territoriality on both state and personal scales. The judicial system, for instance, continues to uphold the universalizing and apolitical supremacy of colonial law. Key among these assertions are what, in his analysis of judicial narrative in Dilgamuku, Macrosson sees as judicial projection of a spatial shadow across the land, a spreading vision. 185. Of emptiness divorced from the reality of continued interactions with those spaces, ultimately eclipsing and consuming Indigenous claims to ownership and jurisdiction through a narrative of territorial depopulation. Land that is not populated or utilized actively for resource exploitation is still relegated as empty as terra nullius within the institutions of the settler state. Capital gain and state jurisdiction thus remain intimately intertwined in settler colonial Canada, a narrative that permeates settler colonists' rightful claims to territory. Defending walls, territoriality, authority, and jurisdiction. European colonialism, understood as the contemporary expression of the spread of civilization and reason, established the abstract forms of law, in relation to which particular histories of the right of property could be written. How state territory is interacted with by citizens, and thus partially upheld, has been molded by property, a relationship with land that was established, as Mitchell highlights, by an abstract but particular form of law. How territory and property is related to in settler colonial contexts is extremely telling of the colonial mentality that saw its creation. Human territoriality is one way that this relationship between settlers and land can be investigated. After all, this relationship is necessarily hegemonic in settler colonialism, feeding into the colonial mentality and sublimating its culturally inscribed processes that excuse, or invisibilize, Indigenous dispossession. By investigating how territory is upheld through social relation and institutions, the normalized authority supporting the violence and injustice necessary for territory's continued existence can be revealed, a call that Painter conveys while rethinking the concept as a whole. Territory should be examined not as an actual space, but as the powerful, metaphysical effect of practices that make such spaces appear to exist. Human territoriality is constructed, enacted, and intimately tied to human relations to land. Theoretically, it is a means of analyzing how people organize themselves in space and, through this organization, how place is inscribed. This production of space in settler colonial constructs, even prior to territoriality, mirrors what Pasternak frames not as stagnant space but as produced by the political status gained through spatial divisions of the world into nation-states, or by the imperial drawing and redrawing of regional boundaries. Taking this view, an inseparable imperative of human territoriality is the influence and control of people and resources in space by way of socially and physically enacted manipulations. Human territoriality is thus perceived here in its 186 Political institutional form, with spatial strategies used to affect human behavior through the assertion of power. Despite its multifaceted scales of operation, the practice of human territoriality invariably involves the creation and employment of a common construct, a border. Whether state-defining or a line drawn in theory to inhibit the movement of a child, a spatial differentiation is involved in territoriality. When discussing the ability for territoriality to define membership in a group by way of location, SAC relegates how practice and embedded social and cultural interpretation of territoriality is a direct result of influence and power being used as tools for control of spatial, and in turn social, relations. He concludes this thought by conceding that territoriality is the primary spatial form power takes. Although diverse and able to operate on various scales, in addition to the necessity for an identifiable border, human territoriality involves three interrelated attributes. Firstly, it must involve classification of an area. Secondly, it must contain a form of communication. And thirdly, it must attempt to enforce control over access to the area and to things within it, or to things outside of it, by restraining those within. As such, these three synergistic criteria will be used to sketch the specific socio-historically constructed territoriality of human land relations in BC. Formally classified as a territorial area of Canada when it joined the Confederation in 1871, Confederation legally bounded BC within a larger state structure. Decision-making and legal authority was thereby bestowed to provincial bodies by physically and politically classifying the land mass. Additional to the seemingly obvious byproduct of territorial definition was the classification of lands within the province itself. Crown lands were designated for and distributed to settler residents despite indigenous nations not entering treaty negotiations. In order to gain access to these territories for sale, to secure the exploitation of resources, and in an attempt to manage First Nations, the Government of Canada designated the reserve system in the 19th century. The reserve system attempted to sever indigenous ties to land, forcefully imposing sedentary lifestyles through relocation to morsels of land outside of traditional territories that were subject to the legally binding policy instated through the Indian Act. This bounding of space was also necessary to gain access to land. Settlers were able to purchase land once it was dispossessed of indigenous inhabitants. The legitimation of this exchange between the state and settlers was upheld by the laws extended through provincial and state designation as a self-governing entity, upheld by common law principles of land ownership. Within this regard, settlers' acts of purchasing lands legitimate their claims to, albeit untreated and unceded, indigenous territories. This process of classification has been ongoing since Confederation and is integral to upholding the Legity 187. Macy of the state and province as assertively rightful inheritors of their respectively situated territories. Human territoriality takes place and is expressed by actors through diverse measures beyond the deed. The communicative form of human territoriality within BC takes place on multiple scales and within multiple realms of human interaction. From government-issued identification, provincially authorized services, enforcement of taxation, to toponyms, the power bestowed by the province and the state is constantly conveyed. From this power extends the ability for settlers to prescribe to the identity, the rights, and the responsibilities extended from government entities. Mainstream media again plays an important role in conveying these discourses. Issues surrounding the land question are decontextualized and restricted to monetary value. Terminology is employed that diminishes indigenous claims to territory, and indigenous and settler rights and interests are juxtaposed as oppositional. The communicative messages provided by the media influence the formation of consumers, that is, settlers' perceptions. In this case, settler relationships to land are further dominated by exploitation and capital gain, whereby framing the land question in oppositional terms reinforces settlers' sense of territoriality by threatening their perceived ownership of land. Indeed, physically and legally barring access to lands and resources is a key facet of human territoriality, and a tool used by and for the state to uphold jurisdiction. Control over access to lands and environmentally produced goods within BC are enforced primarily through laws extended by various levels of governance, all of which gain legal legitimacy in part vis-a-vis legally bounded state systems that are reproduced in social realms and enacted on a territorial basis. The universalism of colonialism, apoliticality of colonial law, and ontology of superiority is integral to maintaining these operations. The reserve system and subsequent restraint of those inside reserve status Indians 9 is an obvious form of enforced control over territory and subjects. Federal authorities bestow this power. Control of access to resources, such as timbers, is granted to the provincial government, whereas mining and oil and gas are negotiated on an ad hoc basis between provincial and federal bodies. 10. Combining these levels of ascendancy with outstanding claims of Aboriginal title transforms the BC landscape into a complex and convoluted patchwork in terms of human legal standing by way of relations to land. Within this murkiness, however, exists the ability for settlers to possess ownership over territories. Enabling settlers to purchase lands, as discussed above, legitimates their unquestionable claims to untreated and unceded lands. This practice not only upholds colonial tenets by disregarding the land question but also further restrains those seeking to interrogate the socio-historical structures that control and continue to subvert indigenous peoples. Individually, privately held lands are exempt. 188. From future land claims negotiations. Through asserting human territoriality by way of land ownership, settlers establish boundaries within borders and, in doing so, perpetuate privatized notions of human land relations, thereby preventing access to those outside these boundaries. It is exactly this process of creating boundaries within borders that the comprehensive land claims process relies upon to address the land question. Comprehensive land claims. The way we make sense of political relations is so deeply ingrained in us that it would be very hard to embark on a different way were we at the beginning and prepared to approach the nation-to-nation relationship we have been offered with the utmost goodwill and a complete openness to learn from our partners. When viewed in light of the continued existence of Aboriginal title in BC, uncertainty is overshadowing the province's mantra of extraction. As Ash suggests above, however, changes to the business-as-usual approach underlying political relationships are difficult due to their deep ingraining in institutional structures. Indeed, they underlie the entire legal premise on which the Canadian state and its settler citizens depend. Conditions necessary to secure rights to, and rights to remove, resources, however, can no longer assume the sole jurisdiction of federal or provincial governments. In fact, First Nations in BC have tremendous influence over the physical removal of goods, resources, and, by extension, the economy. As demonstrated by Blomley, First Nations have the ability to shut the province down through simple direct actions, such as blockades. Recognizing this vulnerability and legal ambiguity, the CLC process was initiated in 1973 by the federal government to once and for all solve the land question not only in BC but also throughout all untreated territories in Canada. The CLC negotiation process was catalyzed by the instrumental ruling in Calder that acknowledged the existence of Aboriginal title and led to the insertion of Section 35 in the 1982 Constitution that affirmed Aboriginal rights and treaty rights. Given the primarily untreated and unceded nature of BC, and that over 30 distinct First Nations cultural groups exist within the province, a BC-specific process for modern treaty negotiation was launched in 1993. Labeled the British Columbia Treaty Commission, this independent tripartite body outlined a six-stage framework for negotiation. The sixth, final stage is implementation. 189. Gifting stolen land? When deeds speak, words are nothing. Aboriginal rights and Aboriginal title exist in the eyes of colonial law due to state recognition of First Nations' temporally prior positioning on the land before settlers arrived. The implementation of modern treaties, however, transforms Indigenous title into property. In exchange, some sui generis rights are extinguished. Parallels exist between Proudhon's 19th-century critique of the deed and the principle of government-granted property, as illuminated above, and the spirit behind CLCs. Due to changes in Aboriginal rights and extinguishment of title, critics of the CLC process have labeled negotiation tables termination tables, pointing to the incompatible nature of colonially inscribed, Eurocentric concepts of property with First Nations' diverse culturally based political and governance systems. Treaties are thus viewed by some as certificates of conquest, where rights are taken rather than granted. The negotiation process itself has been heavily criticized for being an unjust extension of colonialism, failing to provide certainty vis-a-vis compromising Aboriginal rights, neglecting to reconcile centuries of mistrust, relying on the optics of intention, which overlooks historical dispossession and ignores meaningful redress for past injustices, and perpetuating the Indian problem industry. If First Nations do decide to negotiate treaties, the process of negotiation and implementation has been criticized for forcing Indigenous peoples to adopt formalized and bureaucratized colonial negotiating mechanisms, therefore furthering inherent incongruence with Indigenous worldviews. Despite the highly disputed nature of treaties, nearly a third of First Nations in BC have entered the CLC negotiation process. For First Nations who do reach Stage 6, up to 8% of traditional territory is transferred to First Nations from the Crown in fee simple form. During the negotiation process, however, the unquestioned legitimacy of the state remains, where historical injustices are muted, and traditional territories are created into property, to be gifted, never returned, by the state. First Nations become relatively self-governing, with the long-standing, federally inscribed Indian Act replaced by laws made by and for the signatory First Nation. State-bound regulations, however, are too employed, with financial constraints, such as full taxation, often implemented. From an anarchic and anti-colonial perspective, the entire process of CLCs falls victim to the state's politics of recognition. 190. Whereby state-sanctioned terms define, ensure, and propel negotiations, while state jurisdiction dictates Indigenous territory. Entering the CLC process does provide a more predictable outcome than litigation. The root of the courts is scrutinized too, with settler and state territoriality at its core. Guiding narrative presented by judicial actors, Macrosson states, is one in which Indigenous laws, sovereignty, and jurisdiction over land must always yield to the territorial interests and perpetual presence of the larger setter society. With that said, scholars, Indigenous leaders, and activists alike are looking back to the original spirit of historical treaty negotiations that were based upon relations to each other as well as to land, rather than to defining a person's right to a narrowly defined construction of property. The intent of these treaties is being renewed not necessarily for redefinition of Indigenous state relations but to respond to contemporary Indigenous settler relations and the respective and distinct conditions. Redefining Indigenous settler relations. We want to build a house with the white man. The treaty is our foundation. The comprehensive claim was to be one of the walls. But all the government wants to do is destroy our house and remake us in their image. Drawing from over 30 years of analysis of Indigenous state relations in Canada, anthropologist Michael Ash, in his most recent work that revisits the spirit and intent of Treaty 4, concedes, returning to the promises we made in the treaties gives us a purchase on where to begin now. Doing so will transform what our Constitution frames as Indigenous rights into settler obligations. Indigenous and settler scholars, activists, and land defenders, such as Idle No More, Defenders of the Land, and the Indigenous nationhood movement, look increasingly to historic treaties to provide guidance for Indigenous settler relations. Moving forward from the now infamous declaration of Chief Justice Antonio Lamar that we are all here to stay, coexistence is seen as no longer able to operate as the state-centric processes. Calling upon settlers to unsettle themselves arguably involves moving away from state and capital dependence, or nothing less than an entire restructuring of the social, political, and cultural landscape. When post-Confederation, or the numbered treaties, were entered into, the universality of colonialism permeated negotiations. Most treaties were negotiated, however, in good faith, with principles and promises of mutual respect and respect for autonomy, that which is also beaded in the two-row wampum at their core, a premise central to Ash's quote. 191. That opens this section. When the CLC process began, as George Kurzewski's words witness, this spirit of cohabitation was carried forward by indigenous nations. What has been shown is that the river is no longer big enough for both parties. With the shores eroded, there is no room for sharing the rough waters. The walls of the settler state have dammed it, eroding the shores. When trapped in the quickly rising water, it is difficult to see beyond the confines looming above. What is possible, perhaps tangible, is reimagining indigenous settler relations stemming from historic treaty negotiations independent from state actors, those based upon respect, reciprocity, and autonomy, rather than state-centric notions of capital and exploitation, those which Johnson et al. See as a potential to shift social engagement concerning indigenous involvement in state-sanctioned land claims away from legalities towards people and relationships. Ash's principle of sharing the land, of linking, which he explicates from his in-depth analysis of written and verbal treaty for testimonial, reveals an agreement not unlike mutual aid, of species' natural tendency to exist cooperatively, rather than competitively. Treaties of peace and friendship and the two-row wampum depended upon cooperation, not competition. As Ash points out, competition in the harsh environments that settlers found themselves, in addition to the basic human need to reproduce with genetic diversity, was not a foreign concept to indigenous peoples prior to colonialism. In fact, as Ash accurately describes in the latter half of his book, these necessities were foundational to indigenous understandings of coexistence, to autonomy, and to relationships. Indeed, scholars and community leaders have long pointed to the relational dynamic paramount to early negotiations. A distinct shift post-Confederation moved these negotiations from, as Harris states in retelling the importance of mutual aid, a relationship based on trade, one based on land. It is from this view that mutual aid can contribute significantly to settlers re-envisioning indigenous settler relations in light of historic agreements. Challenging ontological relations to, and thus actual positioning on, land in settler colonial contexts inherently involved indigenous settler relations when viewed from the anarchist perspective of mutual aid. Returning to the original intent of pre-Confederation treaties, opportunities for cooperation and dependence upon the state for reconciliation is thus diminished. Personal obligation, including the need for a historical understanding of treaties, emerges. The potential to revisit agreements made in the spirit of peace and friendship to counteract the authoritative stronghold of the CLC process provides an alternative, prefigurative way forward. Although it is vital for indigenous peoples themselves to redefine what such a relationship could look like, drawing from mutual aid, settlers can move beyond state-flowing forms of territoriality to inform relations to land, floating above the wall of 192. The state to re-envision alternatives. Key here, however, is the need for a critical lens on Eurocentrism at the core of colonial and settler colonial ideologies. On recolonizing anarchism. Unnamed anarchist from Europe, particularly in Canada, the term First Nations is frequently used to describe indigenous societies. This tends to confuse radical Europeans who consider all references to nations as necessarily conservative. Can you shed some light on the indigenous usage of the term? Take Alfred from Kanawake in the Mohawk Nation, Europeans should not transpose their experience with nationhood on others. I myself do not think the term accurately describes our people, only our own languages and words can do that, but it is useful in a sense. It conveys an equality of status in theory between our societies and that of the colonizer. And it reiterates the fact of our prior occupancy of this continent. The languages that we speak build walls. The English language, for instance, is noun-based, territorial and possessive by nature. Behind this language, however, is a distinct relational ontology, one that is exemplified by the interview exerted above. Sharing a language does not imply consensus or commonality. In this case, Although Alfred does not agree in full with the term First Nations, he does differentiate First Nation and indigenous nationhood from European, Westphalian conceptions of nation. He dually describes why, from his perspective as a member of the Mohawk Nation from Conowick, this terminology resists Eurocentric impositions of governance but also responds to colonial power imbalances. Social movements, especially in North America, often fall carelessly into colonial traps of Eurocentric thought, ontological objectivism, and colonial universalism, as exemplified above. 11. On the surface, though, it is clear why anarchist movements and anarchic theory may be attracted to anti-colonial struggles. Opposition to the state and to capitalism, to domination, and to oppression, are at the core of anarchist and autonomous movements. They are also at the core of anti-colonial struggles that see the state, and by mutual extension the capitalist system, as delegitimate institutions of authority that other and colonize by way of white supremacist notions of cultural hegemony. Anarchist movements, however, often fail to account for the multiple layers of power that are at play, both contemporarily and historically. As Barker critically contends, many of the Occupy sites, for example, recolonized by uncritically occupying already occupied lands. Settler privileges, especially white settler privileges, of autonomous organizers within these movements upheld hegemonic/colonial territoriality. 193. Romanticized for stewardship and place-based relations to land, indigenous peoples have even been idolized as the original anarchist societies. Indigenous nationhood movements actively seek to rebuild nation-to-nation relations with settlers by re-empowering indigenous self-determination and traditional governments. Nation-to-nation, though, cannot be taken in its settler-colonial form. Indeed, this assumption concerning a homogeneous form of government was, and is, at the core of colonialism, modern government. The European believed, was based upon principles true in every country. Its strengths lay in its universalism. Just as Ince warns us that territoriality and bordering have purpose in anarchic thought and praxis when not conflated with states, respecting indigenous nationhood as a culturally, politically, and spiritually distinct movement propelled by and for indigenous peoples is integral. Reasons for and tactics in support of these movements may vary, however, they inevitably overlap in many offensives with anarchist agendas against dominant authorities. The need for geographies of differences to hold true are here, yet they are often overlooked. Recent activist-based criticisms of anti-colonial anarchism challenged settlers to consider how the pursuit of an anti-colonial consciousness can also allow settler moves to innocence. Criticizing anti-colonial anarchism for its short-sighted end goal, one activist critiques of an anti-colonial anarchism state that there is no guarantee that the settler has learned any more about who he is, or where he comes from once this consciousness is achieved. Decolonization instead is identified as the more appropriate way for the settler to become something more, to heal indigenous identity, story, and spirit and deconstruct the very source of colonizing thought. Obvious aversion to such patriarchal language and the focus upon the settler in a homogeneous form aside, the framing of anti-colonial and anarchic struggles here misconstrue an anti-colonial anarchism's rejection of finality, affinity for process, and necessity of cooperation. Confronting oppression in all its forms, including that of gender-normative roles enforced through patriarchal power structures, is key to an anti-colonial anarchism. The focus from the struggle for land-based autonomy to how the settler can move beyond other settlers, to a place of assumed moral superiority, is itself a key characteristic of the race to innocence. Complexities of settler identity are furthermore muted in such an interpretation, including that of settlers of color, and experiences with colonialism in different contexts, thus flattening and denying geographically and experientially different realities of oppression, authority, and social institutions. When looking at these caricatures of anti-colonial anarchism, it is no wonder that misappropriation and miscommunication between indigenous and settler activists permeates many struggles. Due, in part, to 194. Decolonization being offered as a viable alternative to anti-colonial anarchism, one must ask, can you decolonize that which is the embodiment of colonialism, settlers? With Eurocentric understandings of an anti-colonial anarchism at the core of many activist-oriented renditions of such thinking, activists and scholars alike have heeded words of advice to those amidst struggles against colonial forces in settler colonial contexts. As stated by Valia when discussing autonomy and cross-cultural, colonially stemming struggles, non-natives must recognize our own role in perpetuating colonialism within our solidarity efforts. We can actively counter this by discussing the nuanced issues of solidarity, leadership, strategy, and analysis not in abstraction, but within our real and informed and sustained relationships with indigenous peoples. By respecting difference, even spatializing autonomy, settler peoples would do well to not transplant, to settle, their perceptions of autonomy, solidarity, leadership, and strategy onto indigenous movements. Alternatively, in settler colonial contexts, anarchist struggles against colonial authority, and thus capitalistic systems, invariably require respectful engagement with indigenous movements. This is integral if the recolonizing tendencies of anarchist movements that are oftentimes primarily driven by European settlers are to be prevented. Anarchist actors, especially when operating in settler colonial spaces, must understand the nuances of place-specific histories and colonial processes. As Lasky suggests, there is potential for directly relating to each other and changing our relationships with each other in ways that withdraw consent from the system and recreates alternatives that empower our collective personhoods now. As Alfred mentions, however, Eurocentric tendencies have oftentimes perpetuated colonial relations of power. As a result, the very structures of oppression that anarchic thought starkly opposes, but also stemmed from, creep into relational geographies towards an anarchic anti-colonialism. As far as anarchists go, if your philosophy can help you to appreciate the justice of this vision and allow you to live humbly as a guest according to indigenous North American laws, then you are welcome to my continent of the future. The impetus for this exploration has been twofold. Firstly, it stems in part through a disciplinary curiosity, particularly the discipline of geography's ongoing calls to decolonize, a call that I have come to see as ripe for potential dialogues with anarchic geographies. Secondly, it stems from uniquely parallel, yet different, insurgencies at the core of anarchist and anti-colonial thought and praxis, one that Alfred touches upon in the interview excerpt above. Geography: can the colonizing be decolonized? The teaching of geography must thus pursue a treble aim. It must awaken in our children the taste for natural science altogether, it must teach them that all men are brethren, whatever be their nationality, and it must teach them to respect the lower races. The discipline of geography's long-standing codependent relationship with imperialism, specifically that of the empire, is in no way discrete. The discipline's founding relationship with empire has entrenched a Eurocentric ontology within the discipline that informs integral concepts, such as space and time. For decades, geographers have worked extensively to reveal the discipline's intimate, violent, land-grabbing history. Indeed, Kropotkin's words written in the 19th century and provided above reveal a sharp critique of the discipline's roots in empire. Kropotkin was also, however, adamant and optimistic on geography's ability to push beyond racist undertones and act as a potentially transformative field. Introductory texts today even highlight geography's violent history, with its involvement in imperialism and colonialism being partially attributed to the paternalistic and Eurocentric sentiments that remain today. Anarchic geographies in these texts, however, remain muted. Despite geographers being two influential thinkers of anarchist theory, Elisee Reclus and Peter Kropotkin, Marxist traditions were more popular amongst critical and radical geography at its inception. Indeed, the historic rivalry of these two political leanings runs deep, arguably to the core, of each philosophy and associated social movements, and well beyond the discipline of geography. The discipline of geography is, however, ripe with ideological confrontation. Even the tools of geography, such as the survey, the map, and the grid, have been accredited with dispossession, wielded to create property and to exploit resources for capital gain. Imperial and adjoining ideological expansion has spread unilateral forms of authority worldwide, leading to legally sanctioned and culturally excusable acts of violence. Geographic strategies, such as counter-mapping, combat these conventionally. Colony 196. AL practices and authoritative strongholds, with scholars arguing that geography must resign its role in the service of Western imperialism if it wishes to advance politically. Shaw et al. Continue, stating that to decolonize geography the discipline must deconstruct the discursive edifice that has resulted from the confluence of Western knowledge building and empire building, and an undermining of the hegemonic forces that keep it in place. Johnson et al. Take an explicitly activist-based approach by encouraging collaborative-based research with the hope that geographers and geography may become more than an occasional agent in indigenous communities' struggles. Geographers have indeed begun to take up these initiatives. With focus on investigating the production of space, geographers are positioned to investigate the construction and enacting of variable power structures. Key among these investigative goals is the ability to interrogate intersecting facets of settler colonialism, those which Snellgrove et al. Criticized earlier for being underexplored, and which Macrosson sees as territorial commitments that are manifested through the representation of different spatial organizations. Examples into associated levels of analysis include the explications of property, resource extraction, and state jurisdiction, within settler colonial contexts. In the same vein, anarchic and autonomous geographers are rallying for a human geography that responds to current conditions and consequences of authority and power. When viewed within settler colonial contexts, responding to the here and now, the local conditions and place-basedness that anarchic and anti-colonial practices respond to, and separating struggles against imperialism, colonialism, even for decolonization, are arguably impossible. Despite this, or perhaps in light of this defeatist note, I tend to agree with Kropotkin that geography can be wielded transformatively. Tackling wicked problems, such as ongoing colonial processes and their influences on indigenous settler relations, often requires more fluid approaches. The need for unbounded thinking holds especially true when the discipline itself, in this case, geography, has contributed greatly to the deep-seated roots of the matter, colonialism. Geography, as it has been suggested, has a deep history with anarchic traditions, which are by their very nature unbounded yet based on boundedness and responsive. I, for one, see an opportunity to critically expand and even contribute to calls to decolonize geography by way of engaging anarchic with anti-colonial geographies. Indeed, geography has much to contribute to studies of indigenous settler relations, anarchic, and anti-colonialism. The reverse can also be said. Much work is still to be done to clearly, constructively, and respectfully make these links. 197. Returning to the river, anarchic anti-colonialism. The weakening of the ideas which support the evil and oppressive present-day conditions means the ultimate breakdown of government and capitalism. The second push for this chapter stems from overlaps between anti-colonial literature and anarchic geographies. Much like anarchism, anti-colonialism, and decolonization for that matter, is a process, a means of reshaping relations with land and to one another, with the overarching end goal of respect for autonomy. A project such as this would involve challenging ideas that have come to support, as Berkman suggests, the very institutions that support current conditions. Unlike anarchism, culture is explicitly at the core of anti-colonial struggles. Anti-colonialism seeks to reject imperialism in all of its forms. However, it also locates the role of racism and gender-based violence inherent, and indeed dependent, upon the white supremacist state. This overarching rejection of domination and oppressive patriarchal structures is at the core of anarchic thought too. Eurocentrism, however, often muddies these intersects when buried in settler colonial contexts. In geography, anarchism has often been placed on the back burner due to its utopic vision. Anarchic geographies too are intent upon moving towards an anti-authoritarian world, with relationality and spatiality integral to the processes of direct democracy and decentralization. Anti-colonialism is not without its own fallacies. Settlers, who are very much the embodiment of colonial processes, frequently utilize this term unquestionably and uncritically to describe methodologies and approaches to inquiry, a tendency demonstrated through criticism of anti-colonial anarchism as presented above. The same can be said about decolonization, but, as Tuck and Yang remind us, decolonization is not a metaphor. Anti-colonialism has preoccupied the majority of this chapter, with no adequate mention of decolonization. Due in part to its process-dependent vision, my focus here has attempted to recognize insurgent steps that can unravel indigenous settler and colonially created relations, whether that be on an interpersonal or on a structural and institutional basis. Anarchic geographies, much like anti-colonialism, are a process of reimagination, prefiguration, action, and reflection, to land and to one another. When one is rooted in the mindset that has bred colonialism through, for instance, gender roles, relations to land, and social institutions, unraveling the implications of colonization can be lost, overlooked, even unidentifiable. Employing an anarchic anti-colonial perspective, one critically attuned to the Eurocentric tendencies to co-opt and deductively view indigenous stands for nationhood, presents exciting opportunities to engage more deeply with state and capital sanctioned. 198. Institutions. Such respect for autonomy, for difference, would ensure that in traveling the same rivers together, as Day suggests, indigenous and non-indigenous peoples aware of their shared reliance upon the land and upon each other. But, in refraining from attempts to steer the other's vessel, each acknowledges the other's right to maintain its particularity and difference. Linking back to Coulthard's words that opened this chapter, responsibility and respect for autonomy are therefore key to salvaging the intent of the two-row wampum. In returning to the river, anarchic geographies can thus contribute not only to reimagining indigenous settler relations but also to spatializing the politics and tactics of settler colonial rejection. 207. Chapter 9. Anarchy, Space, and Indigenous Resistance. Developing Anti-Colonial and Decolonizing. Commitments in Anarchist Theory and Practice. 1. This chapter resides at the intersection of several important moments of resistance. It comes first from an anarchist standpoint that seeks a future without oppression and domination that is already being prefigured now. It also seeks to acknowledge and pay particular attention to the settler-colonial two histories that narrate the lands that we are on, and the contexts in which we struggle to create a brighter future. Finally, this chapter interacts with the continuous, but also expanding, indigenous resurgence movements across Canada and the United States and the attempts to formulate indigenous futures outside the state and capitalism. Overall, this chapter might be understood as a moment of productive intersection that challenges anarchism to attend to the settler colonial realities at play within our theory and practice, so that anarchism can foster a greater potential for resistance to all forms of oppression and domination, and prefigure alternative futures. My main contention here is that without attention to the histories of settler colonialism, and enduring indigenous resistance, anarchism is overlooking a foundational structure of oppression and domination while also pushing aside engagement with some of the people who know most about living outside and confronting the state and capital. Anarchism needs to develop a critique of settler colonialism, so we can more effectively fight where we are, but also so our methods of resistance and hopes for the future don't come at the expense of others who were resisting long before. 208. Us. A specific framework for decolonization within anarchism is perhaps far off and not possible as a set of easily followed blueprints, but I hope that this chapter adds to at least this discussion and opens up space for further engagements within anarchism. First, I situate anarchist attitudes towards resisting all forms of oppression and domination and prefiguration, and anarchist geography, which takes up these two elements, as part of its continually developing potential. From here I turn to an examination of recent work within settler colonial studies to suggest some of the ways that settler colonial contexts/identities might be understood, as well as some cautions to engaging this productive, but also not entirely comprehensive, theoretical field. I then problematize anarchist conceptions of autonomy and the construction of alternatives to capitalism and the state by contextualizing them within these understandings of settler colonialism, and suggest some possibilities for consideration within anarchist geographies. I do this in part by examining the emergence and criticisms of the anarchistically inspired Occupy movement. Finally, I turn to the contributions from recent writings on indigenous resurgence and decolonization, that might be engaged in order for anarchists to begin thinking about decolonization, to imagine new relations and, most important, to begin to find potential roots outside the state, capitalism, and all forms of oppression and domination, to a brighter, more just, future. Through this work I aim to contribute to continued efforts to develop a decolonizing current within contemporary anarchist movements, and suggest anarchist geography as one of the most fruitful locations to begin moving forward. I come to this discussion as someone who self-defines as an anarchist settler/occupier who continues to benefit from the dispossession and theft of indigenous lands. Part of my Scottish and Welsh family history dates to settlement in the late 1700s in the area around Woodstock, Ontario, Canada, close to where I currently reside in Kitchener. I live on contested territory where treaties and agreements have been broken to make way for settler colonial settlement. My very presence on this land is part of a long history of settler colonialism, and while stating such a fact won't make it go away and does little to imagine a new set of relations, it is a grounding that is essential and cannot be forgotten. We cannot forget the histories that we, ourselves, carry. To do so is to forget what settler colonialism dispossesses for my benefit, and will continue to do so unless resistance is expanded and new relations formed. 209. Anarchism, General Commitments and Geographic Possibilities. Anarchism has long held a commitment to resist all forms of oppression and domination, more than just the state and capitalism, and often wearing such a commitment as a badge of pride when compared to other perspectives. This, in part, is what makes anarchism unique, and what makes anarchism such an attractive position to think about creating a free and just future society. From the emergence of a wide-ranging anti-globalization movement in the 1990s to the more recent Occupy movement, anarchists have been at the forefront of contributions to a variety of movements. This arises, in part, because anarchism has moved away from the much more crass class-centric perspective that it has been historically known for, despite recent restatements of this focus. Anarchism is also probably well known and significant for its commitment to prefiguration. Prefiguration aims to enact the possibilities of a future society here and now, to build a new world in the shell of the old, as the old IWW saying goes, and is at the heart of anarchism. In part, anarchists want to see the means justify the ends, and by doing so we must begin to live anarchism here and now, to actively put in place the alternatives that we hope to see on a much broader scale in the future. Cindy Milstein argues that anarchism's prefigurative element must be enacted here and now, rather than waiting for some single rupture or capital R revolutionary moment. This prefigurative element is actualized via voluntary association and direct action, as a dual strategy of confrontation to delegitimize the system as well as grassroots alternative building from below. Anarchist forms of prefiguration might be, then, reflective of a sentiment borrowed from the Zapatistas, as a movement and possible future where many worlds fit and there are no predetermined blueprints for how society will be structured. Prefiguration might be enacted in a variety of spaces, and necessarily in all spaces where anarchists seek change. Shannon, Nocella II and Asimakopoulos, as well as Albert, argue that part of this prefigurative element must also involve specific and renewed thinking about anarchist alternatives to capitalism and economic relations and how these alternatives are linked with broadly defined political and social spheres. Further, they also suggest a need to move beyond European histories and seek a wider view for alternatives and inspiration, a point that resonates with my project and discussion here. If anarchism indeed seeks a wide-sweeping transformation 210. Of society away from oppression and domination, all spheres of existence need to be considered as up for radical forms of transformation. These collective forms 3 of construction call for what might be termed infrastructures of resistance or transfer cultures, which are the rudimentary infrastructure for an alternative future in the present. They are necessary so people can sustain radical social change both before, during and after insurrectionary periods, as a base from which to both imagine alternatives and launch moments of contestation, and so people will be ready, will know how to act, and will have networks and supports in place. Specifically, Shantz argues that transfer cultures aim to prevent the rise of avant-gardist leadership that might capitalize on moments of unpreparedness to assert themselves. Prefiguration, therefore, focuses explicitly on the ways and means to create a new society and relationships in the future by building here and now in the present autonomous communities. Anarchist geography, imagining the spatiality of resistance. Anarchist geography is nearly as old as anarchism itself, with key theorists of anarchist geography being Elisee Reckless and Peter Kropotkin, who were key figures in anarchism more generally. Their work in geography provides a key impetus for generating a specific anarchist perspective on geography and stands, following Ince, as the only great era of anarchist geography. As Simon Springer has argued, it is only more recently that anarchist geography has been more specifically developed within English theoretical spaces, after a significant lull in theoretical activity. For in particular, 2 recent issues in Acme and Antipode have brought the discussion to the fore and raised a diverse number of issues and possibilities for anarchist geography. It is my contention in this chapter that anarchist geography might present a crucial and important point of engagement with the realities of settler colonial contexts and their necessary consideration within anarchism broadly. Recent work in anarchist geography foregrounds the 2 key anarchist elements that I discussed above: resistance to all forms of oppression/domination and prefiguration, but also adds a necessary consideration of the spatial element in understanding and formulating anarchist approaches to resistance and alternatives. Anarchist geography imagines multiple spatialities, in contrast to the one-dimensional narrow view represented by the centralized state, and intervenes within geography itself with such a challenge. Anarchist geography disrupts geographic thinking that takes the state 211 as a given, or assumes that it will be the agent of change, as is often the case in Marxist/other radical geographies. Anarchist geography, itself, is already a challenge to the dominant trends in geography and emphasizes the need for voluntarily associated individuals and collectives to seek their own future forms of relating without the overbearing domination of the state. Anarchist geography, following Ince, seeks to go beyond a narrow view of geography as being cartography or environment, but, akin to human geography, to look at the cultural, social, economic, and political environs, with a particular emphasis on place and space. Anarchist geographies might also be understood as the theoretical terrain in which anarchism has been established as a political philosophy, as opposed to the geographies of anarchism that represent anarchism in its actually existing practice. This chapter, therefore, deals more so with the former, although anarchism in actually existent practice is a primary concern for the future, given anarchism's prefigurative element. With a basic outline of some of the key elements of anarchism and anarchist geography specifically, I now look at some of the failings of being against all forms of oppression and domination, and argue for the understanding of settler colonialism as a necessarily strategically central consideration. While by themselves both anarchism and anarchist geography create the allure of intersectionality and may suggest a critique and resistance to colonialism, when settler colonialism underwrites the very context of resistance and anarchist possibility, the engagements need to be much more intentional. In his recent book Red Skin, White Masks, Glenn Coulthard suggests some of the implications for resistance to capitalism in the present moment. He argues that an overemphasis on capitalism often leaves aside the colonial underpinnings of such forms of oppression and domination. There is a crucial analysis of settler colonialism missing. He suggests that, by shifting our analytical frame to the colonial relation, we might occupy a better angle from which to both anticipate and interrogate practices of settler state dispossession justified under otherwise egalitarian principles and espoused with so-called progressive political agendas in mind. Anarchism certainly at times falls into this progressive set of political agendas where colonization is relegated to the background. This point has also been underscored by Andrea Smith and Leanne Simpson. I have seen this personally when discussions of colonization and anarchism have come up and participants revert to arguments that seek to frame colony. 212. Zashin in terms of class struggle, rather than remaining open to the idea that colonization itself is what is the backdrop and underwriter of other forms of domination in this context. As I have argued, it is useful to draw from the work of the late Joel Olson in order to see settler colonialism not as the system of oppression that takes precedence over all others, but as a foundational aspect to the context in which we struggle. Olson argues that in the United States, white supremacy and the division between black and white under capitalism is the fundamental context that must be considered for effective struggle. He argues that white supremacy needs to be seen as strategically central to all struggles that occur in the United States, and specifically within anarchist movements. White supremacy is still clearly a central force dictating the requirements and possibilities for resistance, and the idea of strategic centrality provides a conceptual frame for looking to the particular context in which one seeks to resist. Olson does not quite go far enough, though, and misses the settler colonial structuring of relations in the United States as well as in Canada. As Leanne Simpson argues, Western-based social movement theory has failed to recognize the broader contextualizations of resistance within indigenous thought, while also ignoring the contestation of colonialism as a starting point. 5. In this sense, if we want to talk about strategic centrality, it is settler colonization that paves the way for, and allows continuation of, the US and Canadian states. This is the very reason that anarchists need to pay particular attention to continuing structures of settler colonialism here and now. The destruction of settler colonialism is necessary for the destruction of capitalism and the state, and for moving forward toward a free society. I now turn briefly to recent work in the field of settler colonial studies, to add clarity to the term settler and detail some of the main issues within such theoretical work, but primarily as a key point for anarchist engagement with issues of colonization and land. Settler colonialism. Although there has been discussion of settler colonialism well near since the beginning of colonial invasions themselves, it is only more recently that the field of settler colonial studies has been constructed as such. This begins in part with Patrick Wolf's important work Settler Colonialism and the Transformation of Anthropology and the subsequent expansion of the Settler Colonial Studies Journal. 6. I argue that settler colonialism might be most productively understood as a structure, following Patrick Wolf, connected to capitalism and the state that continues to underline the context of struggle within North America. 7. 213. First and foremost, as Wolf argues in a now widely quoted passage, Etler colonies were premised on the elimination of native societies. The split tensing reflects a determinate feature of settler colonization. The colonizers come to stay invasion is a structure, not an event. Settler colonialism is primarily predicated on the destruction of indigenous populations to make way for settler populations and secure access to land. Settlers aim to create a new colonial society on the expropriated land base, with the explicit intention to stay. Settlers, following Marr and Edmonds, are those who went, and go, to new lands to appropriate them and to establish new and improved replicas of the societies they left. As a result, indigenous peoples have found an ever-decreasing space for themselves in settler colonies as changing demographics enabled ever more extensive dispossession. Settlers, in the end, tended not to assimilate into indigenous societies, but rather emigrated to replace them. Even those who come later still participate in the displacement and replacement of indigenous peoples. In opposition to the inherently transient nature of settlers, Alfred and Corntassel suggest the following understanding of indigenous peoples. The communities, clans, nations, and tribes we call indigenous peoples are just that, indigenous to the lands they inhabit, in contrast to and in contention with the colonial societies and states that have spread out from Europe and other centers of empire. It is this place-based existence, along with the consciousness of being in struggle against the dispossessing and demeaning fact of colonization by foreign peoples, that fundamentally distinguishes indigenous peoples from other peoples of the world. 8. It is crucial to distinguish between definitions of settler and indigenous, and take them as significant, to recognize that colonialism is a narrative in which the settler's power is the fundamental reference and assumption, inherently limiting indigenous freedom and imposing a view of the world that is but an outcome or perspective on that power. Land, and access to territory, is the foremost interest of settler colonialism, with which settlers cannot gain access without the removal of indigenous peoples. As Patrick Wolfe argues, although race and white supremacy are intimately bound up with the settler colonial project, it is land and territory that really structure settler colonialism's fundamental desire of elimination of indigenous communities. 9. In comparison to enslaved peoples, Wolfe argues, whose reproduction augmented their owners' wealth, Indig. 214. News people obstructed settlers' access to land and so had to be removed and prevented from reproducing. The structural view of settler colonialism is crucial, as it confirms that specific forms of invasion and dispossession are not singular or isolated events but endemic to the very core of settler colonialism. This allows for a view of settler colonialism that cannot be relegated to the past, but rather continues to guide the operation of settler states into the present. Settler colonialism, of course, must be distinguished from other forms of colonialism where settlers might come to set up colonies for the purposes of labor and resource exploitation/extraction from native communities, but then return to their home country. As Lorenzo Veracini suggests, the extractive colonial setting is indicative of a directive to the native population of you, work for me, while settler colonialism insists you, go away. This is why, Veracini argues, colonialism is not settler colonialism. Both colonizers and settler colonizers move across space, and both establish their ascendancy in specific locales. While significant, the similarities end there. Settler colonialism must be understood for its specificity in the contexts in which it resides. Settler colonialism constitutes a circumstance where the colonizing effort is exercised from within the bounds of a settler colonizing political entity. Colonialism is driven by an expanding metropole that remains permanently distinct from it. And again, as settlers, by definition, stay, in specific contradistinction, colonial sojourners, administrators, missionaries, military personnel, entrepreneurs, and adventurers return. The impacts of settler colonialism are wide-ranging and a detailed review is beyond the scope of my discussion here. However, as Marr and Edmonds explain below in detail, 10 and in specific relation to geographies of settler colonialism, the scars of settler colonialism on the land are widely apparent. In geopolitical terms, the impact of settler colonialism is starkly visible in the landscapes it produces, the symmetrically surveyed divisions of land, fences, roads, power lines, dams and mines, the vast monocultural expanses of single-crop fields, carved and preserved national forest and marine and wilderness parks, the expansive and grid cities, and the socially coded areas of human habitation and trespass that are bordered, policed and defended. Land and the organized spaces on it, in other words, narrate the stories of colonization. Settler colonialism's structure of invasion and dispossession thus carries a wide range of direct impacts. A significant part of settler colonialism is the idea that settlers themselves are seeking both to break away from the authority or sovereignty of their 215 previous colonial metropolises and to create their own sovereign spaces. Settlers see themselves as founders of the societies they create, but they also interpret their actions as part of an inherent sovereign claim that travels with them and is autonomous from the colonizing metropole. There is, then, a regenerative aspect of settler colonialism where settlers imagine themselves creating anew in a new land, as move towards what amounts to a representation of their world. As they transform the land into their image, they settle another place without really moving. In this sense, settlers can use a variety of justifications or myths for their colonial projects where they see themselves as continuing prior forms of sovereignty, bringing it with them, and forging a specific break from the colonial home country. This creates a sovereignty that seeks to subsume all others under the settler paradigm. This might be done by first imagining that there are no indigenous peoples whose lands and lives they are taking over. This is the classic settler strategy of asserting terra nullius, an empty land that is free from moral considerations. On one hand, this suggests that indigenous peoples do not exist at all. On the other, it suggests an indigenous presence that exists but can be disregarded/disposed of at will due to a lesser humanity where Europeans are civilized and indigenous peoples uncivilized and subhuman. Settler colonialism conceives of indigenous peoples and their lands as wild, chaotic, and lacking order and thus in need of domestication and control, whether by the decimation of land bases, the destruction of cultures or the assimilation/removal of populations. Further, the liberal democratic traditions of settlers, a la John Locke, promote enclosure and domestication of land for the purposes of creating social relations based on private property. Since indigenous peoples do not mirror European private property relations, and appeared to not be using the land, it was the right of settlers to take such idle land and put it to use. 11 Settlers can also recast what the term indigenous signifies. To assert that their own projects are about escaping violence in their homelands, they become an indigenous displaced. Settlers then don't have violence of their own, and are only seeking to return to a previous existence without violence, which results in various anxieties and psychopathologies, as Veracini argues, and demands creating a settler polity represented in an idyllic, nonviolent way. This arises as some settler colonial states portray themselves as less/nonviolent compared to settler colonial neighbors. This is commonly asserted by the benevolent Canadian state against the violent settlement of the U.S. state, what Paulette Reagan refers to as the peacekeeping myth. 216. These peaceful myths of the settler polity also cast violence directed against indigenous peoples as a defensive battle ensuring the continued survival of the settler community and never as founding violence per se. This renders indigenous peoples as nomadic, encroaching on settler sovereignty that must be defended, and unsettled in comparison to the indigenous settlers. In both cases, settler colonialism seeks to wrap itself in particular myths and fantasies in order to cover up its inherent violence. So settler colonialism seeks primarily the removal, displacement, and/or elimination of indigenous communities, whichever precipitates access to land and the possibilities for expansion. Settler colonialism is inherently about violence against indigenous communities, and continues to structure the relations in settler contexts to this day. Restating Wolff above, settler colonialism is a structure, and it does not end with a specific event or point of contact. It continues insofar as settlers seek to maintain their sovereignties against indigenous peoples' continued existence and refusal to be transferred out. A key element of settler colonialism is with regard to identity categories that are created. As Wolff argues, given attempts at the assimilation of indigenous peoples and the displacement of settler identities, positionality is not just central to the issues, it is the issue. Identity is what determines our positionality in relation to settler colonialism. It dictates how we engage with the structure, how it affects our lives and the privileges and benefits that we might gain from it. This point speaks to the necessity of interrogating what implications the term settler has for anarchism, anarchist geography, and settler decolonization more broadly. As per Marr and Edmonds' definition of settler highlighted above, settlers are those who have traveled to other lands with the aim of displacing indigenous peoples in order to secure land for themselves to recreate the societies that they left. They create the new settler society in their image. This is counter to indigenous relations to land, following Alfred and Corntassel, who above noted the indigenous connection rooted in place. This understanding takes a long view of settler colonialism and specifically marks the relationship between indigenous nations and the earliest settlers. Settler migration was directly linked to dispossession and indigenous displacement. The concept of indigeneity suggested here might serve as a marker for what settlers are not. They are not indigenous to the particular lands they inhabit, although they might be indigenous to somewhere else and have their own relationships to land. This is but one definition, but it is important for marking both resistance to colonization and connection to land. 217. There are two primary ways that identity is understood in the literature on settler colonialism. The first view, which comes through most in settler colonial studies, suggests three categories of identity: indigenous peoples, settlers, and exogenous others. Veracini suggests other immigrants fall into the exogenous others category because they do not come seeking to establish their own politically sovereign order, but as a result of a myriad of other factors. Further, though such exogenous others do often buy into and benefit from settler colonialism, they are still compared, like indigenous peoples, to the normativity of the settler subject. As Alfred and Corntassel argue, settler colonialism limits indigenous freedom by using settlers as the key point of reference for its power and domination. This view, I believe, is significantly important to mark the differences between historical initial settlers and later migrants. Secondly, there are those who understand the settler-colonial dynamic through the binary of indigenous and settler, where settlers are understood to be all non-indigenous peoples, with a great deal of complexity/hierarchy/stratification within the non-indigenous/settler category. Lawrence and Dewey suggest that the primary reason exogenous others ought to be understood as settlers is due to the fact, which Veracini acknowledges, that they are invited to participate in the settler colonial project, against indigenous peoples. Zainab Amadahi and Bonita Lawrence suggest a specific framing of people of color as settlers, with specific emphasis on slave-descendant peoples. The reality then is that black peoples have not been quintessential settlers in the white supremacist nature of the word. Nevertheless, they have, as free people, been involved in some form of settlement process. This framing can be seen to apply to refugees, and others who might arrive not always of their own free will, as non-indigenous peoples who participate in, and benefit from, the dispossession of indigenous peoples. All settlers occupy a position in the settler colonial order, even despite many having come later. The difficulty with this view, however, is that it masks the enduring realities of white supremacy that are closely tied to settler colonialism. A binarist approach takes a white settler subject primarily and papers over the important factors affecting migration. Settlers come to create societies in their own image and control such societies as the reference point to which all later migrants are measured. Anticipating and responding to the criticism of this perspective as erecting some sort of homogenizing binary, Patrick Wolfe points specifically to the structural relationship within settler colonialism. It is not whether immigration/settlement is a result of voluntary action but implicated in settler colonial structures. It is not an effect of the will, as the historical relation of 218. Settler colonialism precedes more recent settlers, and migration of peoples does not alter the structural fact that their presence, however involuntary, was part of the process of native dispossession. Even so, the specific nature of white supremacy, which bolsters settler power, needs to be specifically acknowledged. A settler-indigenous binary makes this particularly difficult. Further, it is not a simple question of settlers simply being immigrants. Immigrants are beholden to the indigenous laws and epistemologies of the lands they migrate to. Settlers become the law, supplanting indigenous laws and epistemologies. Therefore, settler nations are not immigrant nations. Despite any previous treaties between different settlers and indigenous peoples, as well as other migrants, the general relation is unequivocally one of settler domination. Given this reality, Tuck and Yang advocate for a settler-native slave triad definition of settler colonialism, marking slavery as a key founding logic of the settler state, particularly in the United States. The binarist approach should also be challenged from the standpoint of re-entrenching division between peoples and between movements. 12. This is always a concern, given the ways that oppression and domination push peoples apart from and into conflict with one another for the benefit of the state and capitalism. This worry should not go unnoticed. But in this case perhaps there is something more at stake. For example, one of the key means of transfer/dispossession/removal of indigenous peoples has been through the regulation of identity, where a specific bar is set in order to determine authentic indigeneity, usually at the hands of the state. In Canada, this has occurred through successive variations of the Indian Act that has attempted to legislate indigenous peoples out of existence by narrowing the terms of official Indian status and band membership. 13. Thus, one of the key means of resisting assimilation for indigenous communities has been to revitalize and affirm identity. In this sense, following Wolfe, to homogenize indigenous and settler into a single category would only further attempts at indigenous assimilation, and remove the specificity of indigenous sovereignty, which continues to stand in opposition to imposed settler sovereignties. The binarist approach carries the danger of flattened differences between non-indigenous peoples and only being used in a performative sense. The potential for the use of the term settler might therefore depend on what context it is used in. As Jeff Corntassel suggests, it might be most productively used in a disruptive sense in settler contexts, where settlers are most resistant to it. Overall, advocating a binarist approach to identity in settler colonial locales carries with it a number of concerns. It is necessary to mark the specific divisions of settler colonialism with indigenous peoples, exogenous others, or migrants and settlers. The initial marking between settler and indigenous identities can point directly to the structural relationship of settler colonialism. It also makes a certain polemical statement about the process of invasion and focuses on the settler as a crucial site for the investigation of colonial power at work. A binary can be initially disruptive, but it also needs to be more specific. We need to take up the continued task of challenging white supremacy within the non-indigenous side of things. This requires an understanding of the complexities of settler identity, highlighted above, and specifically relationships between white settler and black slave descendant populations. And because no option will be perfect, we also need to work towards improving our understandings. This might include, as Jeff Corntassel suggests, seeking out terms that are based in indigenous languages and thought, to further contextualize relationships and histories in particular contexts, and also looking at terms that capture the possible positive changes in the settler-indigenous relationship. Anarchists, and anarchist geographers, in settler colonial contexts would do well to look to the importance of the complexities of settler colonialism and identity in terms of where we situate ourselves, how we identify our complicity, and then what we might do to reimagine a new future set of relations. 14. Settler colonialism is the foundation of the oppressive and dominating terrain that we seek to create alternatives inside/against. Without attention to settler colonialism and the benefits accrued by settlers at the expense of indigenous communities, we are likely to replicate processes of colonization, assimilation, and exclusion ourselves. But is examining settler colonialism enough? There are several theorists who have expressed reservations about the newfound popularity of settler colonial studies. These cautions point to the dangers of refeeing settler colonialism as an inevitable structure, over-focusing on the settler side of things, lack of engagements with indigenous theory, resistance and resurgence, and having little to say on decolonization and other possible responses to settler colonialism. As McCune and Strakosch argue, the particular challenge of SCT's analysis is that it does not give an account of such a transformed future, or the conditions for settler colonialism's demise. This is particularly clear in Veracini's work when he suggests that there is no intuitive narrative of settler colonial decolonization, and that narrative gap contributes crucially to the invisibility of anti-colonial struggles in settler colonial contexts. This is in part because, unlike colonialism, 220. More generally, where settlers' return and sovereignty is negotiated between polities, in settler colonialism, where settlers are entrenched and unlikely to leave, sovereignty needs to be negotiated within a polity. Despite this, Veracini does imagine three possible responses to settler colonialism: settlers leave and go back to their countries of initial departure, various processes of indigenous settler reconciliation take place, or settlers deny any need for reforming/destroying settler colonialism at all. given that and seem either impossible or a continuation of the colonial status quo, appears as the only real option, which means negotiation within the settler polity. Negotiation within the settler polity carries the danger of assuming the continuation of the state, which itself is directly linked with settler colonialism. The suggestion of negotiation within the polity often accepts a particularly reformist orientation to somehow make the settler colonial state more inclusive of indigenous peoples within liberal multiculturalism. Even if this could occur on a nation-to-nation basis, it would still structure indigenous communities inside the settler state proper. As Glenn Coulthard argues, colonial powers will only recognize the collective rights and identities of indigenous peoples insofar as this recognition does not throw into question the background legal, political, and economic framework of the colonial relationship itself. Recognition is only permitted when the structure of settler colonialism itself is left intact. There could be other forms of reconciliation imagined, as this is something that I hope a decolonial turn within anarchism might be interested in. This requires a fundamental reshaping of the idea of settler community with a direct intention away from the state. In fact, it would likely involve many more communities, rooted in local contexts and settings, with reconciliation and new relations being built between the micro-level communities with specific indigenous nations. This is, in many ways, perhaps one of the key goals of decolonization. The trick with settler colonial theory is that there is little analysis of the state itself, which I think leaves settler colonial theory, most especially Veracini, open to an unacknowledged continuation of the state. Thus, as the main alternative highlighted by settler colonial theory, it does little to ultimately break one of the most settler colonial structures, the state itself. Here then is one glaring inadequacy of settler colonial theory with regard to decolonization. Never mind that it does not even ask indigenous nations how they might want to see settler colonialism altered/destroyed, but would keep the state, and perhaps even capitalism or other forms of oppression, intact. Indigenous nations need to revitalize and resurge on their own terms, with their autonomy supported and 221 respected. Settler colonial theory's views on decolonization thus carry the danger of replicating a liberal form of reconciliation within the state container. This is perhaps an extremely pessimistic and narrow view of settler colonial theory, but without direct acknowledgement of the relationship between the state and the need to dismantle states and imagine different ways of organizing settler communities, this danger appears very real. In this sense, while settler colonial theory gives us a better view of the settler side of things, it does little to imagine its end, and it does little to affirm or support indigenous resurgence and indigenous futures on indigenous terms. Each of these above cautions seems well-founded, and in part speaks to the overwhelming participation of settler theorists in settler colonial studies, although there have been indigenous contributors as well. Settler colonial studies is, in many ways, a settler enterprise, although it does present the possibility of bettering understanding our settler selves and the dynamics and histories that structure our position vis-a-vis indigenous communities. In this sense, Snellgrove et al. Argue that settler colonial studies might be better understood as a distinct emerging field of study. Indigenous communities have been existing and continue to resist settler colonialism. They don't need a new field of study to understand its complexities. They have lived and encountered it firsthand. Occupy, the Commons and settler colonialism. Having looked at the general contributions of settler colonial theory, this section forms the main intervention sought in this chapter. Below I look briefly at the anarchist commitment to resist all forms of oppression and domination, 15, and then turn more specifically to anarchist desires to create autonomous and prefigurative futures. My overall contention is that without a concerted analysis of settler colonialism, and in dialogue with indigenous resurgence movements, anarchist prefiguration does little more than reinscribe structures of settler colonialism. I look first at the recent Occupy movements as one example that might be understood as a parable for anarchist aims of creating autonomous and prefigurative spaces. I look briefly at Occupy's aim of reclaiming the commons for the 99%, to shed light on the dangerous tendency of recolonization that exists within such perspectives. I end by suggesting a turn towards indigenous resurgence and the possibilities of decolonization. While hardly an explicitly anarchist movement, the various chapters, encampments, and sites of resistance under the Occupy banner have been understood as having a specifically anarchist character, more so in terms of anarchism in practice rather than in name. The anarchist influence in Occupy, according to Greber, stems from a refusal of participation in existing political institutions, refusal to accept the legitimacy of the current order, refusing hierarchical forms of organization and doing politics, and towards consensus-based prefigurative politics. This doesn't, of course, mean that any and all Occupy projects lived up to these aspirations. There is, though, a pretty clear infusion of anarchist sensibilities in the aims and means of Occupy. It is this reason that Occupy, and moreover the critiques of Occupy, can be useful for considering resistance to all forms of oppression and domination, and prefiguration within anarchism itself. Soon after Occupy began to spread through both Canada and the United States, there was a wide-ranging critique of its aims and practices. There were many detractors who derided the movement as hopelessly utopian or lacking in a specific program of alternatives, often coming from hostile places such as the mainstream media or right-wing/liberal political commentators. There were also many criticisms that came from within left-based social movements themselves. The most potent and significant of these was of Occupy's relationship to land, occupation, colonization and indigenous communities. The substance of the indigenous criticism of Occupy might be represented by the words of Anishinaabe writer John Paul Montano. I had hoped mention would be made of the indigenous nation whose land that is. I had hoped that you would address the centuries-long history that we indigenous peoples of this continent have endured being subject to the countless isms of do-gooders claiming to be building a more just society, a better world, a land of freedom on top of our indigenous societies, on our indigenous lands, while destroying and/or ignoring our ways of life. I had hoped that you would acknowledge that, since you are settlers on indigenous land, you need and want our indigenous consent to your building anything on our land, never mind an entire society. Montano captures the general failed hopes of indigenous communities, that Occupy might actually take stock of the context and history of the lands and peoples who call these areas home. This perspective was echoed widely and became a point of discussion at many Occupy encampments themselves, with some moving in the direction of decolonize the 99%, or de-occupy and so forth. Further, part of the issue with Occupy, and its 99% versus 1% messaging, is the assumption that indigenous communities would share the concerns of the movement and readily accept being lumped into the wide-ranging 99%. In reality, the Occupy movement alienated indigenous communities through a lack of analysis of settler colonialism, through the use of Occupy on lands that are already occupied by settlers at the expense of indigenous communities, and by disregarding indigenous histories of resistance that have themselves used the tactic of reoccupation to assert rights, access to land and connection to territory. Adam Barker argues that the politics of Occupy did little more than co-opt the power of place at the expense of indigenous communities, as a reinscription of settler colonialism, while also refusing to recognize the specific differences in settler and indigenous interactions within systems of oppression and domination. Settlers, as part of their privilege in settler colonialism, can ignore the structures of invasion that continue to bolster access to indigenous lands. Occupy in this sense was but another settler colonial dynamic participating in the transfer of land and space to the hands of the settler colonial majority. Sandy Grande argues further that Occupy resulted only in a politics that continues to seek to absorb indigenous peoples into a liberal project of general inclusion and accumulation of the primitive that echoes settler colonial attempts at assimilation and removing the specificity of indigeneity. Grande goes further in suggesting that Occupy's demand-free platform and collectivist politics inherits a liberal philosophy that not only neuters the formation of substantive alternatives to the status quo but, more significantly, fails to disrupt liberalism's justifications for the settler state and forecloses any substantive engagement with issues of race and colonization with appeals to a broad, inclusive, pluralistic space. The failure to take up an analysis of these histories, dynamics, and structures, Grande ultimately concludes, in here's the logic of elimination, which is foundational to settler colonialism. The similarities of the practices and criticisms of Occupy and movements that seek to reclaim some sort of generic and accessible commons for the broadly oppressed are striking. For example, Sharma and Wright advocate returning to a global commons that erases the specificity of indigeneity in favor of a neutral interpretation of free actors. Ben Madison notes issues of these sorts within radical commons discourses where there are efforts to subsume the differences between subaltern colonizers and the indigenous colonized by calling them all commoners. This is precisely what has also occurred in both Sharma and Wright's work and Occupy. Indigenous practices and relationships of commons were targeted for eradication under settler colonialism to make way for settlement and are now pushed aside in a continual settler fashion to make way for radical commons projects. The foundational framings of Occupy/radical commons discourses then reinscribe terra nullius, which invisibilizes and maintains settler colonialism. 224. Implications for anarchism and anarchist geography. It seems quite clear that anarchism shares similar forms of prefiguration as Occupy and radical commons discourses. This is part of a reflection of anarchism's influence on Occupy, which also didn't present an anti-colonial and decolonizing example with which to take up when considering relations to land and indigenous communities. Importantly, anarchists do point out that when seeking alternatives, the desire to destroy all forms of oppression and domination won't simply end with the creation of prefigurative alternatives, and a degree of unceasing vigilance will be required to ensure that oppression and domination are not reinscribed even within anarchist alternatives. Even despite such vigilance, the case of the Occupy movement suggests that a generic opposition to all forms of oppression and domination, and seeking a broad-based unity within alternative struggles for the future that is open and inclusive, can do little to take stock of the structural realities of settler colonialism without very specific attention, and direct engagements, with indigenous communities. Anarchist prefiguration, if it follows an occupational logic similar to that of Occupy, will be a form of anarchist terra nullius. The situation might appear as follows: to break out of the bonds of the state and capitalism, anarchists begin agitating in their own communities, building alternatives in the present, whether radical community spaces, libraries, alternative healthcare centers, mutual aid societies, collective kitchens, and so forth. As their power grows, the state will certainly retaliate, as history suggests, and such spaces will be defended. As the support for such spaces mounts, they grow, proliferate, expand, and begin to create spaces that are outside the reach of the state. Here building inside the state shifts to being outside, and spaces of autonomy are born. This process will obviously be much more complex, with much more struggle likely to take place, but the narrative is characteristic of anarchism. The implication here is that such anarchist accounts are often decontextualized and separated from history as sanitized future visions. Surely such visions should actually reflect the possibilities and desires of those who find themselves in such spaces of resistance, as not all struggles are the same in all places. But the greater implication here is the replication of terra nullius. An anarchist vision free of indigeneity, free from consideration of settler colonial histories, is likely to replicate processes of settler colonial settlement and indigenous displacement in favor of a homogenized alternative commons. Some may object to this caricature, but I have yet to see concerted attention within anarchism that goes beyond such a general vision. Anarchists want to argue that we are not utopic, in part because prefiguration 225 allows us to build here and now. But we can't wrap our heads around the colonial implications that often surround such desires 16 or reconcile our desires for autonomous futures with indigenous alternatives that already exist, and have existed, for quite some time. On the other hand, there is some explicit mention of colonialism within anarchist geography, as a specific problematic that needs consideration in Springer, and as something that anarchists have inherited from the forefathers Reckless and Kropotkin. 17 Anarchist geography is, of course, ahead in some sense compared to other geographic perspectives because of its critique and refusal to narrow the geographic imagination within the terms of the nation-state as the inherent form. This is one of anarchist geography's strengths that I think might make way for a careful consideration of indigenous struggles and alternatives on their own terms. If anarchism and anarchist geography are at fault for a lack of consideration of indigenous struggles, they are at least ahead of those Marxists who would insist on a need to rectify indigenous struggles within a state socialism. 18. Springer also points to some of the implications of Marxism, specifically Marxist geographies, with regard to colonialism and indigenous struggles, and suggests that Marxist discussions of primitive accumulation, although shedding light on the process of dispossession in indigenous communities, are taken as an inherent and necessary phase that must occur in the long chain of epochs before arriving at socialism and the withering away of the state. 19. Springer, however, suggests that the state within radical geography must be understood as a smaller-scale replica of the colonial state with the few dominating the many, and with the enforcement of a singular homogeneous identity. I take Springer's point here, but it suggests, even if by a sleight of language, that the contemporary state itself is not colonial, which adds to the invisibilization of settler colonialism in the context of anarchist geography. I don't think this is his intention, but the danger of such a phrasing, when making a point that radical geography needs to itself further engage the state, seems to push colonialism out of view. Springer argues further that radical geography, because of its lack of critique of the state, has been unable to create a specifically anti-colonial perspective. He then goes on to discuss the construction of anarchist alternatives, but without discussion of the colonial implications of such prefigurative approaches. What we are left with, in part, is a view that condemns radical geography broadly for a lack of anti-colonial analysis via a lack of critique of the state but doesn't take up its own advice for anti-colonial analysis with regards to a prefigurative anarchist future. This shows both the potential of anarchist geography for looking at settler colonialism and the failure of doing so to date. 226. Further, if, on the flip side following Clough and Bloomberg, anarchist geographers contend that geography cannot be tangential in understanding the development of anarchist perspectives where geography is precisely what shapes the place-based diversity of anarchist approaches, then what of analyses of settler colonialism? If anarchist geography does present the opportunity to inject analysis of the spatiality upon which governance is premised, then there needs to be a specific anarchist turn towards analyzing settler colonialism as a fundamental structure that is strategically central to the contexts of resistance in which we find ourselves. If anarchist perspectives and alternatives are understood as place-based, what are the grand implications for failing to engage with settler colonialism and indigenous struggles for autonomy? The implication, as has been argued, is at worst creating a specifically anarchist terra nullius, or at least writing indigenous peoples out of histories of struggles and examples of alternatives to state. In this sense, there is a need for a much greater decolonial turn in anarchist geography, and anarchism writ large, given our location in the structural context of settler colonialism. One way of moving forward, then, might be to engage with indigenous communities, indigenous understandings of land and place, and indigenous resurgence specifically, on its own terms. Conclusion: indigenous resurgence and settler decolonization. One of the key ways forward for anarchist geography, and for settler colonial studies as well, is engagement with indigenous understandings of space, resurgence, and decolonization, to give a better sense of the context of struggle that we are within, as well as to see some possible ways forward for anarchist decolonization and settler unsettling. 20. The work of indigenous authors Leanne Simpson, Taiak Alfred, and Glenn Coulthard, who put forth contextualized forms of indigenous resurgence that take land as a fundamental set of relationships that is central to daily life, survival, and resistance, might be more widely engaged by anarchists. We can critique the state, capital, and colonialism all we want, but we also need to imagine new forms of relations and ways of organizing. Anarchists conceive this through the lens of prefiguration, but they also need to add a specific analysis of settler colonialism. Anarchism meshes well with indigenous theorists mentioned here in many ways, as each considers indigenous futures as needing to exist outside both the state and capitalism. Alfred suggests that his project of resurgence in ways ace has much in common with anarchism. He suggests 227. As a starting point, conceptualizing anarcho-indigenism. Why? And why this term? Conveyance of the indigenous warrior ethic will require its codification in some form, a creed and an ethical framework for thinking through challenges. To take root in people's minds, the new ethic will have to capture the spirit of a warrior in battle and bring it to politics. How might this spirit be described in contemporary terms related to political thought and movement? The two elements that come to my mind are indigenous, evoking cultural and spiritual rootedness in this land, and the Ankwi 21 struggle for justice and freedom, and the political philosophy and movement that is fundamentally anti-institutional, radically democratic, and committed to taking action to force change, anarchism. Alfred's project, then, shares some similarities with anarchism, specifically seeking autonomous alternatives outside the state and capitalism, like anarchist conceptions of prefiguration. Of course, the primary difference is that Alfred is coming to this from the standpoint of a revitalizing and resurgent indigenous cultural grounding which has an intimate understanding of settler colonialism. Simpson suggests that indigenous resurgence includes disruption of the capitalist industrial complex and the colonial gender system within settler nations by challenging the very foundation of the nation-state and its relationships to the land and indigenous nations. Resistance allows for the creation of self-determining and autonomous indigenous spaces that allow for resurgence and a return to non-hierarchical, non-authoritarian, and non-coercive relationships and ways of organizing society. The resonance with anarchism here is clear. Though given that indigenous lifeways predate significantly the idea of anarchism in name, it might be better to say that anarchism has a resonance with these central indigenous ideas. Stated bluntly, Glenn Coulthard argues, the theory and practice of indigenous anti-colonialism, including indigenous anti-capitalism, is best understood as a struggle primarily inspired by and oriented around the question of land, a struggle not only for land in the material sense, but also deeply informed by what the land as a system of reciprocal relations and obligations can teach us about living our lives in relation to one another and the natural world in non-dominating and non-exploitive terms. This is the place-based foundation of decolonial thought and practice within indigenous communities. To this end, he suggests that indigenous resurgence is at its core a prefigurative politics. The methods of decolonization prefigure its aims. In conclusion, Coulthard suggests 5 theses for resurgence and decolonization, namely, the necessity of direct action for resistance, the need to destroy capitalism for indigenous 228 communities to thrive and promote self-sufficiency, recognizing the process of settler colonialism, and seeking indigenous sovereignty, in the city, the importance of gender justice within decolonization, and, finally, imagining alternatives beyond the state. Given the resonance of anarchism with the perspectives on indigenous resistance highlighted here, and the settler colonial realities highlighted above, anarchism needs to begin to engage with indigenous theorists like Alfred, Coulthard, and Simpson. And on their terms. As much as these forms of indigenous resurgence sound like anarchism, we cannot seek to extract indigenous perspectives into our own anarchist terms or perform the settler colonial act of assimilation by declaring indigenous resurgence as an anarchist project. We can, however, engage with such work, disrupt our own limited perspectives within anarchism, and begin to consider what it might look like to follow the lead of those at the forefront of anti-capitalist, anti-state, and anti-colonial resistance. One disruptive contribution that anarchism might consider is understandings of land. Some anarchists already have taken up problematizing relations of land, although a specific analysis of settler colonialism is still significantly absent. Anthony Ince suggests that an anarchist understanding of territory might seek to break the association of territory-state in geography broadly, but also recast territory as a tool of political praxis produced and contested chiefly through relations towards political and prefigurative aims. This has profound implications for geography as a discipline, but it also suggests that there are already some general conceptual tools being built within anarchism to reconsider relations to territory and land. What remains, and what is missing from Ince's account and anarchism generally, is how this relates to indigenous understandings. If anarchists want to imagine a new set of territorial and land-based relations, this must be done on indigenous terms, as we are settler visitors to this land. We can seek autonomy all we want, but without accountability to indigenous communities and the land, we are little more than new harbingers of settler colonialism. Turning to indigenous understandings of place, one of the important considerations for settlers is to first recognize, but then also break out of, the assumptions inherent in what Searight calls settler epistemologies that curate conceptions of place via domination through systems of white supremacy, settler colonialism, heteropatriarchy, and anthropocentrism. A disruption of settler epistemologies can, in part, come via indigenous pedagogies of land and decolonization, and specifically land-based forms of education that are rooted in indigenous histories of place and knowledge. Following Simpson, land might be seen as both context and process where we stand, but also how we come to know. Land itself is the pedagogy. 229. In indigenous understandings, it is a grounded perspective that is premised on connection rather than disconnection, which is a function of settler identity. As Simpson argues, cannot just think, write, or imagine our way to a decolonized future. Answers on how to rebuild and how to resurge are therefore derived from a web of consensual relationships that is infused with movement through lived experience and embodiment. 22 Settlers might consider what this could mean in our own contexts, and as we seek to imagine new relations with land and indigenous communities. We need to formulate our own new ways of living in connection to the land and in conversation with indigenous understandings. This might start with imagining and then cultivating reciprocal relationships with local indigenous communities, supporting indigenous efforts at resurgence on their own terms, interrogating how settler privilege reinscribes settler colonial dynamics and structures our relations to indigenous communities, taking up settler unsettling/decolonization as a responsibility in settler communities, recognizing that the path towards a new future will be difficult and challenging and that coexistence on indigenous lands also requires co-resistance against all forms of oppression and domination, and also specifically settler colonialism. As I have argued here, anarchism and anarchist geography need to attend to the structural realities of settler colonialism. Doing so means looking at how we phrase our opposition to all forms of oppression and domination and our creative aims at prefiguration, and how these relate to the strategic centrality of settler colonialism in our particular contexts. The danger of not doing so, as per the example of Occupy, where we seek to create autonomous alternatives without attention to their settler colonial implications, does little more than contribute to an anarchist terra nullius that invisibilizes indigenous resistance, resurgence, and the necessity of engaging indigenous communities resisting capitalism and the state here and now. There is no way forward within anarchism but to begin to look at what settler decolonization and unsettling might involve in settler contexts. Anarchist geography is particularly well suited to take the lead on some of this work, having already a focus on spatial constructions of oppression and domination and also the possibilities of resistance. We must commit ourselves to the task at hand in earnest, and in coexistence and co-resistance with indigenous communities. As cited in Wolf, to get in the way all the native has to do is stay home. For decolonization, indigenous communities just need to revitalize, recover, and resurge lifeways and connections to land. For settlers, this is a less straightforward task. We need to reimagine the whole of ourselves, the very fabric of our societies, and the very assumptions that they are built on. If we stay home in places, both physical and theoretical, that we currently inhabit, we do nothing more than maintain. 230. Structures of settler colonialism. What we must do is reframe these spaces, seek new foundations for relating and understanding, with the understanding that this necessary work will be for the long haul and always incomplete. Decolonization for settlers might be understood as a tangible unknown, as possible, without a clear set of roadmaps, but clearly needing to center indigenous understandings and relations to land. Like the Zapatista saying, where every time we take one step toward utopia, it takes two more steps ahead, with the point being to keep walking, the same might be said for settler decolonization. The point must be for us to keep going, keep moving, without seeking a specific endpoint or finalized destination. Foregrounding the immediacy for a need to promote indigenous resurgence in terms that resonate with anarchists, Coulthard argues, for indigenous nations to live, capitalism must die. And for capitalism to die, we must actively participate in the construction of indigenous alternatives to it. Anarchism and anarchist geography need to take up an analysis of settler colonialism, or else we will find ourselves on the opposite side of indigenous resistance and resurgence. Chapter 10. Celebrating the Invasive. The Hidden Pleasures and Political Promise of the Unwanted. Nick Garside. I can't recall if my interest in oddities or my interest in anti-authoritarian politics came first, but recently commonalities between these interests have become more evident. I have been fascinated by different kinds of invasives for quite some time. My primary interest has been in the way feral animals, feral children, and other out-of-the-ordinary characters such as jesters, fools and nomads are responded to and dealt with when they venture into an unsuspecting community. This, perhaps not that peculiar, dual interest has led me into the strange world of ecological restoration, conservation science, and many other disciplines intent on protecting some fictitious purity of the collective. It has also led me to consider the political promise of embracing a disruptive approach to political agency. In nearly all cases referring to feral or invasive animals that I examined, there was a common theme that meant feral animals, aliens, and non-natives were judged as unnatural outsiders and, as such, a disturbance to be dealt with by whatever means necessary. The overriding justification for this categorization and action was always related to what I continue to see as an odd commitment to sustainability and conservation, not necessarily of anything in particular, but of everything in general. Anything unfortunate enough to be objectified as an invasive was unquestionably vilified, and the plans for erasing. Nick Garside 238. Cation seemed the only reasonable response regardless of the context, the past, or the future. How could anyone not want to save the integrity of the ecological/social/cultural community? In this chapter I begin by reviewing a few examples of society's response to feral animals, both human and non-human. During this review I hint at the political promise of consciously taking on the identity of a feral agent along democratic terrain. Once I have given the brief overview, I move on to describe in slightly more detail the kind of temporary political moments a feral citizen can create once the attributes of being feral are embraced and recognized as at least potentially politically useful and democratically disruptive. Stories. It is well known that humans rely on many different stories to help us try to understand, but as the diversity of stories suggests, each story is limited by the simple fact that it is part of a broader social imaginary or set of norms that is necessarily limited by the desired outcome, normative core, and specific methodology. Not to mention the fact that as a collective species we are diverse, but we, like all other animals, see, feel, taste, experience in a particular manner unlike any other species. As Susan Bickford explains, we cannot hear but as ourselves, against the backdrop of who we are. A common problem amongst the celebrants of place lies in the fact that the intent of most of the stories they tell is to offer a more accurate or truthful representation of the place they are celebrating. The driving force seems to be the desire to uncover the secrets of nature so we can finally know how to co-evolve and flourish with the environment we share. As long as the knowledge is not intended to help us better dominate nature, that is, as long as it is being proposed by those who want to improve upon the current parasitic relationship, it is very hard to criticize the intent. Like when conservationists justify the eradication of an invasive or non-native species, it seems commonsensical that the strategy is a good one. Perhaps it is, but to make these statements we have to make judgment calls, and judgment calls are embedded in broader stories which lead to those unfortunate enough to be burdened with the label of invasive or feral destined to be judged as the villain in each and every one of the stories told. As the anthropogenic label suggests, these non-native newcomers are only ever going to be viewed as problems to deal with. And in the subsequent management plan, which necessarily comes into action once an invasive is defined, because this is how the story goes, they are typically celebrating the invasive. 239. Struck as enemy number 1. This is due to the fact that regardless of whether the proposal is from the periphery like those offered by radical environmental theorists or from the center like those put forth by most conservation/preservation scientists and restoration ecologists, the shared default setting is that sustainability, conservation, and tension-free relations are inherently good things, and as such disruption and disturbance of the place is bad. What I wish to argue is that the uncritical celebration of harmony and sustainability ought to be up for debate. Sustainability for its own sake is no better than efficiency for its own sake. We need to ask deeper and earlier political questions such as what are we sustaining and why are we sustaining it? And the way these questions can be asked is by becoming precisely what the unquestioned default settings are made to exclude: feral, invasive, out of place. Social ecologist Murray Bookchin rightly and consistently challenged environmental ethicists for failing to focus on the societal structures that led to the domination of non-human nature by humans and the domination of humans by humans, but he, too, defaulted into an ecologically inspired and truth-inspired notion of harmony to legitimize his position. Not only does so-called natural harmony perpetuate human arrogance by assuming that the relationship is harmonious if we believe it to be so, but it also obscures the key moral and political question of why. Why should humans try to live in a respectful or harmonious or, I would add, perhaps at times disruptive relationship with more than human others? The answer to any of these questions is not because it is natural, it is because it is just, or it is what we believe we ought to do. A terrific example of such an argument made well before its time can be found in Enrico Malatesta's letter to Pietro Kropotkin, Recollections and Criticisms of an Old Friend. In this letter Malatesta suggested, among other things, that Kropotkin, who had a materialist philosophy and struggled to find truth in nature to justify anarchism as the natural way of human association, was far too passionate to be an accurate or at all objective observer. Kropotkin was an eminently systematic personality, argued Malatesta, and he wanted to explain everything with one principle, and reduce everything to unity, and often did so. Furthermore, he became so popular that criticism of him or his ideas became unpopular, a condition which Malatesta rightly argued arrested the development of anarchism. Parallels of this type of hero worship are found throughout the environmental movement, particularly with regards to Arnnies and Murray Bookchin, as are parallels between the passionate observer of science and the so-called objective truth of ecology. The most amazing part of Malatesta's letter, however, came when he suggested that Nick Garside 240. NE could have pointed out that whatever are the conclusions that can be drawn from contemporary science, it was a fact that if new discoveries were to destroy present scientific beliefs, he would have remained an anarchist in spite of science. Namely, Kropotkin would have remained an anarchist regardless of whether or not scientific facts dictated that he should be or not. Is this not true of most anarchists and radical ecologists? Would we not argue for a non-dominating relationship with nature regardless of whether it was natural or not? Would we not see the wanton destruction of non-human nature as undesirable regardless of whether or not it was regarded as natural? Neil Iverdon begins his book The Social Creation of Nature by highlighting such a dilemma. He suggests in the chapter The Social Use of Nature that relying on nature as the ground for an argument could lead to at least three forms of the action proper to human beings, all apparently justified by the insights of ecology, the worst of which would be our natural role as a global budworm. We can live in harmony with nature, which to some is clearly the natural thing to do, or we can expand our domain by direct competition with other species, which certainly seems a natural enough thing to do, or we can endorse the overexploitation of nature in certain knowledge that through our destruction we are doing nature's work, just as we are naturally meant to do. Proponents of the first two possibilities would no doubt be united in rejecting the third, if in nothing else. But the point is not that the budworm scenario deserves serious consideration, but rather that nature justifies nothing or anything. When it comes to invasives or ferals, the animal is typically seen as out of place and thus disruptive. It also, as I mentioned previously, tends to be viewed or described as a problem that must be dealt with in order to maintain the health and balance of the community. In this kind of managerial discourse, the moment an animal is defined as feral, it loses any sense of intrinsic value. The animal is, almost without exception, dealt with as invasive, a pest, a disturbance. Eradication is an unquestioned necessity. As the animals fail to fit into a determined taxonomy, and fail to act according to what others in their species naturally do, they get categorized as a threat to their environment. Considering the cultural and environmentalist focus on wildlife management, conservation plans, and restoration ecology, it is not surprising that well-trained specialists would conclude that eradication or management of such animals is the only reasonable option. A few examples of the language used to vilify these unfortunate creatures offer a good indication of just how frightening their presence is to experts such as conservation biologists. 2 from the Missouri Department of Conser. Celebrating the invasive 241. Vashon we learn. Feral, free-roaming hogs degrade wildlife habitat, compete directly with native wildlife for food, and can pose a threat to humans and domestic livestock through the spread of disease. Some of these hogs have escaped from captivity. However, some have been intentionally released on public lands for hunting purposes, although it is illegal to do so. These hogs pose a very real threat, and if left unchecked, their numbers can expand rapidly. You can help. The suggested way to help deal with the problem is to shoot as many as you can. As the specific section on hunting feral hogs explains, feral hogs are not native to Missouri, and can be taken in any number at any time. Before shooting, however, be certain the hog is feral and is not escaped livestock. 3. The management and control of feral cats is slightly less blatantly violent due to the fact that many cats are domestic. Nevertheless, they remain defined as problem species and are usually considered pests or invasives. In fact, when it comes to felines, if one wishes, one can take an online course. Trap Neuter Return, Managing Feral Cat Colonies. The online outline of the course claims. This course will provide you with an answer trap/neuter/return, or TNR as it's popularly known, is the only method proven to be both humane and effective in controlling feral cat populations. Whether your focus is on the cats who've taken up residence in your backyard or on the ferals throughout your city, TNR can stop the cats from reproducing and eliminate much of the nuisance behavior often associated with ferals. Or one might turn to Animal Rights Canada's website for the more compassionate approach. On this site we are informed that feral cats deserve our compassion and protection. Cats, whether feral or domestic, deserve the right to be recognized as a unique and important species and to be treated as equal members of the animal kingdom. However, when it comes to what to do with the increasing population of feral cats, Animal Rights Canada unequivocally agrees with the trap-neuter return policy, suggesting the cats can be a part of the animal kingdom only if they behave appropriately and do not overpopulate it. They get to act like well-behaved reformers but not undisciplined radicals. They can have a part in the story, but only if they perform their role appropriately. These are just a few examples of the many management/eradication strategies that tackle the feral animal problem. For as the above few examples attest, the presence of feral animals stimulates responses and disrupts perceived norms in the community visited. So, if feral is to be claimed as a worthy approach to citizenship, it is due to its potential. Nick Garside 242. To cause problems and disrupt perceived norms and comforts of whatever community is entered. Once attached to political agency and introduced as part of a wandering political epistemology, 5. The disruptive promise of being feral can become a radically democratic way of participating in modern democracy. So the use of the term feral rather than wild is purposeful. I do not believe feral and wild to be synonymous terms. Rather, I consider feral a border or boundary term that describes a creature that is neither wild nor domestic, and at times both wild and domestic, never conforming to either simplistic classification. As such, one who is feral is invasive. The use of feral as opposed to wild is additionally significant, as part of what makes feral creatures persistently disruptive is their perpetual lack of home and their constant desire, if not need, to wander. Feral citizens do not stick around a disrupted community to rebuild it. They disrupt it, change it, challenge its norms, and then move on. From a democratic perspective, the idea is to encourage self-reflection, not to guide it, just to help create the conditions that will foster change. Acts of feral citizenship are not intended to entice followers, they are intended to help create political moments that can reinvigorate political debate and reinvigorate the political sphere as a space of antagonism, critique, opposition, and plurality. Moreover, wild has a kind of savior character attached to it due to its constructed personality as human culture's opposite. Examples can be found in the attempts at rewilding and in well-known quotes such as Thoreau's "In wildness is the preservation of the earth," Abbey's "Wilderness is not a luxury but a necessity of the human spirit," and Walt Disney's "I don't like formal gardens. I like wild nature. It's just the wilderness instinct in me, I guess." Along with the savior complex, these all suggest a prescribed direction that the interlocutor is to follow, a sort of lost past that must be refound. Ferals do not prescribe anything, and they are not interested in people following them to some ideal place. The intent is creating political moments in places that already exist along democratic terrain. Do not follow, just pay attention and politicize where you are. As mentioned earlier, part of what makes the feral identity unique is the absence of home, so there is no place to go to, nowhere to entice people to come to. The lack of home is not viewed as a burden but rather an opportunity to embrace the freedom of not being tied down to a home or a responsibility imposed by needing to fit some external category of normal. By home I mean a comfortable place to return to and speak more authoritatively from once the travels are complete. The feral citizen is a perpetual wanderer, he wants places to visit, not followers. Ferals are literally nowhere at home, either in the taxonomy categories we create for them or in the temporary habitat they create for themselves. So, given the burden that comes along with embracing this sort of political agency, it is important that the activity performed is a chosen one. It is equally important that the activity be attached to one's identity as a political actor or celebrating the invasive 243 citizen. This is at least partially because no one is ever only a citizen, and no one should ever be or think they need to be only disruptive. I should also mention that the reason I attach the metaphor to citizenship is partly because I think we need to reprioritize and revalue the informal political sphere. I believe it is through civic discourse and civic action that the democratic terrain is rebuilt, and I believe a revitalized democratic terrain holds the greatest promise for a disruptive and tension-filled future. Also, as Bookchin and many others have long argued, it is the citizen that renders the political sphere a living reality. The conscious activities of wandering ferals could very easily devolve into nihilistic destruction without recognition of the primacy of the political and the importance of critical interrogation and disruption as a specifically political act. Second, as Bickford has pointed out, no one can be actively engaged in the tension of citizenship all the time, or even most of the time, and politics is not the whole of human existence. Thus, feral subjectivity and methodology as part of citizenship is a conscious/temporary choice utilized by those committed to expanding the public sphere and revitalizing the democratic tradition. Feral citizenship is not a type of political agency for nomadic peoples, it is an approach to political agency intent on encouraging and celebrating disruptive, nomadic agents of politics. But before I elaborate on this, it is worth pausing for a moment to look at the disruption associated with the discovery of feral children. Feral children. Victor made Itard as much as Itard, Victor. Jeannie made Curtis as much as, or perhaps rather more than, Curtis affected Jeannie. 6. The discovery of feral children tends to result in much more excitement than does the discovery of feral animals, but, like feral animals, their particular situation and history are considered less relevant than how they will or can affect the norms of present society. The particularity of the child, be it Wild Peter of Hanover, Victor of Aveyron, the wolf children Umla and Kumala, abused and isolated Jeannie, or Ivan Mishakov, who was recently found living with a pack of wild dogs 7, is rarely considered relevant outside the issue of how that particularity renders the child different from the human norm. This reductive objectification is the only way isolated and feral children could possibly be lumped together. 8. Of course, the disruption caused by the discovery of feral children is less physical than it is theoretical, but to suggest that this fact makes it any less disturbing would be a grave misreading. In fact, the mere presence of feral children, most of whom cannot talk and some of whom look and act quite. Nick Garside 244. Unlike typical humans, has, without fail, challenged the comfortable and exclusionary way humanity has defined itself as a species. Feral children are frequently as objectified as their non-human counterparts, but they tend first to be pitted as needy children. Because of the human/inhuman ambiguity they create, they become objects with potentially fascinating secrets to tell. What they lack in human faculties, they are presumed to gain in extraordinary and distinct attributes. 9. The trick or goal of the observer and/or scientist is to find out how to tease the secrets out of a non-communicative subject. Feral children represent the unwilling embodiment of the forbidden experiment, the possibility of bringing a child up in isolation to observe what, if any, language or other human attributes develop when humans are in a pure state of nature. 10. Justin Lieber explains that the question which burns in the minds of those concerned with wild/isolated children is the one that will lead the child to answer the question exactly what it was like for you to be a wild/natural child. Once it is recognized that the child is incapable of revealing this secret, the interest in the child tends to wane. Throughout all stages of the research, the desires of society or the community consistently outweigh the needs of the child/object of observation. 11. Feral children are situated in particular times and particular spaces, so too are they rendered valuable through particular expertise and disciplines. Victor of Aveyron, for example, entered French society at the same time as Rousseau's Noble Savage was the main topic of discussion within the French salons. In fact, the training of Victor was at least partially undertaken so he could be displayed to Madame Récamier and her important crowd, who wished to observe an actual noble savage. Certain of his actions when he was introduced, including his quite reasonable desire to go and play in the field rather than sit at the table with France's stuffy elites, were quickly translated into a real challenge to Rousseau's ideas of a pre-social noble savage. But Victor was never considered a unique and worthy other. Once his usefulness to the researchers ran out, he stopped showing improvement and making Itard proud. He was left to Madame Guérin's 12 care and no longer considered useful to science or society. As he was human, he could not be eradicated, but he was certainly not free to do much more than survive. There are anywhere from 50 to 100 documented cases of feral children. While it is hard to draw firm conclusions, it is fair to say that few feral children have fared a whole lot better than Victor. Jeannie's case 13 is perhaps most tragic, as several doctorally trained, high-income, professionals managed to earn substantial professional incomes and expected to substantially magnify their careers by working with a moneyless individual from a penniless mother and abusive poverty, who was allowed to slip back. Celebrating the invasive 245. Into abuse and comparative poverty after the grant money ran out. What happened to Jeannie is a prime example of how much society needs the disruption brought on by disruptive actors who have no interest in being saved or cared for but have a genuine interest in retaining their status and continuing their purposely disruptive ways. As Steves points out, it is without question that when we study feral children we inevitably learn more about ourselves than our subject. Perhaps feral citizens can once again help us to learn a little more about ourselves. Self-reflexivity. Whether mythical or real, the stories of nearly human animals and nearly animal humans challenge the boundaries of our communities in many ways, forcing us to ask questions of our collective identity and the ways in which we experience ourselves in the world. What is clear, Steves continues, is that the comfortable fiction of a human/animal dichotomy and the notion of a strict definition for human and animal are threatened by feral children. 14 feral children, not by any fault of their own, embody a challenge to those who believe they have got it right. 15 When it comes to defining what counts as human. Humans are distinct from other animals, but so, too, are we similar. It is the similarities that most bother scientists, and it is the apparent similarities that have driven many of them to attempt to come up with a definitive answer to what makes humans distinct, unlike other animals. 16 For those who agree with the argument that disruption and critical interrogation are essential to a healthy democracy, the disruption and disturbance latent within the metaphor of feral can be seen as a useful political qualifier for a democratically informed citizenship. To paraphrase Steves, my hope is that the very existence of feral citizens will be an obstinate threat to our understanding of what it means to be a citizen. A feral citizen is politically homeless and does not fit in any representable category, but this is not viewed as a problem. Rather, homelessness and non-representability are necessary and welcome conditions for the radically democratic activities of feral citizens. As individual border creatures with no homes to return to, feral citizens wander the democratic terrain with the intent and desire to explore, encourage, and understand the diversity, tension and often hidden solidarity or potential solidarity that litters democratic culture. This adventurous approach to politics is another of the pleasurable parts referred to in the title of the chapter. It is also the part that keeps the focus of the feral citizen as much on micro as on so-called macro issues, as there are far more interesting side trails than there are main routes. Nick Garside 246. Ferals and the Pure State of Nature 17. The idea of a pure state of nature is a curious one. 18 We know that in Victor's case the pure state of nature was considered a solitary state due to the prominence of Rousseau and his belief in a pre-social noble savage. 19 And we know that if the association of feral and isolated children with each other is at all justifiable, it is because feral and isolated children both lacked human contact. Yet, as Steves correctly suggests, one thing we find from examining feral children is that humanity is in some respect the result of specific treatment within one's community. To have human experiences, one must be attended to as human. To develop human intentionality, one must be treated as if he or she already possessed such intentional structures. Being human is being treated by humans as human. The same can be said for citizens who are presently treated as taxpayers, stakeholders, constituents and property owners. As citizens are addressed as these identities are being internalized and referred to for legitimacy and the right to speak within political discourse. Without going too far back into the classic nature/nurture debate, it seems apparent that human individuality is relational and each human being attains her/his individuality within, not against, the surrounding community. 20 It is thus possible to take another unintended political lesson from the examination of isolated and feral children. If isolation is the prime retardant that keeps human children from developing toward being fully human, it may also be true that isolation, whether theoretical or physical, continues to be a direct hindrance to the potential of humans to be more than one more adaptive species getting used to the cage they must live in. As politics and the public sphere require interactive communication and action amongst diverse actors, their expansion and valuation seem a logical response to these particular lessons. If there is a reasonable conclusion to draw from the above, it is that human potential and human growth require active engagement with others. The search for knowledge about human nature from a child in a pure state of nature is futile, as the distinctness of a child lies not in the presence, but in the lack, of autonomous purity. The absence of human interaction does not give us a state of nature, it gives us a state of isolation, sorrow, and need. 21 A state ironically close to the condition we face in neoliberal times with the war on public space and the privatization of all that was once public. A human pure state of a nature is a construct that allows the ghost of presumed human homogeneity to resurface, and resurface it has. The attainment of something like Rawls' original position remains a desire for numerous liberal theorists, and the disembodied, rationalist, and unsullied voice of the public participant remains a regulatory requirement for citizen activity within much of deliberative democracy's procedural focus. For many celebrating the invasive 247 cratic theorists, the attainment of something like a pure state of politics is a lot like the pure state of nature that enticed the researchers of feral children. Theorists searching for a pure politics or a pure political agent fail to realize the degree to which plurality and difference are constitutive of the democratic condition. They also, like those struggling to define what humanity is, fail to acknowledge that any definition of humanity is particular, often sexist, and almost always racist. Steves and Newton, in their discussion of cases of feral children, outline some of the racist and sexist biases that reappear when the category human is disturbed by the presence of a feral child. Rather than go over the many examples, it is fair simply to accept the obvious truth that whenever humanity is described, it fails to include all humans. The presence of feral children reintroduces the failure of any definition and forces a reconsideration of how we define humanity. Any definition rests on a multitude of unarticulated assumptions, most of which are entirely unjustifiable and thus in need of being challenged and constantly revisited. Wandering feral citizens are embodied political agents who create political space and challenge fixed knowledge through their methodology. Ferals, as we have learned, cannot help but disrupt comfortable and closed definitions. Thus, when ferals become political creatures, they are almost by default radically democratic. When feral animals enter environments, or when feral children are discovered, they represent a threat to the tidiness that has helped define the community. While they may have no intention of enticing others to become feral, they do intend to create political moments in order to discuss public concerns and relations with those who are passively adapting to their domestic space. Feral citizenship includes a passionate desire to extend politics and democratic culture back into those communities that exist only as a result of democratic culture in the first place. The intention is that by repoliticizing spaces, and then rambling on, communities will themselves open up to the political sphere and begin to recognize the significance of also contributing to the tension-filled sphere of the democratic public sphere. Acts of feral citizenship. In the remainder of this chapter, I am going to argue that if we are to move beyond what I see as the conservation/preservation inspired default of harmony and tension-free relations, it will be as a result of the revitalization of the public sphere or the playground of opinion. This is because even though the political sphere is always under threat and the formal institutions that make up current actually existing democracies are more akin to a conservation biologist's greatest. Nick Garside 248. Success story in keeping invasives out. There is always the potential for wildness in the informal political sphere. What I mean by informal is the sphere of activity free from the structural constraints required for institutionalizing rational decision-making. According to Habermas, the informal or weak public sphere is essential for the act of creating public opinion, as it is the only place for unrestricted communication, but it is also subject to the problems of unequally distributed social power, structural violence, and systematically distorted communication. I see the latter not as a problem to deal with but as an inevitability that can only be addressed through the continuous return to, and expansion of, the informal sphere. As suggested earlier, my proposed way of contributing to this political project is to use a disruptive methodology to help create political moments that will expand the public sphere and reprioritize the political. I call these acts of feral citizenship. The point of these acts is to assist in the creation of the conditions whereby exceptional acts can be performed. By the nature of their critical and disruptive methodology, feral citizens create short-lived micro-political moments that allow relations to redevelop in the context of political debate and opinion formation. On an individual basis, feral citizens are constantly changing political creatures wandering the democratic terrain with the intent and desire to explore and understand the diversity, tension, and hidden solidarity that litters democratic culture. This is, once again, the pleasurable part in the title of this chapter. The excursions are not intended to make the feral citizen more of an expert, or more capable of speaking truthfully as a representative of others. In fact, there is no focused intent at all. However, the more wandering, the more visiting, the more observing the occupants along democratic terrain, the more likelihood there is that feral citizens will retain the commitment to anti-authoritarianism and plurality. But feral citizens are not mere observers. Accompanying and encouraging observation and the need to consistently learn to listen and understand the political terrain is the desire to expand the political sphere, politicize relations between the state and social groups, and encourage social movement activists to realize their dependence on democratic culture. Thus, along with being observers who are never entirely passive, feral citizens are also storytellers and actors. While intricately related and while all informing each other, three political characteristics 22 are separately essential to feral citizenship. Typically, when performing in public, political actors focus on the need to persuade others of the value of their particular need or concept of the good life. Feral citizens know they do not have the answer to democracy's many paradoxes and tensions, so, along with being interested in expanding the public sphere, celebrating the invasive 249, and revitalizing democratic culture, they are perpetual learners who perform as observers and active listeners as well as storytellers and actors. The identity as spectator or observer renders the feral citizen a constant learner, always searching out more and more of the mysterious and wonderfully diverse world. The search, however, does not make the feral citizen more of an expert or more capable of speaking truthfully or speaking as a representative of others. What it does is make the citizen far more aware of the limitation of all political theory and practice, and far more aware of her or his permanent amateur or apprentice status. Thus, as an active listener who is reliant on a plurality of places to visit and learn from, a feral citizen will never threaten the diversity that constitutes modern pluralist democracies. What feral citizens will do is respond to the learned diversity by sharing stories about the diversity that exists, creating more opportunities for the diversity to be valued, and defending the intrinsic value of a pluralist society. It is as a teller of stories that the defense of diversity first becomes political. When feral citizens wander and observe, they also engage, and it is at this point that the understanding of the irreducible need for plurality becomes most important as it guides the democratically inspired storytelling. Lastly, the identity as an actor allows the feral citizen either to perform as a part of the play taking place in the specific political moment or to create a new political moment that encourages others to perform and defend their positions. As an actor, the feral citizen focuses on enticing others to speak and defend their beliefs in a public forum. The feral citizen critically engages with these others not to destroy their beliefs or to get them to give up on their own activities but to realize the situational context, the political promise, and the inevitable limit to all particular activities. The end result is, ideally, the shared realization that democracy is something worth protecting and the subsequent expansion of conversation and activity that addresses such a consensus. The distinctness of the particular kind of moment created by acts of feral citizenship is that these three characters are never fixed. In each political moment, all participants, whether the initial actors, spectators, or storytellers, have the opportunity to take on all three roles. If we look at the roots of democracy, we can actually find support for this kind of disruptive activity. Mainstream definitions of democracy now tend to focus primarily on procedural aspects of democracy or the grammar of democracy, which excludes the ethical foundation of freedom, equality, and social justice or the priority of justice over the good, as we do not know what the good life is and no longer have common foundations or meta-narratives to guide us. There is, however, one definition of democracy that not only makes room for disruption but actually points to it as a central component of any healthy political sphere. Nick Garside 250. I have counted on this quote for many years, and while I am always looking for a suitable replacement, I have yet to find one that sums up the disruptive promise of democracy better than the one offered by Anthony Arblaster in the book titled Democracy, written for the Minnesota Press Concepts in Social Thought series. The first thing Arblaster argues is that democracy is not only a contestable concept, but also a critical concept. Thus, democracy is a norm or ideal by which reality is tested and found wanting. He then goes on to explain that given this recognition we can assume that there will always be some further extension or growth of democracy to be undertaken. Which is, he continues, not to say that a perfect democracy is in the end attainable, any more than is perfect freedom or perfect justice. It is rather, and this is the key point, to say that the ideal is always likely to function as a corrective to complacency rather than a prop to it. 23 This kind of approach to democracy as a political terrain for persistent critique and engagement is, of course, not the true or correct story of democracy. It is simply a definition that suits my version of democracy and satisfies my desire for legitimizing disruption as an act of citizenship. Michael Saward has argued that to evoke democracy can at the same time be to attempt to fix a meaning to it. I fully admit to doing this. And I also admit to evoking democracy as a way of finding lessons within the management plans of conservationists and restoration ecologists who are dealing with the invasion of alien species within their managed communities. So I am under no illusion that what I call acts of feral citizenship will be viewed as welcome additions to the democratic terrain. But as disruption is what I am interested in, and as disruption is a main component of feral citizenship, such a response is expected. So to conclude, disruptive acts of feral citizenship are one kind of citizenship activity done by citizens intent on trespassing, visiting, and disrupting communities. The acts are not intended to replace other kinds of citizenship activity but to add to them, nor is the intent to destroy the community being visited. The intent is to politicize and, through the politicization, recreate and remind all participants of the irreducible need for democracy, the primacy of the political, and the consistent need for active engagement with others. About the contributors. Aaron Araujo is a PhD candidate in geography at Memorial University of Newfoundland with a focus in heterodox economics, discard studies, anarchism, and decoloniality. Originally from New York, she has been living in Chiapas, Mexico, during the past 8 years. She currently works in Chiapas and Sonora, Mexico, as well as Lima, Peru. Aaron is a lifelong anarchist aligned with anti-systemic, indigenous rights and anti-capitalist resistance movements. Geronimo Barrera de la Torre is a geographer and received his MA at the Dr. Jose Maria Luis Mora Research Institute with a research project on the ontology of the Chitino landscape in the indigenous region of San Juan Lacheo, Oaxaca. His interests include environmental history and critical landscape studies. He has also published works on critical geographies of tourism and political geography, primarily on a radical approach to the state apparatus. Nick Clare is a researcher at the University of Sheffield. His PhD research focused on the relationship between migrants and social/labor movements in Buenos Aires, and he is interested in the relationship between immigration and urban struggles. Is a researcher, community activist, and facilitator based in Bristol, England. His research/practice centers on the challenges of non-hierarchical organizing, the intersection of sustainable activism and anti-oppression praxis, and transformative justice approaches/community responses to gender violence. He is currently working on a participatory digital. About the contributors 258. Mapping project building a geocoded archive and map of Bristol's LGBT+ history. Nick Garside, PhD, is currently a lecturer at Wilfrid Laurier University Brantford and sometimes at York University. He likes to see himself as a sort of inter- or anti-disciplinary freelance academic roaming around to wherever the temporary work is, hoping that each place he goes to, he disrupts it, even if just a little. Victoria Habermel is a postdoctoral researcher at University College London on the project Econ Public. Her research focuses on the complexities of organizing in, against and beyond everyday life, with a particular interest in living the economy in crisis and prefigurative politics in Argentina. Anthony Ince is a geographer interested in the ambiguous politics of everyday life, currently working as a lecturer in human geography at Cardiff University. Previously, He has worked at Stockholm University and the University of Glasgow researching the geographies of non-financial economies and labor market change, respectively. He is co-editor of a forthcoming book entitled Sharing Economies in Times of Crisis, Practices, Politics, and Possibilities, and author of various academic papers. Outside of the ivory tower, he enjoys punk and folk music and is a keen cyclist and baker, although not necessarily at the same time. Is a settler anarchist of Welsh, Scottish, and English heritage working towards settler decolonization and unsettling in social movement and academic contexts. He is working on a PhD at York University in environmental studies on anarchist engagements with indigenous struggles of resistance. He lives in Kitchener, Ontario. He can be reached at lewis.f.adam@gmail.com. Is a professor at the Department of Geography of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. He acted as an academic visitor or visiting professor at several universities in Europe and Latin America. He received the first prize of the German Society of Research on Latin America/ADLAF in 1994 for his PhD thesis about the urban question in Brazil, and the Jabuti Award of the Brazilian Book Chamber for his book O Decifo Metropolitano in 2001. His book Fobopoli, O Mito Generalizado e a Militarização da Questão Urbana, published in 2008, was nominated for the Jabuti Award in 2009. He has published 10 books and more than 100 papers and book chapters in several languages covering subjects such as spatial theory, social movements theory, environmental justice, and the spatiality of libertarian thought. He is one of the editors of the Brazilian urban studies journal Cidades, being also associate editor of City. Is assistant professor of social science at Kettering University in Flint, Michigan. His research interests include the study of political ideologies, particularly anarchism, religion and politics, and urban politics. He is the editor of Radical Religion, Contemporary Perspectives on Religion and the Left, and the author of several articles and book chapters on 20th-century anarchist thought in Britain and the United States. Is a sixth-generation white settler from Coast Salish Territories/Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Vanessa's interests are in indigenous settler relations, anti-colonial and anti-authoritarian theory and praxis, and social change, primarily within the settler colonial context of Canada. A doctoral candidate in the Department of Geography and Planning at Queen's University at Kingston, Vanessa's research seeks to explore the discourse of responsibility as a response to colonial and capitalist conditions. Simon Springer is Associate Professor in the Department of Geography at the University of Victoria, Canada. His research agenda explores the political, social, and geographical exclusions that neoliberalization has engendered in post-transitional Cambodia, emphasizing the spatialities of violence and power. He cultivates a cutting-edge theoretical approach to his scholarship by foregrounding both post-structuralist critique and a radical revival of anarchist philosophy. Simon's books include The Anarchist Roots of Geography, Toward Spatial Emancipation, The Discourse of Neoliberalism, An Anatomy of a Powerful Idea, Violent Neoliberalism, Development, Discourse, and Dispossession in Cambodia, and Cambodia's Neoliberal Order, Violence, Authoritarianism, and the Contestation of Public Space. Simon serves as an editor of ACME, an international e-journal for critical geographies and for the Transforming Capitalism book series published by Rowman and Littlefield International. His website can be found at http://uvic.academia.edu/Simon Springer. Richard J. White is a reader in human geography at Sheffield Hallam University in the United Kingdom. Greatly influenced by anarchism and anarchist geographies, Richard's main research and teaching interests address a range of ethical and economic landscapes rooted in the context of social justice and total liberation movements. His research has been published in key international interdisciplinary journals, and he has recently co-edited Anarchism and Animal Liberation and contributed chapters to Critical Animal Geographies and Defining Critical Animal Studies.